Welcome to day 3 of Team MBS Media's live reaction to the 2025 NFL Draft.
Yeah, this is day 3.
My favorite day.
Anybody else hearing an echo, or is it just me?
Just you.
Yeah, it's just me. Okay. I don't know.
I hate when that happens.
Yeah. I'm still hearing my own voice. Yeah.
Huh.
So, yeah. So here we are. The meat and potatoes, as everybody says. To me, this is where the real money is made. Everybody knows who day 1 is. Day 2 is a little more subjective, right? But day 3 is all about. Yep, see that somebody's confirming there isn't echo.
Yeah.
So let me check on my end. Greg, take over for a minute.
You bet. Well, this is day 3 of the NFL draft, and as Bill and I have mentioned, and Jeff does as well on Draft Central, this is the part where we do our work because the top 100 guys are always well known, et cetera, et cetera. These players here that get picked today are going to be some names that people don't know who they are. And when that happens, this is when Bill and Jeff and myself can go crazy because we know who these players are, and we'll tell you that they will make an impact on this team, even if it's a 7th-round player, as I suggested when Mr. Irrelevant Brock Purdy was selected. What did I say? The Niners have themselves a great quarterback. He's about to get what, $50 million a year?
Yep, somewhere around there. Yeah.
Yeah. So again, this is the meat and potatoes part of the draft for some folks, but for us, this is Christmas Day for us. Bill, who do you have as your top player on your board?
Well, I mean, I think everyone has the same top player on their board. I'm assuming that at some point, in the first 12 or so picks, we should see Shedeur Sanders. If not to one of the teams that's already up there, I think a team will trade up to get him if one of the first teams in the 4th round doesn't get him. Other players that I've been spotlighting that I think will go fairly early today include our former guest, Chris Paul Jr. from Ole Miss is a player whose name should be called, amongst other quarterbacks. I expect won't be much longer for a guy like Kyle McCord, amongst tight ends, guys like Gunnar Helm. Running backs like DJ Giddens will probably come off the board. Linebackers, a lot of linebackers are going to go in the 4th and 5th round will be rounds of linebackers. Jack Sawyer is going to come off the board. We're going to see Smell Mondin, Jeffrey Bassa are going to come off the board somewhere around here. Jordan James, another running back, is going to be called somewhere around here. There'll be some more tight ends. Arroyo's still on the board, right?
Nope, he's gone.
Oh, he did get drafted. Okay, I must have been distracted when he got picked. But there'll be other tight ends, like at Helm, I think is the top-rated tight end I still have available. Baishal Tutin's going to go somewhere around here. Jaden Blue, the speed backs, right? The really small but speedy small backs are going to go somewhere here. Danny Stutzman, another linebacker, who's going to go somewhere later this round. Sean Doliak, who is a wildly underrated player in my opinion, is going to go somewhere this round. I'm excited particularly about like the young, hungry, like there's guys like Baron Sorrell from Texas, who I think is also wildly underrated. He's going to go somewhere probably in the middle of today, probably maybe an hour and a half from now, possibly even 2 hours from now. And he might not be a starter at first.
Yeah.
But in a year, 2 at the most, you're going to see him become a consistent 6. He's not maybe going to be the star. Maybe that other end, that 6.5 sack guy, 5.5 to 6.5, 7 sack guy that you put on the other side.
Yeah.
He may not be your TJ Watt, but he'll be your Highsmith, or he'll be your, not your Michael Strahan, but your OCU Manura.
Right, exactly. And of course, as I mentioned last night, Will McClay has taken this draft room over for the Dallas Cowboys. It is no longer the coaches deciding who players are coming into town. This is something that Schottenheimer said when he was hired. that he doesn't have the knowledge of the college players that the scouting department does.
Right.
Yes, he hired guys who came from colleges as his old offensive coordinator and his O-line coach and all that jazz. But again, when the Cowboys were going into this draft, it was always going to be a wide receiver 2 and a running back. Well, guess what? They haven't touched either one of those positions. I've got 2 6th-round running backs that I would be very happy to see come to Dallas, and Taj Brooks and Jaquindon Jackson.
There you go.
Yep. And that they will be fine NFL players.
Correct.
So again,
I'm sorry. My number 1 rated player, not named Shedeur Sanders, still available, is actually Jalen Royals. Jalen Royals is his potential, his upside is right there with a guy like Ayuk. Right, he could potentially be that kind of player.
Yeah, and last night I did watch the Cowboys press conference after we went off air. Jerry Jones has known Shedeur Sanders his entire life.
Yep,
he's known him since he was a baby, et cetera, et cetera. Jerry basically came out and said he has no idea why Shedeur Sanders hasn't been drafted as of now. He says, I know the character of this young man, which we've all talked about before on Draft Central. Was, yes, this is a bold black young man, blah, 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 who may not go very well with guys my color in the draft room and in interviews and all that jazz. But Jerry basically said the character of that young man is just fine. So guess what? Everybody who accuses Jerry Jones of being a racist, he said otherwise last night. Again, when it comes to Shedeur Sanders, the overhyping on social media in this world really bothers the heck out of me, as I know it does you as well, especially when it comes to these quarterbacks. I've already mentioned Brock Purdy. We all know Thomas Brady was the 199th pick in the draft.
Correct.
As long as you're picked, it doesn't matter where you're picked.
Yep.
You get picked, you go to your team, you do your job, you will be rewarded for doing your job at an NFL training camp.
Correct.
In the preseason. Even if you're sitting behind a veteran guy, because guess what? Patrick Mahomes waited a whole year to become the starter. He waited that whole season. Everybody's in a rush.
Carson Palmer wins the Heisman, sits and watches John Kitna play for a year.
Yeah. So don't panic about where Shedeur Sanders gets picked. Is my basic opinion on this. And we said on Draft Central. I mean, you remember seeing the reaction when I first put Shedeur Sanders down in the 20s in that mock draft.
Yeah.
No, that's not going to happen. Guess what? This is the NFL. The NFL has standards for their players in every war room. And Shedeur Sanders has not fit the bill for what these teams are looking for.
Right.
And that's the bottom line of all this. Who's had a very solid draft this year? Every team has had very solid drafts. There is nobody who is reaching for the sky, unless you want to talk about Justin Whaley going last night. That was about the only guy I go, what?
Yeah, I thought he'd go late 4th, early 5th, so that was a little bit of a surprise. Yeah.
Yeah, but again, and again, the injury concerns over some players that have been taken, like Siobhan Revelle. The second chance at Valley Ranch was a very big thing in the old days when the Cowboys used to be at Valley Ranch.
Right.
It fits their team. Albert Collins going in front of them to the Niners. There's injury concerns with Albert Collins, but he went. He's there. This is going to be an interesting. And again, I'm now seeing on the NFL Network here how they're focusing on Jack Sawyer.
He's going to go. He'll go
in this area. But he was another player who got hyped up when we watched the when we watched the film, though, JTT was the much better player, kids.
He's a better prospect. He's a better player. You
Yeah.
can do more things with him. His upside is like JP Epinesa-ish, while Sawyer's upside, and it's a lazy comparison, but it's a fairly accurate one. His upside is Sam Hubbard-esque, right? If you think a guy could someday be Sam Hubbard, where do you draft him? If you think a guy could someday be JP Epinesa, where do you draft him? And I feel like Tiamaliau, amongst other things, beyond being just a bigger, stronger guy with more pure athletic ability and more scheme flexibility, just gives you more chances to do different things with him. You could kick him in and play him at 3-tech, even. He's a big body. Not full-time. I mean, like in certain special packages, your dragster or, whatever you call that special package where you just put pass rushers all across the front. You can kick him on in the interior. He's done a little bit of work on the interior. He can stand up. He can play as a true hand of the defensive end. He's a guy who gives you a lot of flexibility.
Yeah. Yeah. And one other thing about the lack of a wide receiver, too, for the Cowboys, Schottenheimer, Jerry, Will McClay all said they absolutely do love Jonathan Mingo. So they've got a feeling about Jonathan Mingo. Does that occur in the offense with Dak Prescott? We've yet to see that happen. So again, don't panic about the lack of a wide receiver on the Cowboys. There's also another running back that Jeff and I both love, who's only 26 years old, J.K. Dobbins, who's a free agent. Hello.
Right.
I mean,
I would also take him in Pittsburgh while we're at it.
Well, there you are, right? So again, the players where they get selected today, all that stuff doesn't really matter as far as I'm concerned. I had a list of the Cowboys picks and who have been selected where in Cowboys history. Leon Lett was a 7th round pick.
Yes, he was from Emporia State.
Yeah, and what did Leon Lett end up doing? What did Leon Lett end up doing? I think he helped the Cowboys win a couple of Super Bowls.
Yeah, he definitely worked out.
Yeah. So, all right. So now we're awaiting the 4th round here to start.
Yep. Yeah, and once again, this is a great time to build quality depth. It's a great time to find those undervalued players. This is a good place to be.
And it's also a place where the third part of the game gets addressed. Special teams. Right. Special teams doesn't matter? Yeah, it does. And people don't understand that part either. Ty Robinson,
big guy, powerful man. Yes,
he needs to be picked fairly quickly as well.
Yeah, and he will. He'll go soon.
Yeah.
I had a top 100 grade on him, just barely. He barely cracked it. I think he was might have been 99. I have to go back and check, but he's a guy that's going to. I mean, you think of like the Adam Carrickers. Well, it's, once again, I know it's a lazy comparison to Nebraska, but Zach Allen, those power guys, right? He's a big, powerful human being, and he's going to make life difficult for people. He's going to be
exactly, and even his partner beside him, who many people have no idea who he is, Nash Hutmacher. Is just a pure nose tackle. Right. He's not as big as what most people consider a nose tackle to be, but he played solid beside Robinson. I mean, they were just dynamite together.
Right.
And again, is Hutmacher going to get picked? We don't know, but there's another name for people to understand. I really think the Houston Texans had a Real good draft.
Yeah, they've had a good day so far. I mean, good draft so far. We'll see what kind of day they have today, but they've had a good draft so far.
Getting both Iowa State receivers together was wild.
But not unexpected. Like they both really. If you were to say who were the best 3 receivers at the Senior Bowl, they would come up as 2 of the 3 in whatever order, right? Depending upon preference. I guarantee you that both those guys would end up in the top 3, and whoever you spoke to, obviously Besh had a great Senior Bowl, but I was most impressed, maybe of all of them, by Jalen Noel. Like he was almost uncoverable most of the Senior Bowl.
Yeah, and again, people who want to fit these players into a certain spot on the field, don't do that. Don't do that. Noel could go on the outside. He can play on the inside. He can go anywhere he feels like going on that football field. Yes, Higgins is the bigger guy and all that jazz, but Noel can really play a superb wide receiver position as well.
Once again, yeah. I mean, a guy like Jalen Lockett, while he's played all over the place, he's lined up everywhere, but he does a lot of his business on the outside. Now, he's probably going to play more slot at this point going forward in his career, but he's played X, he's played Z, he's played everywhere. He's played every one of the wide receiver positions in his career.
No, absolutely. So the Titans here, they still have 3 minutes on the clock. So we'll see where the Titans do go. This could be a receiver.
Potentially. If they get Jalen, if they get Royals right here,
and that's why I mentioned the receiver, because Cam Ward needs targets.
He does, and once again, I'm not saying he's Brandon Ike right now, but I'm saying he has that level. Like his ceiling is Brandon Ayuk level ceiling.
Yeah.
If he ends up not quite getting that level, he ends up being, more like, when I think about even some of the, sort of second cut, wide receiver 2/3 types, he also is a guy that can be compared to a more explosive and faster version of like a Jericho Cotchery. I think that's like maybe not worst case scenario, but I think like I'll be surprised if he's not better, but I could see him becoming that too. If everything goes well, he could be Ayuk, but worst case scenario, he doesn't make the team. But very likely scenario, Jericho Cotchery. But once again, really good football player.
Okay, so the pick is in for the Titans. And we'll find out momentarily how round number 4 begins. Marcus Mebao did not get picked.
Yeah, Mbo's still available. He's my top offensive lineman. I've also got Chase Lunt is amongst my top offensive linemen still available. There's some really good. I mean, what's not surprising, right? This is a round where especially interior offensive linemen are going to come off the board thick and fast throughout the rest of this day, really.
But Chase Lunt is actually a tackle, and he will remain a tackle. He
should.
Yes, because I mean he's a big boy. He's not going to be taking the defensive tackles on in a heartbeat here. He's a pure tackle. He does have a little bit of a weight issue in terms of being lighter than most NFL tackles are, but again, he gets into the NFL training camp and gets that peanut butter sandwich, as we refer to, and he will be fine.
Yeah, he has once again a lot of potential.
Yeah,
and beyond just potential, like his tape is really good. Like you don't have to guess.
Solid. Yeah. Well, Chimere Dike, Florida wide receiver, goes to the Tennessee Titans.
Now let me say, it's funny because I think I have DK later. In fact, I do have DK later.
I have a later 5th round pick on him.
I have a 157 on him. That's where I have on Chimere DK. He's number 157.
Yeah. But
He's a freak athlete.
he is a freak athlete, which is, again, most people who follow the SEC and all that jazz don't have very high marks on Florida players and all this other jazz. Again, because they don't like the school and all that other jazz. You know, if I could throw out my despising that school up north when it comes to these players, you guys have to do the same thing, folks. Don't judge the helmet.
Yeah, DK is raw. When he first gets there, Anthony Richardson, of course, is still there. He's a guy that bounced around, even like where they wanted to play him. He has a little bit of defensive back, even in his background.
Yeah.
He's similar in profile, not like physically, but similar in profile to a guy like who actually been even earlier is Nelson Aguilar, a guy who was just an athlete, right? Aguilar's basketball tape is like he's just jumping over everybody.
Yeah,
he was thought of mostly as a defensive player in high school back in Tampa, and then goes to USC. They decide to play him at wide receiver. DK was somewhat similar in that there was some dispute early in his career about what side of the ball he's going to settle on. So he's like a reverse Darian Porter, younger, obviously, but like where Porter was a guy that everyone thought was a receiver and he eventually comes over. There was a lot of debate about what DK would be. He eventually settles at receiver, but all that rawness that we see in Porter is also there for DK, but he's a tremendous athlete.
very, very true. So the Jaguars, their pick is now in. And we'll find out who the Jags are going to take here. Again, they missed the playoffs 6 times in the last 7 years.
Yes, correct.
So they're always picking at the top of the draft, and nothing ever seems to work. Does Travis Hunter make things operate better for the Jaguars? I don't know. I really don't.
Huh. Well, once again, speaking of debate over what you are as a player, probably the most debated player in the whole draft when it comes to what position he'll play is that guy. And he'll get a chance to succeed and or fail at both, obviously. I truly believe that you can get him on the field very quickly at either position, but if you want him to become great, at some point he'll have to major in one and minor in the other.
Uh-oh. Well, Cowboys fans are all going to be upset now because Baishal Tootin has just been taken by the Jaguars. Jerry had been hyping up Tootin, so they'll all be upset again.
But
go ahead and tell us about Baishal.
A all-conference player in his time at NCA&T, and then he makes his way to beautiful Blacksburg, Virginia, played Virginia Tech. The big knock on him is ball security. Because of his very short forearms and smaller hands, he does sometimes struggle. You have to try to keep him in space, not because he can't run with power, but because the ball gets poked out a lot. So he might not be a guy that catches a lot of swing, or you toss sweeps to him or things like that, just to try to get him away from the trash, as they say, to get him away from all the flotsam and jetsam that you can run into on the interior.
Yeah.
But he is a plant his foot and go guy for pure acceleration, he might be the best, right? There might be no running back in this class who gets to top speed as quickly as does Baishal Tootin. Tremendous acceleration.
Bingo. Yeah, his acceleration is top notch. Again, his ball control, that can be fixed.
Yeah, he'll be working on it. Especially if he wants to stick around in the league for a while, he'll be working on it.
Yeah, exactly.
I think we'll see the other speed backs go in the next 25 or so picks, Jaden Blue and Trevor Etienne.
I don't know. I don't know why Jaden Blue was given such a low mark by so many people out there. Because if you watch those first 4 games where he had the 4 fumbles, okay, but after that, whoa! I mean, this guy was dynamite.
Yep. Well, I think he hears his name's called.
I think he's gonna. I think because I've got him as my top running back left on my board.
He's my number 150 on the nose. So if he goes a little later, I won't be shocked. But yeah, I wouldn't be shocked if he hears his name called right next. I mean, a bunch of running backs are going to come off the board in the next. Is Giddens still sitting there on the board?
Yep.
That's my number 1 running back. I have Giddens number 1 amongst the remaining running backs.
No. Okay. So it's now the New Jersey Giants. I'm sorry, I don't call you guys New Yorkers because you play over the border. I'm sorry.
Yes, the
You're
New
not
Jersey
New York.
Giants.
You're not New York. I'm sorry.
I could see them going with a guy like Swinson, right, amongst pass rushers. Sawyer, I'm sure, will be someone to be considered as well.
Yeah.
I could see them also considering if they go Jared Ivey is another guy that's a pretty good pass rusher who's still available to them. If they go interior, a guy like Jordan Phillips or Yahya Black. If they go tight end, they want a seam stretcher, Orende Gadsden the second.
No, don't.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
He's a 5th round pick for the. Oh, okay. But yes, Orende Gadsden Jr.
It sounds like you're thinking about players
phenomenal.
Let's break down those potential scenarios.
Linebackers like Smailmond Jr.
Yeah,
also would be in consideration.
Well, the Giants just took the Arizona State running back Scatabo.
That's a great pick. I have lots of little nicknames for him, including the tripod. He's just so hard to knock off his feet. It is insanity. And I'm an early adopter, right? He and I started talking in Twitter DMs while he was still at Sacramento State. And shout out to Ryan Kugler, also slot receiver in his days at Sacramento State, and his beautiful, amazing, fun film Sinners. If you haven't watched it, go check it out. But Cam Scatabo gives you, and people talk about the contact balance that you had at the early in the draft, right? When you drafted some of the, especially like the first, right, of the guys off the board in Genty. The only person who I gave you higher grade for contact balance is this guy. That for Genty was number 2 for me amongst all the running backs I saw. This is number 1. I don't know what you have to do to get this guy off his feet. He catches the ball well. He can throw the ball. He can punt if you need that as well.
He is the first running back since Christian McCaffrey to have over 1,500 yards and 500 yards receiving in a season.
Yep.
So when people want to put in the Scatabo into this category, and wait a second, do you not see how this guy receives the football as well?
Yep.
That's where he is going to be a big time trigger, because they've already got Tyrone Tracy there as their number 1 running back. But boy, Scatabo on 3rd down as a receiving back would be dynamite.
Yeah. Just a terrific, terrific player.
Yeah. And this is where I had him going, was round 4.
Yeah, there's once again outside of elite speed, right? Outside, and I know you don't care, but obviously the NFL cares a little bit. And he's given credit for a 4.57 at his pro day. It was closed, so the some people leaked out, and that was my guess, right? I think I said that he'd run somewhere between 4.54 and 4.58, and I was pretty confident that he'd be in there. Some people had him as fast as 4.53. Some people had him, in the 4.6s, but 4.57 is probably about what he looks like on tape and is about what he plays like. So
But
whatever's
again,
reported.
when it comes to running backs in the 40 times, we said it last night. Emmitt Smith was a 4.63.
Yes, he
He's
was.
the leading NFL rusher of all time.
Correct.
So when it comes to the running backs, and again, this is one of the reasons why a couple of years ago at the combine there was 0 running backs that ran the 40. 0. None of them ran the 40. So I get a kick out of everybody running around in a straight line in their underwear. No, watch the tape, please. Watch the tape.
You should definitely watch the tape, but if a guy runs, 4.8 something, you should be concerned. There is a threshold beyond which you probably won't be successful. But we've had successful running backs in the 4.6s, even in the high 4.6s.
Yeah,
Like Terrell Davis and Arian Foster. But it depends upon scheme, right? And what kind of running back you want that person to be. But for the kind of running back that Cameron Scatabo is everything about him is fun. He's explosive. He's powerful. He's, Brian Westbrook, somebody mentioned, he's so much bigger. Right? He's so much bigger. Like Brian Westbrook was a guy who played in the upper 180s, to when he first enters the league and probably gets up to about 200, 199, something like that, after he's been in the league for a couple of years. Scatabo is going to play in the low 220s.
One of our best safeties on our boards, Craig Woodson, just went to the New England Patriots.
The Patriots are doing some good work this year. High IQ. I know it's sort of a cliche to say about guys from Cal, but yeah, he's a high IQ player.
He really gets after the running back. He loves to hit.
Yep.
And that is something that is needed at the NFL level. Is his coverage skills the best? Yeah, they're in the mean of the NFL.
What I will also say, though, is look at some of his interceptions, though. Like, even though he might not be great in terms of coverage, in terms of staying with a guy, he does a great job of baiting quarterbacks, reading their eyes, reading their intentions, pattern matching, like reading out what. So I would keep him away from having to actually cover a player. I would keep him as a guy saying, "Here, this is your half of the field." Go get the ball. He is a guy who really knows how to. In fact, between he and Noel Williams, I mean, they had 2 of the best ball hawks at their position in college football on the same team.
Yep. And of course, Williams went last night.
Yep. And deservedly so. Terrific football player.
And now the Jaguars are picking another player.
Teddy Buchanan's going to go somewhere, probably the next round or maybe the 6th.
Yeah.
Another Cal guy.
And, Mr. Jack Kaiser, the 6-year linebacker from the Notre Dame Fighting Irish. He goes to the Jaguars, so another
smart, tough, leadership.
Yeah.
And once again, I mean, it's a cliche to say a guy loves football, but man, does he love football. I spoke to him because, as you know, a lot of the Notre Dame guys opted out of postseason bowl games, all-star games, because they were beaten up physically. And Jack Kaiser was not one of them. And he said, I'm not 100%. I am nicked up. But he said, I'm here because it's a chance to play football. Right? Yeah. That's what Jack Kaiser said to me.
This is one guy where you don't have that. Does he love football on his no?
Not an issue. No.
He loves playing football. I mean, and he came back last year because he wanted to be the starting linebacker, and he went out and did the job for the Fighting Irish.
Yep.
He's also very good at getting tackles for loss. He had 5+ in the last 2 seasons.
Yep.
When
the Sam linebacker position thing was still a thing, that's what he probably would be. Now that Sam linebackers don't really exist, he's probably going to play Mike. But I kind of wish somebody would go back to playing Sam linebacker. In fact, I wrote a whole article about it, which you'll see at some point on Team MBS Media, about the crisis of the Sam linebacker, because there's a place in the world for the Bill Romanowskis and the oh my God, I'm picturing him. Crable, right? Sean Crable, right? Those guys,
Crable. Yep.
those true Sam linebackers. There's a place for them, but now they're situational guys.
No, exactly. Which, of course, as you've heard me say all the time, I want a traditional 4-3. I don't care about 3-4. I've never really been a fan of the 3-4 defense, but I want a 4-3 defense. That means a Sam linebacker is needed. But again, with this era of specialization, it's usually a 2 linebacker set.
Right. Yep.
And we got the Raiders coming up here.
Once again, another shot for Shedeur Sanders to possibly get drafted.
Yep. And this pick is being delivered from Mexico City, Mexico.
Oh, okay. That's cool.
Dante Thornton Jr. is now a Las Vegas Raider.
Oh, wow. Okay. He's kind of a limited one-trick pony, but he's really good at his one trick.
Very good at it.
If you just want to run past everybody and go get the football guy, he can give you that. He's not going to give you much else, but he can give you that in spades.
Mr. Jeff has returned.
Yes, I'm back from technical difficulty hell. So
Yay.
apparently my computer says we're going to reboot right now, and you're going to have to deal with everything else that comes along with it. So
there you go.
You know, so yeah, it's funny. Was shutting everything down. I'm still hearing you guys go. No browser on, no nothing. So there was some kind of issue. So rebooting it.
That's the power of Team MBS. That even if you're not connected to the internet, you just hear us in your head.
That's right.
In my mind, I was hearing Bapu from Dell going, "Have you restarted your computer? Okay, try powering it off. Try again."
And the Buffalo Bills have made a trade.
They've been doing that a lot this draft.
Yes, and you'll see a lot more of it.
I feel you, Rick. Nevertheless.
Okay, so the Bills have traded with the Bears. So the Bills are on the clock here at 109, and they give up the 132nd and 169th to the Bears.
Right. So the Bears are stockpiling more picks because wisely they've realized where the talent is in this draft, and they're about to be in the meat of it, as a lot of really good players are going to still be available to them.
These picks get easier and easier to move around, and you start to have to do them in bundles at this point because the values are getting lower and lower and lower. We're in the double-digit values now.
So did you hear me say about the Cowboys running back?
No.
Okay. There's a guy available who's only 26 years old, who you and I both loved in his draft class. J.K. Dobbins.
I love him.
He's available.
Yeah, I love him too. And Pittsburgh could use a running back too. So I wouldn't mind seeing him slap on the black and gold. There's always running backs available. That's the thing about running backs, is that they're seen by some teams, at least, as sort of a fungible asset, right? That, we can always get another one. Now, the truly special ones sort of separate themselves, but unless you're one of about 8 to 10 running backs that are seen as something truly different and special, everyone else sort of thinks of the others just sort of pieces to move around and use here and there.
Yeah, it's, unfortunately for the running back position, when you talk about money, it's one of the ones where you're afraid of using too much money on someone who's going to burn out faster. So, everything now has a production value base to it. before, when the league was a heavy run league, they were highly valued. Not so much anymore. So, it's now with backfield by committee. This kind of back is more of a run, inline runner than a all around runner, or he's a receiving back, not so much an inside runner. There's so many different ways now for them to differentiate running back and change the value of the position. It's kind of like what they did to tight end for a while. Remember, tight ends were pretty decently valued at one point, and then all of a sudden, when Jimmy Graham and all those guys came around, the receiving tight ends, they were like, you're kind of a tweener. You're not so much tight end. You're not so much receiver. But but you want to get paid like a receiver because you're putting up receiver production. But tight ends don't make that much. So when it comes to the value, one of the main factors is always going to be the money. And running backs, they found a way to devalue it for money. And last year kind of revived it with the free agent class that we had and some of the draft class. But the more and more you get these draft classes that are better and better, it still kind of holds the value down because you're going to say, I can let a veteran go and get a younger guy in here, rinse and repeat.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah, some teams have decided, no matter how good you are, to not give second contracts to running backs.
Mm-hmm.
I could just imagine the actual money that Emmitt Smith would be getting today.
Well, he would have been the guy that they would have loved to try to bury because they would say, oh, his production is going to fall off. His production is going to fall off. And if it didn't fall off, they would have been like, oh, man.
They did try to bury Emmitt.
Yeah. Well, in Arizona.
No. His holdout.
Yeah.
Well, that's because Jerry just at that point wasn't willing to pay. He learned that lesson real fast.
As we found out at the end of that season, that was a dumb move.
It didn't work out.
Yeah.
I mean, not for Dallas. I mean, not for the management, at least.
Yeah.
Well, that would have been the fourth successive Super Bowl for them.
Well, no, they did win the Super Bowl.
They won it that year, yeah.
It was the back-to-back.
Yeah, they won it back-to-back.
It got off to a bad start.
They were 0-2, and it was.
Well, that's what
the 0-2 start, and Charles Haley putting a hole in the locker room wall, saying we can't win without Emmitt. That kind of changed a lot of people's too. So,
and Mr. Teague was on DLS Sports last night, and he was the guy who said, "I was a former Packer. I understood the love of football and all this jazz. I come to Dallas, and I've got Charles Haley in the locker room telling me, you missed that tackle. You do not miss those tackles in this league, period." And he's like, "Oh God, was he ever," like he said, "I was scared to death."
Mm-hmm. Oh yes, people were scared of Mr. Haley, and they were right to be so.
Oh yeah,
George Seifert was so scared of him, he traded him.
I got to see him in person twice playing against William and Mary.
Mm-hmm.
They, in those days, Madison and obviously it was still in what was also 1AA, and Madison and William and Mary at that time had a home and home, and so 2 years they played up there in Harrisonburg, but 2 years down in Williamsburg, and I got to see him play twice in Williamsburg, and my God, what a absolute terror he was in college.
And he was the far more important 49er that came over to the Cowboys than the other guy that everybody talks about, and we're talking about his son yet still. To me, Charles Haley made the biggest difference for the Cowboys. He was such a huge factor in those Super Bowl victories.
Yeah, well, he made their pass rush elite, right? You talked about it the year before. Their pass rush was good, but it wasn't great, right? You had an aging Jeff Coat on one side. You had Tony Tolbert on the opposite side. You had Jimmy Jones rotating in the middle with Casillas and Maryland. They had a solid to good pass rush. They didn't have a great pass rush. You needed an elite pass rusher, and Charles Haley gave him that. That when he got traded midweek to Dallas, played Monday night against Washington, and you saw the immediate jump in the pass rush.
It was,
Okay.
and that was immediate. And that was just days.
Yeah.
That was just days after coming to Dallas. It was like,
Yeah.
oh,
Yeah.
So Nathan's asking us, is this the day Shador gets drafted? We hope so. We hope
Yeah.
so.
Yeah.
I mean, listen, the charade has gone on long enough. Everybody sees it for what it is. You know, there are enough reporters on social media for the big network talking about why he fell, and it was performance. He fell out of day one. Yeah, okay, lose me with that. Okay, because I can tell you right now, there's only one quarterback's film that was better than his, and he went number one. All right, so yeah, lose me with that. Is that performance got him out of day one, and day two was a different reason. We know what the reason is. So don't sit there and sugarcoat it for your bosses. We understand that. Okay, all right. Listen. My boss lets me talk the truth on the show. I'm talking the truth. When I looked at the film, that was QB2.
Yep.
Okay. Why QB2 is sitting here day three?
He was QB2 for all of us.
We've had players who got caught hitting a woman, or more than one woman, but hitting one woman before the draft, who got drafted in the second round.
Yep.
Yep. Facts. Factual information.
We had one player go yesterday, right, who had multiple sexual assault allegations in college.
Yep. Yep.
Lose me with all that other stuff right now. That ain't what this is about.
No.
Right.
Okay?
No.
That's not what this is about. All right, we can go on and on and on about it. There are young men getting their names called. We have to give them for, so we're going to do that. But
Arian Smith, the Georgia wide receiver.
Yeah, Ty Robinson off the board to the Eagles. The rich get richer.
Yep.
So,
Yep. Yep.
Did I not mention Ty Robinson just a little while ago, Bill?
You did.
Yeah, and of course he goes to a place that I don't want to see him in.
So I'm going to check the tracker because I'm still a little behind here after the technical issue. So,
well, we've already talked about everyone who's been picked, so we're on that.
Because there's one player I'm telling you right now that should be off, and I guarantee you when I look at
there's a few, yeah.
Jalen Royals, the Utah State wide receiver, has not been taken.
That is crazy to me. It's crazy to me.
It's totally bizarre to me.
All right, so getting off of Shador.
Yeah.
Can somebody tell me why we are now in the middle of the fourth round, and why I'm sitting here waiting to hear Carson Vincent?
Well, because he's not going to go to the 6th.
Yeah. But we all know this. We knew this when we were talking at Draft Central. What did I keep telling you? I was taking Carson Vincent in the 6th round for the Cowboys in my mock drafts because he sits there because he goes to an HBCU school.
Yep.
So once again, all right, let's talk about the HBCU. This is a player. Okay, he was at Senior Bowl for a reason. He looked good at Senior Bowl, did he not?
Yep.
He tested well. Now, the actual Senior Bowl game, he had some rough reps.
Yeah.
He looked pretty good in practice. But, yeah, he got beaten pretty badly a couple of times, gave up a couple sacks in the game itself. But you could see the components, right? Does he need to reshape his body? Does he need to get a little stronger, both in the lower and upper body? Does he need to – he has all that length, tremendous length, but he doesn't use it as well as he should. He is not getting his hands as far inside as he needs to. He needs to marry up his feet and his hands more so that'll help with the power issue, is when he's making sure that his off, like the opposite side, right, is working together with he's planted deeply on this foot as this hand moves forward. And the reverse going with that foot and the other hand. So he's getting it's like throwing a punch, right? I mean, that's why some guys go to the boxing gym, is so that they get more pop and power in his hands. He's a tremendous young man, hard worker, smart, and once again, the perfect frame for a left tackle. He just has to get stronger. improve in technique, and like I said, fight to get those hands inside.
Yeah, I mean, he's an upside pick, right? Because he's definitely not developed, right? And we've seen that enough times with some of the guys. Even Eric Armstead, when he came out, was more developed, a little more coordinated, but still a little rough around the edges, right?
Right.
So we know that coming out. Trent Scott was a guy who's carved out a nice long career in the NFL when he was coming out of Grambling. Quite rough around the edges, but he figured it out, right? So, I'm looking at tackles that are coming off the board, right? And I'm going to scroll up here. And a lot of guys that have gone so far, and some of them they have listed as guards, but I have some of them as tackles. But a lot of the guys going so far, I expected to go. And I'm not even going to talk about the day one guys. All right. We expected Trapillo to go yesterday. He went. Belton, I expected to go yesterday. He went. Ursary, I expected to go yesterday. He went. Charles Grant went yesterday. It went later than I thought he would, but he went yesterday. Especially the way they pulled tackles up in the first, I thought he would have gone sooner. He didn't. Emory Jones went yesterday.
Danny Stutzman just went to the Saints.
There we go.
They got a really good player. That's once again that word we said we're going to overuse, value. It still applies today, right? The value continues. We're calling today's day 3 value mark.
It's the value day. It is value day here at the draft.
So when I look at the tackles on the board, right, still, okay. So
Holland Pierce is still available.
Yeah, Holland Pierce.
Chase
Lunt.
Right, Lunt.
Miles Hinton. Branson Taylor. Ajani Cornelius. Trey Wettig. Marcus Bryant. Jack Nelson. Yeah, and all of these guys, Josh Prive. We can go down a whole list. Some of these guys I could see going earlier, Cam Williams, Logan Brown. Some of these guys I could see going before them.
Yeah, Logan Brown, I think, is in the next 20 or so picks. Yeah.
Could be.
Some of these guys, I think he would be in the same conversation because I think he has a bigger upside than some of these guys. I like Jack Nelson. Does Vincent have a higher upside? Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you're right.
So it's like, but you're probably going to see Jack Nelson go before Vincent, which doesn't make any sense to me.
Well, I mean, we've said this for how many years now?
And he'll probably be the only
Raekwon Thomas, who had 4 sacks in the Legacy Bowl, wasn't even invited up to the combine.
Yeah.
Give me a break. Give me a break.
So utterly intriguing to see where some of these guys fall. I would be remiss if I didn't do this. So I want to make sure I get this in early, and we'll get it in often today.
Yeah, we're going to see that second level or third tier of pass rushers start to come off also.
Antoine Powell Ryland, where that man needs to be picked.
Right, guys like him, guys like Jared Ivey.
He's going to get picked today. It's just a matter of when.
Well, I'm much higher on Powell Ryland than everybody else is that I.
Oh, I'm high on him too.
Yeah,
but I knew he'd make it to the 4th round. I knew he shouldn't, but I knew he would.
TJ West just went to
went off the board. Yeah.
Yep. Right. Guys like him, guys like Pegues are going to start to come off the. Like I said, DK went off. In fact, 2 super raw receivers went off a little earlier than I would have taken them. But they're both guys that tested super well, height, weight, speed prospects. And you're going to see some of that. Guys who the tape doesn't quite justify it, but they just have these great physical traits. There are teams that are just going to roll the dice on those traits.
That wouldn't be a bad look, Nathan. It wouldn't be a bad look at all. It would actually help them out if Lamar gets hurt.
Yeah.
What polo are you wearing, Greg?
What polo?
Yeah, what polo is that? Is that this? Okay, all right. I'm just asking because for a second it had some NFL colors look like on there. So I was going to say, did you get that from NFL Shop? Because
No.
NFLshop.com offers a huge selection of officially licensed NFL gear from top quality brands, all in one convenient place. We are passionate about our goal of bringing the NFL fans across the globe access to their favorite team's gear. Make sure to click on the link in the show description and pick up the latest NFLshop.com gear from the place with the best gear for fans who want to show their team pride.
Yes.
It's like that segue.
That's where that is. That's where you should go.
That was very nicely read. Very nice.
What I need is behind me. I need us to have Drew come on, and he can talk. Because when he spoke so fast, I felt like I was listening to the disclaimer guy at the end of commercial. So if I could have had him come behind me, it would have been a perfect commercial.
Yeah,
shout out to Drew.
Shout out to Drew. I mean, he might have been the most caffeinated man we've had on so far. He killed it though. Great work.
And
he knows his stuff.
That's why when I met him in the draft professor's room here this year, I was just like, stick to your guns, young man, because his board was a little bit different, and everybody was saying, well, no, this guy's too low and this guy's too high, blah blah. No, that's his board. Yeah. His board has to be where he determines these players to be.
Yeah.
Even if Kyle Williams was his 28th guy, that's his board.
It's his board, yeah.
Mm-hmm. So you're not going to see. Trevor Etienne goes to Carolina, adding to the running back.
Remember what I said about the speed backs a little while ago, Greg?
Yeah.
Yep.
So when Tootin, blew Etienne, I knew that this is where those and Rashad Smith will probably go maybe another 20 to 25 picks later, but you're going to see those smaller, quicker backs who are situational backs come on, get in space, make things happen. You throw screens to them, you throw arrow routes to them, even casual wheel route to them, toss screens to them. Touch pitch plays. Get outside, turn the corner kind of guys. You'll start to see them come off the board. And then later, they'll go back to the big backs like Damian Martinez and Ollie Gordon III a little later again.
So we have our first guest of the day. And he's a man who we all know at Team MBS Media. Ryan, how are you?
There we go.
What's going on, guys?
Unload from those three famous letters. We don't say it right now, but we'll let Ryan say it. But we ain't gonna say it.
Yeah, we don't talk about that place. I'm sorry.
I just love teasing them about that. That's But I noticed you tamed the hair, man. Before you had the nice flowing mane before, and now you got the beard. You look like the corporate lumberjack. What's going on?
Change it up a little bit,
So how is everything in Commander Land?
Oh, dude, we're on cloud 9. Look, I couldn't wear this out a year ago. I was saying, but now, man, at this time a year ago, I was sitting there thinking we get 6 wins, that's good. And now, NFC Championship. So I said we're on cloud 9.
Well, I'm just going to go straight to the heart of it. What are players that you're hoping to hear called? Names for the Commanders, because Commanders, to me, can't draft enough defensive players. But I guess I'll ask you who you would like to see.
Well, I think right now, edge has to be the priority. I'm not one for drafting for need, but my God, it's pretty bad right now. So, if we're thinking, was it pick 128? I think we're at. Maybe if there's an edge rusher that they're not maybe on first on their board, but it's sort of close. Maybe let them jump because it's pretty bad right now. All we got is Armstrong, who God, he was pretty rough against the run last year. Well. Yep. Pretty much the entire defensive line was. So, it's not like he was alone there. Wise, we got Armstrong. I do like that one edge we took last year, Baptiste from Notre Dame. He flashed a couple times. Now I don't know how much playing time he's going to get, but that's kind of the state of the defensive ends right now. Is we're looking at a guy who was drafted like 6th or 7th round last year, and maybe he'll get significant playing time. So I'm hoping at 128, if there's an edge that's decent enough, they pull the trigger on that. I think what's Jack Sawyer from Ohio State. I kind of like him. He seems like a pretty high floor guy, if I'm not mistaken.
I also have Antoine Powell Ryland.
Virginia Tech, right?
Yep.
And
Right.
he would be a big assistance to the Commanders' edge room.
Yep. Yeah, he would help. Jared Ivey. There's some guys still available who are nice fits for a team that is a little anemic. I think I'm trying to be kind in the pass rush area. Yeah, there's some guys.
Cody Simon just went to the Cardinals.
Okay. Baron Sorrell is another guy I really like that is going to be available this round as well.
And the Texans just moved up as well. They're now picking 116. They've given up a 3rd-round draft pick in 2026 and the 6th-round pick. They also end up with a 7th-round pick in this for the Texans. So, yeah, there's going to be a lot of movement.
There's a few. Dan Quinn.
Oh,
and David Walker, before I forget.
Yes.
I like him. Yeah.
David Walker.
I did one with Central Arkansas, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we did. I did one of their games, and that dude was a monster during the season.
He is an absolute monster.
But there's some guys who may not have that huge burst, right? But they could play some run on early downs, give you some edge ability there, but reduce inside as a third down pass rusher and get you some pass rush on the interior. Guys like Tyler Beatty from BYU is one of those guys.
Yeah, he's
not a huge guy on the edge when it comes to speed, but at early downs, he's a guy that's going to fit for your run, hold the edge, and then on third downs where you want to kick a guy inside, because they used to love to do that with Dorrance Armstrong, right? Kick him inside, let him play that wide 3 technique, and he can go in there and run your loops and stunts along with your speed guys on the outside. So he's a guy that fits something he wants to do. R.J. Oben is one of those guys. So you can put out there on early downs as an end.
That's Robin Oben Jr., right?
Yes,
the song of another feel moment for me.
Not as big as Dad, but I think he's a little more athletic.
Yeah, definitely.
But of course, he had the injury this year, which didn't help.
Right.
We've seen that somewhere else too. There's a couple of guys that their dads were huge and they weren't as big, but they may be a wee bit more athletic.
Yeah, there's a few of those.
Yeah, Bill already mentioned a guy that I want to see fall to the 5th round to the Cowboys, whose dad was also an NFL player with the Cowboys and the Dolphins. He attended the Syracuse University this year. Don't mention his name, okay?
Well, I won't say his name again, but I will suffice to say he is that classic move tight end. He can block a little bit. Like he gives, the efforts there, but he's just not a guy who's got a great, powerful lower body. And he, doesn't have the kind of frame that allows him to throw people around. But on the move, he blocks okay on the move. He blocks fairly well downfield. He's not great at an inline yet, at least, but he can run and catch the ball, good ball tracking, fights through contact as a ball catcher down the field also. Like he can go up and fight for the ball at the catch point and wins most of the time.
No, exactly. We'll see who the Texans pick here.
You guys loaded up pretty well in free agency on offense. So, but are there any guys that you think are going to be able to fill in depth in that roster that are hanging around right now, Ryan?
I say defensively, it's kind of set, I guess. Well, except for we talk about edge rusher, but on defensively, I got the the Saint safety? He's going to be replacing Jeremy Chin. Was it Will Johnson or something? He'll be replacing him. And then we go back to the offense. On the offensive line, I think that's pretty set because I had a lot of questions going into this offseason what they were going to do with it because it wasn't great. It wasn't like horrible, but it wasn't great. And I think when you look at the NFC East and the defensive lines that they're building, which, by the way, what the hell's going on with that? I mean, you got the Giants, you guys, Philly. We're the only ones that our defensive line sucks, and everyone else is like on steroids here. I mean, I'm watching the Giants, Carter, and they get the defensive tackle from Toledo, Alexander. They already got Dexter Lawrence. It's insane. So I think offensively, I assume it's going to look like Tunsil left tackle. I think Brandon Coleman's probably going to kick into left guard now with the Connerly pick, and they got Biotish at center, and then Cosme. Nobody really knows what he's going to do or when he's going to be ready. He might be ready halfway through the season. Some people said he's ahead of schedule, but you can't go off of that. So maybe Andrew Wiley kicks in the right guard now that Connerly's there at right tackle because he played guard at Kansas City, I think. So maybe I assume what the offensive line is going to look like is Tunsil, Coleman, Biotish, probably Wiley, and then Connerly at right tackle. So we'll see how that one goes. I hope it's got to be improved from last year because last year was very inconsistent, hit or miss, I'll say.
Yes, we are watching the draft live, Grant. The Rams have moved up to 117, but the Texans took Woody Marks, the USC running back.
I thought he was
John Quavius, formerly of Memphis, right? Don Quavius, a.k.a. Woody Marks, from what I call lightweight RBU. Memphis has been sending a lot of guys into the league. Gibson, Gainwell, D'Angelo Williams, you go back a little ways.
Pollard.
Pollard. They have a lot of guys who've come through there.
And here comes another running back off the board. Jarquez Hunter from Auburn goes to the Rams.
There's your guy. That's one of Greg's guys.
We have that running back run we've been waiting for, right?
But you knew was coming. Yep,
but these names are surprising me because there's so much talent above where I had these last two running back go. But okay, that's the guys that these war rooms want. That's who's getting picked. I mean, that's the bottom line of all this. Ryan.
The start of day 3, 5 running backs immediately off the board.
Yeah. Yep. Ryan, you guys can use a wide receiver named Jalen Royals. If he's still there, oh Lord.
Fingers crossed.
How Royals has not gone off the board yet.
Yeah, because I thought he was going to for sure go day 2. At least that's what I kept seeing in the projections. Day 2, day 2, day 2. But I hope.
You have a couple more picks there, Grant. You'll be up soon.
Yep.
So you guys felt just shy of taking the East last year. Billy Bowman, by the way, off the board to Atlanta.
Yeah, it's about where Bowman should come off,
Right. So you guys fell just short of taking the East last year. Do you think you did enough to close the gap on Philadelphia so far?
That's such a tough one. And it's tough because that would be like, oh, did Washington do enough? And I think you look at Philly and it's like, did they do enough to stay at first? And Howie, that dude, he just sits and waits for like somebody to fall in his lap every freaking year, man. It's not fair. So, I mean, I'm happy with like what we've done so far. They went out and did what you're supposed to do with a quarterback like Jaden Daniels, who had the season he had going into his second year. They go out and get a left tackle in Tunsil. They get Debo, and you draft another right tackle. So they're doing what they should be doing. I don't know if it's enough to catch Philly, just because Philly is like, they're on top. They're like, this isn't, some other division where it's up for grabs. So I don't want to say yes yet. Maybe just a wait and see kind of scenario, but it's not anything that Washington should have done or didn't do. It's just more or less it's Philly, right? And you got to catch up with them. So hopefully, but it's tough because that roster is pretty stacked.
Indeed. And we're asking you questions and we're answering the chat at the same time.
At the same time.
You know. So yeah, Sawyer is still available. So
Yes.
cross your fingers, Grant. Cross your fingers. All right. You stepped away. What happened, Rick? Well, what didn't happen was Miami hasn't picked yet. So
There you go.
You're gonna be waiting for a while. It looks like with that. Ooh, yeah, a good while.
There's been 5 running backs. There's been 5 running backs taken, and that's what you need to know, Rick.
Yeah, there you go. That's the big news.
All right. So, Commanders, you guys today, when we look at what you guys have done so far, pretty impressive.
Good day at the office. Yeah, good 2 days at the office.
Wish list for your remaining picks.
Like I said earlier, probably edge if Jack Sawyer's there. You got to go with him. David Walker, I'd like to, but at this point, any edge. I also think they need to add a running back. I know Greg said receiver too. Royals is there. That's an awesome pick. But I think past this 128, I'm hoping for a running back at around 6 or 7. Some guy with speed because they've lacked speed for quite some time. Brian Robinson, I love him, but he's some guy that sometimes gets run down by defensive tackles. And Eckler, he's getting up there in age. He has injury history. I think he's had 3 concussions in the past few years. So that's a concern there. And I was really hoping what I think the ideal scenario for me was if they're sitting there at 29, they would trade back. And I loved Henderson, running back from Ohio State. I thought he would be a perfect fit in Cliff's offense. But again, you can get running backs late in the draft. So sometimes you fall in love with guys, that are going to go day 2 or early day 3. But you can also get a lot of quality guys in round 6 or 7. So hoping that's I'm assuming they're going to go there at some point because I know reporters were talking. They really wanted a running back. They didn't prioritize it early on, but they said they wanted a running back at some point in the draft. So I'm assuming they're a 6 or 7. And maybe throw a little special teams in there. We could use a kicker too if you want to go round 7, maybe.
Well, you guys can use one whenever you feel like. If you want to be the Niners and take Jake Moody in 3rd round, I don't care where you guys pick your kicker from.
I say that one Miami kicker they brought. I think Miami and the one from Florida State, I believe they brought both of them in for a visit. So maybe.
Yeah.
Well, Brashad Smith from SMU is the kind of guy you might be looking for at running back.
Okay.
Jaden Blue, Texas as well.
Jaden Blue, Texas, right? Another guy with speed.
What's that one guy from Arizona? He didn't play at Arizona. He only played 1 or 2 games this year. Ja'Cory Merritt.
Oh, you know what? Merritt. What was it? Ja'Cory Merritt.
Let me go to my running back list. He's on there. Give me one second.
Yeah.
I know he seems like maybe he could potentially go undrafted too, but
Corey Crosby Merritt.
Yes.
Yeah.
There it is. Thank you.
Yeah. He's a UDFA on my list.
Yeah.
I was if they don't get a running back, then around 6 or 7, maybe him.
And Gunnar Helm just went to the Titans.
There we go. Yep.
All right. So
one of the better tight ends available. Yep.
NFC East has not had a repeat winner, which should really feel good for you, Washington Commanders fans. You think you guys can be the ones that overtake them this year? I mean, once again, even when they had this little run that they're on, there was a year where they were going to win the East. They wound up losing it to Dallas.
Right.
Can you guys overtake them?
I mean, I think there's obviously a chance. When you have, I think, a quarterback, I don't mean to, hype him up too much, but when you have a quarterback like Jaden Daniels, assuming he takes, maybe another step up into his 2nd year, then I think there's a very good chance. And not to, say anything bad about Jalen Hurts, but I'll take Jaden Daniels any day of the week, especially when you look at the roster he had this year. Below average offensive line. Terry McLaurin was the only reliable receiver they had. Running game was, like I said, it's good at the start of the season, fell off a lot in the second half of the season, but Jaden Daniels kept getting better and better. So if he can take even that next leap up, then when you have a quarterback at that level, there's no reason why you can't compete for a division every year. And like I said, I like what Adam Peters has done so far. He bolstered that offensive line, both tackle positions. They got a corner in Amos that I really love. I don't know how he was there at 61. So now you got Sandra still, Lattimore, Amos. The only real, what I would say, weak point of the team is, and it's a big one, but is the defensive line. So, yeah, I think there's absolutely competition there. Whether they do it or not, I don't know. I wouldn't say that they will or absolutely will, but I think to this point, they should at least be able to compete with them.
Well, you said you like David Walker a lot, right?
Yeah.
Well, you're going to have to go to Tampa to see him because Tampa just.
And guess what? David Walker Grant was higher on my board than Jack Sawyer was. You got a very good edge player in David Walker. He can dominate a game.
But you're not going anywhere because we got you for a little while. The Commanders are up in a few more picks, so we get to get your reaction live to the next Commanders pick. So you're hanging out with us for a little while. So yeah,
where's your black Commanders outfit?
Huh?
Where's your black Commanders outfit? That I don't. I don't like that burgundy. That ugly burgundy.
I think it's very beautiful, Greg.
I do miss the Hail to Tony Romo theme that you guys had for years. I do miss that.
Shoot.
You know, sometimes I feel bad for you guys, because when I think about some of the worst injuries that some players have had, you have Theismann and Alex Smith suffer the same injury, basically.
That was weird too, because it was like the same point in the field, it was like almost close to the same. It was like so many coincidences. That was
scary.
Yeah. And then you turn around, you have you guys basically break Tony Romo's back.
Yeah.
And he still comes back and beats you guys. I said, Jesus, y'all can't get a break when it comes to major injuries, man. Guys are just out. When it's the other team's guy, he comes back and beats you. I mean, what is this?
I would say that's when they were drafting Jaden Daniels, college, he didn't slide at all. And I was like, oh, man, with our past, this might not end well.
So, Lathan Ransom goes to Carolina.
Okay.
And I thought he'd go a little bit sooner. I thought he would have snuck in day 2 yesterday.
Yeah, I had him going a little later, but I'm not mad. I knew he'd go some point today.
So there's a question for you, Jeff.
Who's the best strong safety available for the Buccaneers?
Oh, okay.
Let's look at our boards. We can do some comparisons here. All right. I'm not going to put my glasses on and look there. I'm going to look at my screen instead. So,
if you consider Bowman, is Bowman still there?
Well, Bowman is gone.
Oh, he is gone. Okay.
He went at 118 to Atlanta. So,
did anybody grab? Let me see. Yeah.
I'm looking at my board. It's pretty picked over at the top. So we're getting into the real meat of it.
Malachi Moore, maybe.
I think I heard that name. Let me make sure he wasn't gone. Okay, so he hasn't gone today.
Yeah, Malachi Moore, maybe, or.
What I'm going to do a little double duty here. I'm going to see the guys that are already taken, so I'm not going to guess. Okay, so
Jordan Hancock, I think, is also still available.
Yeah, Hancock is available.
All right, so I thought R.J. Mickens was gone. He's available.
No, Mickens is available, but he's not a strong. He's a free.
Free, yeah. Jalen Reed is still available at Penn State.
Yep, Reed's available.
Yeah.
Crawford from Nevada still available.
Yeah, Keaton Crawford.
Max and Hook.
Yep.
Malachi Moore, you said.
Yep.
Malik Verdon, Iowa State. Dante Trader, Maryland.
Yep.
So there's still a bunch. There's still a bunch.
Yep.
Castro from Iowa.
Yes.
Yep.
Oh, look, it's that black and gold team that plays in the AFC North. I don't like those guys. Do we have to talk
And they just got another steal, Jack Sawyer.
Jack Sawyer?
He does feel like a Steeler. Like they have a lot of guys that physically resemble each other in that room, right?
Yeah.
I mean, if you had to make a film about the life of maybe Trent John Watt, and you need someone to stunt double him, Sawyer could effectively stunt double him.
Yeah.
As long as you avoid a real close up on the face.
You know, well, I know his former roommate never wants to see him again in Quinn Ewers, but I mean, you're looking at that front. You got Watt, Hayward.
Yep.
Now Sawyer's in the mix. Harmon, they added Harmon.
Yep.
So yeah, the Steelers are a nice little haul so far. I mean, that's their third pick of the draft. They don't have 4 and 5 like some other teams, but they got a nice little haul.
Yeah, and you can tell that. Well, some teams are saying you have to score to win football games. The Steelers have clearly decided to zig where others are zagging, or zag where others are zigging. We are trying to get back to being a dominant defense.
But you also got a pure running back last night.
Also,
just an absolute pure running back. He does everything well. There's nothing that he specializes in. He just does everything that you're asked to do as a running back, and that's all you need. This whole nonsense about guys being great at contact and all this other BS, I don't care about that when it comes to the running backs. I really don't. Caleb Robinson may not be the guy that breaks tackles downfield and all that jazz or goes on long runs, but he will be an effective running back in that Steelers system.
I think he gets undersold on his ability to break away. I mean, because if you watch the film, he does it with ease, and it doesn't look fast, right? He has that long stride, so it does not look fast.
No.
Right? And, but he pulls away, right? And it looks effortless. And I think that's one of the things about him. You look at it, it's highly undersold. Is like, okay, well, he doesn't have he may not have it in testing numbers, but when you watch the film, he pulls away and does it rather effortlessly. Gets outside and goes. He's a yards after contact guy, which is right up their alley.
Right.
So I think he does a lot of the things that you want. He's going to give you a little bit extra. And he's going to give you, I think he's going to give you the juice that you've been missing for a while since a certain other running back went to New York.
Yeah. And what I like most about him is he is a Steelers type player. The Steelers have drafted Steelers type players this year. These guys feel like Steelers. One guy literally dressed like one throughout his entire collegiate career, and another guy played like one throughout his collegiate career. These are guys that feel like Steelers.
So Baron Sorrell off the board, and he's one of the last few guys in the green room.
One of my guys. I really like him.
Yeah, I like Baron Sorrell. I think he's in this class he was undersold by a lot of people.
Because the media focused in on the other guys on that defensive line, and they just never paid attention to Baron Sorrell. And I'm going, why not? Why are you not paying attention to this kid? He's a good edge player. He will be a solid addition for the Packers.
Yes. Indeed he is. And the Packers are an upside drafting team. I mean, they like to go after guys that may not be fully formed. If Sorrell ends up, I could see him becoming, being a rotational guy at first, who becomes eventually a starter and a really good starter for maybe the last 7 or 8 years of his career after spending a couple years as a rotational guy. But yeah, I like him a lot. Good against the run also.
Yes.
Really appreciate this edge run that they're going on right before we pick.
There were so many. We talked about this yesterday. there's so much talent in the middle of the board.
Yep.
That teams are just like, well, he's still there. He's still there. Take the talent while it's there.
There you go.
We're gonna get a couple of hours from now. We're gonna be around 6 and 7 going, wow, they got him in 6? Yeah, because there's so much talent still on the board now.
Right.
And I'm very upset with the NFL. Ilike Manor has not been picked yet. What is this? It's a conspiracy against a Canadian.
He's gonna go soon though. I'm just gonna say this is pick number what? What pick is this?
We're at 120. Well, 125.
125 now.
Yeah.
I will say he's in the next 25 picks. I will virtually guarantee he's in the next 25 picks.
If it isn't Royals or Iamano that goes to the Commanders, I'll be stunned.
Yeah, so I'm going to switch to. I want to see. So I don't want to guess which edge rushers are still around.
There's a good number of them still around.
Yeah.
Jared Ivey, Antoine Powell Ryland. There's all kinds of edge rushers.
Yep. Indeed.
Braden Swinson's still available.
Yeah.
Yep.
LSU, right?
Yep. Kennard still available.
Yep.
Tyler Barron. Intriguing.
Yep. Miami. Yep.
Miami.
Jay Joyner.
Yep. Ja.
Yeah.
Ja. Sorry, see my Jamaican in-laws would be upset.
Right. Exactly.
Chaz Chambliss.
Yeah.
Georgia is another one. Elijah. Now I think Q Robinson's a little later. So
I think Q Robinson's fifth, mid-fifth, the sixth guy.
But yeah, you'll get into some more guys later on that are still around. Be interesting to see if by the time we're in round 7, if Elijah Ponder goes from Cal Poly. I haven't seen a Cal Poly.
Yeah, I would love to see him come off the board maybe in the 7th. One of our guests, right, is a guy who's a possible 7th rounder as a pass rusher. Josiah Silver is a good enough pass rusher to get drafted. Now, unfortunately, he's not playing at a name brand institution, but throw on the tape, as Greg likes to say. And you're going to see a guy who can flat out rush the pass and knows what he's doing, has a real plan for it.
Who I have rated higher than I had the guy from that school up north who got picked last night. Stewart. I had Silver up higher than Stewart.
So doing the Chris Collinsworth slide in is Randall.
Yes.
Hello. Apologies today for the tardiness. Coaching the kiddos.
Listen, did y'all win? First of all,
we did. We were down 3-0, and then ended up winning 10-6. But I probably shouldn't.
There we go.
Or for 6-year-olds,
So my traditional post-draft beer is on ice. So I'm pretty sure your post-victory beer is waiting as well.
What I'm talking about, yeah. Anything? Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Jeff.
Yeah. So I was just about to fill you in. So I think we were asking if anything happened so far. Well, the Shedeur Sanders watch is still on. We've finally seen Jack Sawyer come off in the last few picks to Pittsburgh. David Walker went to Tampa Bay.
All right.
Derek Carter, who was I think he was 6th on one of my linebacker boards, just went to Cincinnati.
Yeah.
Oh wow, that's a good grab.
That's about where I had Barrett Carter. But he's gonna see the field.
Yeah.
We've had 5 running backs taken so far.
Where did Bashal Tootin go? He was one of my guys.
Yeah, he was the first one off.
Yeah, well, I had him first when he was at NCANT. I beat you to him.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure if I log on to one of my social media accounts where all my friends and family from New York are from, they're all dancing a jig in the street because they got Cam Scottaboo to start.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, so there's a running game in New York once again. Okay, they have
Most-
two good running backs right now.
Most definitely. And I understand Buffalo got Deion Walker.
No,
No?
Yes, they did.
yes, they did.
109.
Yeah.
Deion Walker.
So you got Landon Jackson last night, and now you got the big boy in. Solidified.
Yeah, Deion Walker is interesting. It kind of seems as though now, like how we play positionless offense, they want that defensive line to be kind of positionless because TJ Sanders talks about going from 298 to 310. Michael Hoyt is like a linebacker / defensive tackle at 310.
Right.
Deion Walker plays with kind of a high pad level that can play at that 4-4-I, but also is big enough for that one tech. So he can shift out. Everybody can basically shift from 0 to 5 that we have on that roster. So while the offensive line that we're going to play is going to be taking 100% of the snaps, we're going to have high motor, high athletic guys for 35 to 45% of the snaps, just attacking you and tagging you. By I think their goal is by the third or fourth quarter, while it's still close, then we're good to go. While your offensive line is kind of struggling.
Yeah, with Walker, it's hard for him to get a low pad level. He's 6'6", right? 6'8".
Yeah.
They don't make D tackles that big often.
Right.
Okay? And it's because it's hard. You're supposed to be the lower man. Kennard comes off the board to LAC.
Yeah.
All right. So
there's another edge player going for you, Ryan.
Nice.
He's a technician. He's got a plan and he's got good hand fighting. I like
yes,
that.
he does. But yeah, you talk about a guy that big. We talk about it when they're big as tackles. It's hard to get that pad level low to keep the guy from getting underneath your pads and driving you back into the quarterback. It's the reverse when you're trying to fight off the running game. When they're trying to, they combo you to the second level. You got two guys hitting you. They're both of their pad levels lower. You're getting moved. So I think the biggest place he's going to show up for you guys is not going to be so much in run defense. It's going to take him a while to get acclimated to that and be effective at that. I think it's when it comes to rushing the passer. He may not get sacks, but he's going to get a lot of batted passes. They're going to allow him to use that long frame to block passing lanes inside, bat passes down, tip passes. You're going to get a lot of batted balls and tipped interceptions because of him. I think that's where he's going to factor in immediately for you guys because his natural instinct is when you're rushing is to get kind of high and then you get those long, big arms up. They don't make quarterbacks big enough to see over that. So,
So the Cleveland Browns just took Dylan Sampson, the running back from Tennessee, after taking Quinshon Junkins.
Ooh,
so
that's awesome.
They have their committee.
Fix that position.
Yeah. And you still have Ford, right? You still have Ford there.
Yep.
Jerome Ford. So yeah.
Yep.
They got a nice backfield, and this is the Eric Metcalf of the backfield. If you want to talk about traditional Cleveland Browns running games, that would be you have your Leroy Horde, you have your
You're forgetting Kevin Mack.
Kevin Mack, thank you. And now you have your Eric Metcalf in the group. So
all right. So now it's time for my least favorite person to be on the show with us. Oh, hi, Thomas.
and he comes on sipping Shiraz.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
He comes on sipping a Shiraz. This is why you can't let Eagles fans win Super Bowls because
All right, I think it's time for me to go now. I'm out.
How we doing? How we doing today, gentlemen? We doing all right?
So it's great to have you on, Thomas. Of course, I was born in Hahnemann Hospital. I have both my parents. My parents met while they were graduate students at Temple University. So while I am not per se a fan, I've always had a soft spot because of that, land of my birth.
All right, Ryan. Here it is. It's the Commander's pick.
Okay, we'll let the Commander's pick in, and then we'll throw roses at the feet of Howie Roseman afterwards.
Jalen Lane, wide receiver from Virginia
Virginia Tech. You did get a
Royals?
player from Virginia Tech, not the one I was expecting.
Yeah.
Man.
We have a draft professor that is really into UVA and Virginia Tech. I think he lives 10 minutes away from Virginia Tech, and he got to talk to Jalen Lane's family. Like incredible family, high character. They said at the combine, Jalen Lane's dad apologized to Jalen Lane for marrying a smaller woman because
Yes.
Jalen Lane got Jalen Lane's mom's side sort of thing, but still made it to the NFL. So the talent's still there.
Well, we're getting all the blue bloods in the room, right? We got Thomas and the Eagles sipping wine coming in, and he just bounced out. So we're waiting for him to come back because Steve Atkinson was about to jump in as well. So, first of all, how do you feel about the pick, Ryan?
I mean, I'm a little surprised, especially with the edge rush. Like I said, edge rush was such a big need, and there were a couple guys like Ivy was there. So, little surprised, but I'm actually more surprised it wasn't Royals. If they went wide receiver, that wasn't him.
Right.
Okay.
Well, Mr. Lane also gives you kick returning. He is a very good returner.
Yeah, he's a good special teams player.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what. Special teams will be one of his big contributions. But you know who better look out? Noah Brown. Like, Noah Brown better watch his butt. Because if this dude is catching screens and slants and running yards after the catch, Noah Brown's biggest contribution is going to be that Hail Mary that beat Chicago because he's going to get out of there. This dude can catch and run.
Yeah.
And Noah Brown can't. So
correct.
So I think that's what you look at certain guys on your depth chart and go, they're in trouble. Well, Noah Brown, but I hope this kid takes a while to catch on because he's your workman to get on. Steve Atkinson joins the group.
Hey, thanks for having me.
It's funny. We don't have any NFC East guys, but we technically do have a rival because Thomas and the Eagles are in the room with you. So, we know that Super Bowl history between your two franchises. So,
Yeah. So yeah. Go ahead,
Steve.
Yeah. So the Patriots they picked Will Campbell. Obviously, they need a left tackle. That's their go-to. They needed a left tackle for probably the last 6 years. I like Trayvon Henderson. You guys can probably tell me what you think he can bring for the Patriots. Because Ramondre Stevenson, he's not really that reliable. He's been injured a lot. Antonio Gibson's probably not that reliable either. I'm looking forward to seeing what Trayvon Henderson does. I think the Patriots draft overall has been pretty good so far. I think they still need an offensive lineman, though. They got that center. But I think so far, right now, they got Will Campbell. They've been scouting him since, I guess, last fall during the season. And so they really wanted him, and they picked him before even they hired Brady. So I'm looking forward to seeing what they do here. I think they have the pick 144. They got to probably add some defense, Wolf said yesterday. They just got a safety. Kyle Williams. I think if they lost to the Bills, they would have gotten that first overall pick to get Travis Hunter. But so they got their receiver. I guess a downfield threat, yards after catch kind of guy. And Kyle Williams, the receivers lately, they haven't been able to draft receivers as we've seen. And last year with Jalen Polk, he wasn't that good. And then Vaughn Baker didn't see the field. So we'll see what happens, but I'm looking forward to it.
Can I piggyback off that? So Javon Baker and Jalen Polk, I like Jalen Polk coming out of college. I thought maybe 34, 35 was a little too high for him, but I did like his kind of stack feature. And Drake May mentioned in the offseason that he's going to do everything to make Polk and Baker work out. And you, as a fan and an insider, do you see that happening as well? Or is that kind of like Drake May kind of propping them up to make sure that they kind of come out full steam in the second year?
No, I think I agree with Drake, just because I think Josh McDaniels is a guy who's been in the system, who knows the offensive team that he's going to run. And I think it's more structured this year than it probably was last year. Alex Van Pelt never called an offense. So I think that with Josh McDaniels back, Drake May, and you have that leadership role. You actually have a veteran with Stephon Diggs in the room. You have that leadership that you didn't have last year, and you actually have a number one. I mean, he's not the same player maybe coming off the ACL, but you have that. You have that role model type of deal. So yeah, I agree with Drake.
That's awesome. I'm a Bills fan, so I apologize for that loss at the end of the year.
Yeah, it's all right. But I hear you. As a Bills fan, though, with Drake May, with Stephon Diggs, he really helped Josh Allen out.
Yeah.
And there's comparisons to Drake and Josh. So maybe we'll see the same thing that Josh Allen had.
Awesome.
Indeed. So, Thomas, now that you've done sipping the Shiraz, we didn't send you the memo about no drinking alcohol on TV, but nevertheless.
See, this is why I follow protocol, because as y'all all suspected, it was not Taylor, which is my fave. I finished that yesterday. It's not Taylor. It is not Ciroc. What I just finished was a classic case of cranberry juice. So I am trying to keep my body together, and that's what I just finished here. Cranberry
juice,
nothing more, nothing less.
We get the
message.
message.
Red in the wine glass is like a Merlot, a Shiraz, a Cab Sauv.
Are you telling me you've never had a nice cold snifter full of cranberry juice before, Jeff?
Well, listen, Thomas, man. I keep calling.
I guess this shows my age after all. Shame on me. Working on it.
Yeah, I keep calling Howie
God.
the Sith Lord of the draft room because he just seems to manipulate things to fall to him. So Jahad Campbell falls to you guys at 31. You get Makuba.
Love it.
Day 2.
Love it.
Along with Ty Robinson. All quality hauls
Love
for this
that pick.
defense that was already good last year. So all you didn't have to rebuild it. You reloaded the gun. How are you guys feeling right now overall between free agency and the draft?
I think we took care of everything that was deemed as an issue after winning the Super Bowl. Usually when you are a Super Bowl winning choice, you understand that it is a business at the end of the day. So you know that there's certain guys that are not going to stay on your roster due to the chances of them getting more money elsewhere because their stock has risen because of them being a part of a Super Bowl winning team. So we understood that, and I think the Eagles understood that more than ever. And it showed with how they handled free agency, seeing Milton Williams go, seeing the retirement of Brandon Graham, the list goes on and on. All these different pieces that were integral towards us making that run. We understood that it's a business and we had to let that go. But then we also said that, hey, while we're still doing that, let's make sure we do our due diligence to make sure that we either get younger and better through the draft, or we can get some guys to fill in the gaps basically as a roster spot until we had to go down to the last 53. So their approach was, hey, you know what? We may get a guy here. We may get a guy there in free agency, but where we're going to make our money at is in the draft, which is very ironic because when you win the Super Bowl, you pick 32. So it's not like you get, the top 10 overall selected people or mock people in the draft going to you. You're basically getting, whatever's left is the best way I could use to explain it. The pig of the litter, if you will. And Jahad Campbell was perfect. I was like, look, if we get Campbell, I'll take all day long. Took Campbell. Now, when they took the safety, I was like, I kind of wasn't sure where they were going to go. Obviously, we understand that there's been some trade rumors in regards to Dallas Goedert. we was trying to figure out if that was going to be coming up on the down the turnpike, if you will. They didn't go that route. Everything in this draft has been all defense, which I'm not going to be that whatsoever. And they answered a lot of questions that, if you are an Eagles fan, they were answered. We got rid of Gardner Johnson. Okay, well, who do you get to replace that? All right, let's get a safety in the draft. Get younger, less expensive, hits hard just as much as him, can make just the amount of plays as much as him. If Vic Fangio sees that he can utilize them in the defense, then that's what they'll do. So I think this whole draft has been a full case of them trusting Vic Fangio and what he did with the defense last year, and trusting that they know what's going and that he's going to get it right all over again. So this whole entire draft has been, look, Vic Fangio, we saw what you did last year. We trust you, and whatever you feel is the best case scenario, we're going to take it. And that's what every single one of these picks have shown to me.
Okay. So just a quick update before we keep going. So we saw Jalen Travis tackle Iowa State, go to the Colts. We talked about Jalen Lane to the Commanders. Teddy Buchanan, linebacker from Cal.
There we go.
Right,
Nice.
The Cal players are coming off finally.
Yep.
The Ravens of all, once again, the rich get richer with the Ravens and the Eagles. Good guys, man. Malachi Moore, safety to the Jets.
Yep.
Great
There's
pickup for the Jets. Quincy Riley, corner from Louisville. To
one of my guys.
Yeah,
It's something about the birds, man.
One of my ACC guys.
The trust the process draft rooms. You never have a problem with it, right? They always, they always find their kind of guys, right? The Eagles are those guys. The Ravens are those guys. They say that with the Cowboys, but people, they miss on them second round picks quite often, so you don't have as much faith in all of their picks. But I feel a lot confident in their day 3 guys because they usually work out. It's the day 2 guys. You go, the third rounders are usually pretty good on, but the second rounders
That's Buffalo to a T too. We cannot hit our second rounders, can barely hit our third rounders, and then give me Christian Benford, top 10 quarterback in the 6th round.
There you go.
Well, this year the Cowboys did hit in the second round with Ezraku from Boston College.
Yeah.
There was another attack the quarterback edge guy. He's not a run stopper. He's going to be out there on third downs. He's Sam Williams needs to just go bye. Bye, Sam.
And
Maryland linebacker Ruben Hippolyte is the pick for the Bears.
Really?
He got late. He got late buzz. Didn't he? His pro day, he run a 4.39.
Yeah, I mean, he's a really good athlete, but
Yeah. He got
Speed.
late buzz on it.
Huh.
Yeah.
All right.
I got to talk to Mike Loxley about him. Yeah. Steve,
Yes.
this has got to be the year for you guys to close the gap on Buffalo and Miami. Do you think y'all have done enough this offseason to do that?
Good question. I don't think so. I think they're still behind Buffalo. I think they've closed the gap a little bit, but I still think Buffalo's got the edge because of the quarterback. I think Josh Allen obviously is the best quarterback probably in the division. The Jets will always be the Jets. I think that there'll still be a dumpster fire, even with a new coach and obviously a new quarterback. Miami, I would say, actually, you know what? I think Miami, they've closed the gap. I would say Miami, yeah. Tua and that Tyreek Hill situation in Miami is kind of not all that great. And so I think the Patriots, what they've done, especially in that offseason, they really beefed up the defense, the Milton Williams signing. They got that offensive tackle, Morgan Moses, who used to play for the Jets. So they really beefed up the defense. They have that other corner. They got the other cornerback there with Christian Gonzalez. And so Carlton Davis on the other side of Christian Gonzalez. So I think they really did a nice job on the defensive side. And then the offensive side, the Diggs thing was really huge. And then, so to answer your question, do I think they've close the gap. I think they closed the gap on the Dolphins, but I don't know if they really closed the gap on the Bills. I think the Bills still have the edge in the AFC East.
You guys got second place,
Yeah, probably.
which has got to feel
Probably.
good. You basically
Yeah,
lapped them in a rebuild.
that's a big gap. So that's they probably got like 8 wins, right? In this upcoming season, we probably won't be picking 4 for a while, because I do think that Mayo got done dirty, just because he was promised the job a couple years ago, and then they got Vrabel, and now then they hired pretty much everyone he worked with. They got Ryan Cowden back with him, so and then they beefed up that defense really well, and then we'll see. But their schedule doesn't look that hard as it was last year. So I expect probably second place, 9 wins, and hopefully a playoff spot, maybe a wild card spot.
Awesome.
Cool. So, Thomas, Steve, you guys aren't going anywhere. Your picks are coming up in the start of the second round. So we're making sure you guys hang around for that. We want some live reaction from you guys. So, Ryan, you got your pick, and we won't be seeing your guys for a while. So we want to talk some more to you about some more things with the Commanders. So Dan Quinn comes in, has an immediate impact his first year. This year, though, is going to be more of his footprint on the team. We're starting to see some of that. He brought a lot of guys over last year. Some of those guys are already gone. The Fowlers went back to Dallas and a few other guys. But overall, how do you think his imprint on this team changes what you saw last year?
I don't know if it changes that much, considering that they set the culture right away. Like that was apparent. Him and Adam Peters came in and said, what they wanted out of their team, wanted out of their players. And I'm not sure so far this offseason they've done anything to change that, because they implemented it so quickly, and not like saying they didn't do enough. But, I think when you look at the players they drafted, it's on par with, what they got last year. I think when you look at like Sandra Still they got last year, who was, high character, Dan Quinn guy, and you look at the 2 draft picks so far, at least, before Lane. I don't know too much about Lane, but Amos and Connerly, they really fit that mold of what Dan Quinn was looking for. So I expect a lot of the same, honestly.
All right. The Kansas City Chiefs just took Jalen Royals, the Utah State wide receiver.
Yep.
The Chiefs have got a weapon.
Man.
I mean, a weapon.
What did Jeff just say? The rich get richer.
Yeah.
Why?
Well, puppies getting love on the NFL draft. We got puppies on the NFL draft now.
Yeah.
I understand how people can get excited about Chimere DK. I understand people can get excited about the Florida kid who what's the other one that tested really well?
Elijah Badger.
Guys like that. Jalen Royals is a good enough athlete, but he's so much better as a football player.
Yes. Right.
Than guys like that. It just, I don't know. I get how you can roll the dice, and especially it's day 3, you're rolling the dice, but sometimes a good football player, a really good football player is sitting right there for you. And you need a wide receiver. Yeah. When you bypass a guy like Royals, and then later when you're complaining about the Chiefs and the Eagles, you can prevent this. You don't have to keep letting this happen.
Yep.
And the only flag he had was
I do want to ask you guys something.
Go for it.
Injury. Yep. I do want to ask y'all something though. I'm gonna leave the Sanders piece aside. Okay. There is a name that I'm seeing here that I want to go to y'all as draft experts about, because I'm still kind of shocked that no one's deciding to pick him yet. Alec Manor has not been selected yet. I would like for y'all insight as to what's going on with that. If there's something that I don't know about, Is there something that I missed after watching college football last year from the pro days? I don't know what I've missed, so please fill me in.
Ian Manor is from Medicine Hat, Alberta, 3 hours east of me in Calgary. This is all about the trade tariffs and everything else. That's what it's all about. No, actually, Ian Manor needs to be picked in this 4th round. So many people had him going in the 2nd round.
Yeah.
But again, this draft is deep in other positions, and that's why we're seeing these guys being taken ahead of them. It's just basically the way that the draft always works. There are players who fall down the board, and that's what this boils down to for Ian Manor, is he's just falling down the board.
Yeah, that's kind of it, to be honest. I really liked Eli Manor. I mean, I thought as a true X that could beat press man on the outside, he's one of probably, like, I don't know, maybe 6 to 8 players in this draft that you could truly stick out in the boundary and know he can do it.
Yep.
Wow. I just saw Denver took Q Robinson.
Q Robinson is gone.
Q Robinson is a firecracker.
Yeah.
But he has so few snaps. Few snaps.
He was behind in the Alabama depth chart. I mean, it's like it was his turn, and then he showed out. I really like Q Robinson.
But he goes off the board before Swinson.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Swinson is still on the board.
Go yet.
On the board.
Yeah, that's the intriguing part. That's why I looked up and said when I saw Q Robinson. But Swinson is still on the board.
He's 51 on my board.
What's going on with Swinson?
And Swinson was being rumored to go to Philadelphia at pick 32.
Yeah.
I never bought that. I never bought that, but I thought that would be a bit rich. But I thought he'd go.
I didn't. Yeah.
Go ahead, Thomas.
No, I thought that was. I thought that would have been rich. So I'm glad they didn't do that. However, like some of these guys, I'm gonna just say it because I understand that people are like, oh, well, these franchises have a certain draft board, they have certain needs. So if they see somebody that they like, they're gonna go after that versus what they feel is probably the best player available. I do feel like as we get later on in this draft, what more of a risk are you taking? Like what more of a flyer are you taking as we get into the 5th, the 6th, the 7th round of the NFL draft? Like at some point, I have to wonder what is the real barometer here. I'm seeing guys like Manor I mentioned earlier, Mimbow. I thought for sure he was going to be somewhere within the first 3 rounds for sure. He's not picked up yet. Obviously Sanders, which I'm gonna just say this, and I'm gonna just leave this here. When the season ended, the top 5 involved his name. Then the combine happened, and he wasn't a part of that. And then it was like, you know what? He's at the top 15 at the very least, at the latest. And then his pro day happened, and then it was like, you know what? If he's still available for the Steelers at 21, then that's where he goes. And then automatically, 2 days removed before the draft starts, there's these reports that come out about his character that just the timing of it is just so impeccable to me.
Well,
that happens right before the draft starts. And I don't know about you, but NFL teams are paying attention to that. And next thing you know, I'm looking at the 4th round, and I'm seeing all these teams that could use his services that are not getting him.
Well, hey, everybody said that Tom Brady's a big guy. I'm sorry. Tom Brady's a big guy in the Raiders locker room right now because he's the part owner and all this jazz. And he worked with Shador this offseason. And they just took Tonka Hemingway, the DT from South Carolina. So Shador still is not picked.
Right.
Yeah. Talk about character in the pro day. Like he went when he was at the pro day, he talked about how he wanted to do multiple pro days because his wide receivers were getting a lot of looks. So if he's throwing to those wide receivers, the scouts that are there will be able to see those wide receivers play as well. And that is a selfless thing to do. Like that was very noble of what he did for that. So I mean, there's a green flag.
And he wanted to bring. It wasn't just like his receivers at Colorado. He had a receiver that was at Tennessee Martin that played with him at Jackson State that he wanted to bring to his pro day as well.
Yes.
Get him some looks. So everybody talks about character. This is not about character. Okay, this is about being able to relate to a player. You don't have to have a beer with your franchise quarterback. He just has to be able to lead your franchise. All right. There's a difference between what we're seeing right now. We're seeing teams that like a certain kind of guy. Doesn't mean that guy is what's best for your franchise. Like I said, when Shuck went yesterday, I was appalled. Because that was ridiculous. Right? Yeah. When Gabriel went, when Milroe went, okay, I was appalled. Because this is not about the film. It is no way at this point you're talking about film in this player. It's all about you can't seem to relate to him. And like I said, like we talked about at the beginning of the show, there's a lot of people that couldn't relate to Charles Haley. People wanted him on their team. There's a lot of people that couldn't relate to Terrell Owens, but you wanted him on your team for at least for 2 or 3 years, right? There's a lot of people that outside of the guys in the locker room and some of the coaches in Baltimore that couldn't relate to Ed Reed. They wanted him on their team, though, right? So this really has to stop when it comes to the quarterback position is different. It's no different. If he leads your locker room, he can go out there and perform on the field. He is good enough to be drafted by your franchise. Stop putting him over because all of a sudden you can't relate to the player.
Right. Yeah, and then the word about his dad, too.
I think it's more than that.
Yeah, but let's be realistic. Deion Sanders has been around forever, right? We know that. When he was playing, you paid him because you wanted him to lock down half your field, right? So enough with the dad. Deion Sanders has been around. He was with the network for a while. He was with CBS for a while. He's going to be outspoken. He always has been. As a coach now, you still got to deal with him because you got to go evaluate his players, right? So let's stop with they have had worse. They have had way worse.
And
there we go.
Drafted by the Tennessee Titans.
Yeah.
So way to go, Titans. Way to go, Tennessee Titans.
Here he is working over Travis Hunter. Right?
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah.
With the two routes only.
So
they're going to repeat that one highlight.
Right, whatever. But
listen, I'm going to say.
But this is.
Go ahead, Thomas.
I'm sorry, y'all. My bad. I don't think the issue is the fact that he's sliding. I think what the real issue is the teams that are choosing to pass on him. Like there are these quarterback needy teams, and I talked about this on the Off the Dome show yesterday. And I gave a list of teams, and I'm going to give the list of teams again for those to have a fresh reminder of the teams that I'm referring to. Okay? And I am going to give a pass to teams that have quarterbacks that have a current contract extension. Okay? So the Raiders are excluded. The Lions are excluded. I mentioned the Lions yesterday, but
don't exclude the Raiders. These only got 2 years on G.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, thank you. So, hear me. Raiders, Saints, Dolphins could have been a shock pick if you really wanted to go there, because I don't know about you, but it seems like every time you watch Tua play, his head comes clean off his shoulders half the time. So if you were to take him, you may not agree with it, but you would have understood. Anthony Richardson, the Indianapolis Colts. Does anybody believe in him? I don't think so. It's so bad they decided to draft. They decided to sign Daniel Jones to be a backup, quote unquote, to Anthony Richardson. Which I don't know about you. All that means is that's competition for Anthony Richardson to see if he is that bad. Okay, that's the Colts. Then we go further down. The Steelers, who I don't know about you, their current depth chart has Mason Rudolph in the awaiting of a decision of a 40-year-old that hasn't played very well the past couple of years in Aaron Rodgers. That's the Steelers. then you're like, okay, maybe that's not enough. How about the New York Football Giants that traded back up into the first round, and out of all the quarterbacks that were available to take, they decided to take Jackson Dart, which everybody was like, yeah, you know what? Reminds me a little bit of Josh Allen. Even though this is the first time I was hearing anything about Josh Allen and Jackson Dart's comparison post-combine, but whatever. Okay.
I don't know who made that comparison, but they
I'm like, okay.
Yeah, I mean,
hey,
I've
heard it. Okay. Okay.
yeah,
So Giants, and then okay, here's another team. Now, I understand they have a good thing going. He's 37 years old. That good thing is going to eventually go away. And that team that I'm referring to is the Los Angeles Rams. You could have had a backup plan ready to go whenever Stafford was done, and you could have messed around and shocked some people and had him back there. That's an option. I just listed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 teams in the NFL that if they were in desperate need at quarterback, could have utilized his services. But yet, you're like, okay, the first round was not enough. Let's see how it goes in the second round. Let's see how last night shapes out. Well, what happens when the Saints enter clock? Who do they decide to get? Tyler Shook. And I was shook that he got selected because when I looked at his highlight tapes, the man was struggling to throw interceptions correctly.
The Saints.
As this draft continues to go on, I can't help but to look at this any other way. You want to call it making a statement, you want to whatever, but this is no longer about talent. Because last time I checked, he was arguably the second best quarterback in this draft, and it wasn't close. And Tyler Shook's drafted ahead of him. Dylan Gabriel's drafted ahead of him.
Thomas,
I'm sorry. That's a problem to me.
We've already said all this about Shador.
Yeah.
He was our number 2 quarterback this year, and he just has not been taken by any of those 9 teams that you suggested. I had him going to the Pittsburgh Steelers in my mock draft. That's the way that the NFL is working this year is a different year.
Same story.
Same story.
We'll get back to that blood stain on the fork. Look, is it the dead horse? It's just a hold on, we'll get right back to that. Steve.
Yeah.
Josh Farmer your thoughts real quick.
I think they got some depth there. That's pretty good. That's a good signing or a good pick. You guys are. I'm not gonna. You guys. You can tell me if you think Joshua Farmer is gonna make it for the Patriots. But I think it's good on the defensive side. Get some depth in there. Get younger. Milton Williams, Joshua Farmer. That's a good pick. You guys think that he'll do well for the Patriots?
I think he fits in what you want to do, and
right.
You jumped up to get him, and you're coming up with another pick soon, right? Early in round 5. So they made the point, to keep that pick early in round 5 and move other picks. So they wanted to stay in range for more than one player. Farmer was one of the guys they really wanted. I want to know who else they wanted. That other pick.
They just traded up, so they got number 144, right?
Yeah. So they got rid of 2 picks to move up for that one there.
Yeah,
that's interesting. I thought Rivers was going to go to the Raiders too because of the Brady connection, and he was working with them too. So back to that conversation with Sanders, I thought he was going to go to the Raiders as well.
Indeed.
We'll see what happens.
But Thomas, we feel your pain, bro. We've been saying this for now day 3 of the draft, and we couldn't believe when we got to the back end. We're like, oh, I was standing there at the board when the Giants traded back up, and I'm talking about, oh, they're going quarterback here. I'm feeling this might be your door. And then they said Dart, and my face went.
Yep.
And don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
Jackson Dart was my QB3, but QB2 was Shador Sanders. So leave it to me to not be totally surprised by this current regime with the Giants, because this has been their constant thing of what the hell draft picks and personnel decisions. You know, they did a great job getting the best pass rusher in the draft.
Yes.
And people are applauding him for getting Dart.
Right.
Dart's a good player. I'm not saying he's not a good player.
Yeah.
Is he going to be the franchise quarterback? There's a lot of issues he has to fix in order to get things right in New York. So if he comes out there and he starts having the early Eli Manning interception problems, this is not the regime that you're going to get that long rope that Tom Coughlin had. All right. So you got to get this right.
Yeah.
I don't know if that Dart pick was right.
No, exactly. So, Brian, tell everybody where you're working these days.
Oh, your favorite places, PFF. I did want to add something about the Sanders thing because Thomas mentioned it. The team that doesn't make sense is the Steelers. I don't understand that. Because you look at their quarterback room, they have no one. And so now you're passing up on Sanders.
Wait, hold on. Skylar Thompson is in there killing it, I hear.
I forgot about that. But they're basically passing on Sanders because at this point it's got to be character issues that they're concerned with. But you're waiting on to sign a 40-year-old Aaron Rodgers, who are you going to say doesn't have character issues? That's been his whole career. So that to me, the Steelers makes no sense. Why they continue to pass him up? That one baffles me.
Indeed.
Ryan, I'm going to take it a step further. You want to know what I've also seen in this draft so far, which is what I've seen in previous drafts over the years? These guys that are getting drafted that have quote unquote red flags, potential criminal charges off the field. You want to know what these teams are saying? Well, you know what? He's just as talented. And maybe if we can get past these character issues, these red flags that he has going on behind the scenes, we'll trust and work with his talent and we'll take him anyway. So, those guys, I saw the Ravens last night get a guy that's dealing with some sexual assault issues in high school and college. Still picked him. Who in the hell is worried about character now? So that's no longer a reason for me. Talent is no longer an excuse. Character is no longer an excuse. This is so bad. I think my headphone's coming apart. It don't even matter. Truth of the matter is that the more of these risks that these teams apparently don't want to take, they're taking anyway. But the issue is that it's character issues. I'm going to be family friendly. Usually on my show, I would say the word, but it's BS. Okay. So I'm going to just leave that at that. And, I'm sorry. There's just no other way to look at it. I'm literally watching people that have criminal issues off the field to worry about as soon as they get selected, and they're selected. But the worst thing we got to say is that the guy is confident in his abilities, in that, that's an issue. Huh? Please argue with your mama, not with me.
Thomas, the military terms for what you're saying are
Bravo,
Sierra and Charlie Foxtrot. Okay.
Charlie Foxtrot.
I'm pretty sure my dad's probably texting me that right now. Like the military term for that is what that is. Yes.
And if you don't know what Charlie Foxtrot is, ask
I had to let that go.
Yeah.
So Ryan, enjoy your work with those folks at that 3-letter place call home.
I will.
and again, the Commanders have had a very nice draft, so better luck to them and all that fun sort of stuff. You take care of yourself.
All right, thanks for having me, guys.
Listen, you're always going to be my favorite guy there, okay? Just let me let you know that now. You're always going to be my favorite guy there,
Oh, thank you.
And if you ever get to meet one of the owners, the one that likes to slide in on national television, pluck him in the nose for me. All right.
Oh, it'd be more than a plus.
You know, yeah.
All right, guys. Thanks.
That is Ryan Cooley, our Washington, formerly
Absolutely.
Team MBS's
Good to see you,
Washington
Ryan.
insider, now PFF's Washington guy.
Yep.
So,
Yep. See you guys.
All right. Take care, Ryan.
Ryan, so like Thomas,
All
we
right.
feel your frustration, bro. We've been there for 3 days, and I guarantee you, we're going to probably close this thing out, whether he's been picked or not, with even more of it, because when he finally goes,
Right.
or if he doesn't go, it's because that's gonna match our frustration, just like the picking of HBCU players is going to be a frustration.
Yeah.
Okay, so you know. As a matter of fact, I can tell you right now. Let me look right now. We're in round 5. We're at 141, and I guarantee you, if I look at the tracker, I am not going to see who I'm looking for. All right, so Tyron Ingram Dawkins to the Vikings, Keon Jackson to the Panthers, Jordan Watkins to the Niners, Josh Farmer we talked about, I'm in Nora we talked about, Tonka Hemingway. So we're up to date so far, right? And we're waiting on this Ravens pick to be announced. The Vikings are on the clock. And once again, like you said, Bill, you said 6th round for Carson Vincent.
Yep.
Grade wise, he should have been gone on my board. I don't know where you had him on yours, but grade wise, he should have been gone.
He was the 4th round grade for me.
Yeah,
So,
well, he's mid 5th for me, but he's going to be taken in the 6th.
Yep.
Yeah, I had a late 3rd on Vincent.
Sam Howell traded to the Vikings.
Yep.
Oh,
well,
Yep.
they
that's a good fit.
Yeah.
They may have found their next reclamation project at quarterback because Howells has talent.
Mm-hmm.
Well, no, wait a second. We just saw Jackson Dart get drafted in the 1st round, didn't we?
Yep.
Yep.
What's the difference between Sam Howell and Jackson Dart other than surrounding talent?
Nothing.
Because
Nothing.
there was more talent at USC and more talent at Ole Miss than Howell played with at Carolina.
Yes.
So he had some decent wide receivers.
Well, he had one of his teammates in Washington. He had
both Dominique Brown, and he had at least 1 year with Downs, but I think he might have been just a freshman that year.
And then he had the running backs.
Oh, Javante. Javante.
Yeah.
Didn't have a great old line in front of him, though.
No, far from it. Far from it.
So we're going to see who the Baltimore Ravens are taking here. But overall,
it'll be somebody good.
Yeah.
Well, there's plenty of good.
Taking a little bit of time here.
Offensive line?
Players that this possibly could be would include, I kind of know their drafting personality a little bit. I wouldn't be shocked if it was Sebastian Castro, but I think they'll probably look at people like Ty Hamilton. I won't be shocked.
Carson Vincent, finally.
There you go. Nice.
I think DaCosta was listening to me rant about Carson Vincent being on the board. So,
yeah.
So
he goes very early in the 5th.
That's him telling me stick it, Barnes. But definitely,
wow.
Okay. He's not going to be a starter right away, but he's going to be a guy that you bring in as a swing tackle, continue to develop him, and eventually he'll come in, probably be their right tackle. I don't think he'll play left tackle for them in the future. No. I think he'll be a right tackle for them in the future. And that seems to be the one tackle position where the Ravens seem to rinse and repeat. We like a guy, he plays for a few years, we move on. But they're going to pay the left tackle, and then the right tackle gets to come in and come out. Morgan Moses, Orlando Brown, even my man from Minnesota is there. They moved inside the guard. Big boy from a couple of years ago, we were talking about him.
Go ahead.
I think you're muted, Bill. I can't hear you.
Yeah, Bill, you're offline there.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah,
Now-
good.
Yeah, I wasn't muted. One of my lights
Yeah.
fell and it hit my microphone, and it actually
Yeah.
turned the microphone off. But Carson Vincent has, once again, the frame, the length, fantastic attitude. Shout out to his father, Richard, who I got a chance to talk to a little bit. It's a terrific family, terrific people. Somebody mentioned, some of the players that have recently fought their way up out of HBCUs. We talked about Marquise Bell a few years back. You want to go back even a little bit further. We saw that run of guys come out of South Carolina State who've had very nice careers, including a guy who led the NFL in tackles. There's still talent to be found. It's just not as easy as it was in 1973, right? Where, where the talent was equal to what you find on the average SEC campus. But they're still really good football players. Kendall Bowler is a guy he won't probably get drafted, but he deserves to have his name called. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I'll be complaining about him as one of the best undrafted players, probably, but there's at least 3 borderline draftable players from the HBCU level this year. And, luckily, the one who truly was an obvious draft pick got drafted. The others, I'll be waiting to see what happens with them. It is an issue, frankly, of connection. In the old days, older scouts probably had a strong connection to HBCUs. They were used to talking to HBCU coaches. They were used to talking and getting to HBCU campuses. And then that broke down over the last 12 or so years. And so the number of guys who even get a serious look has dwindled. The Legacy Bowl was supposed to help fix that. But the problem is they moved the Legacy Bowl to a position where it's not helpful, right? If it happens right before the Senior Bowl, guys can get the call up, and now you get the right people seeing you. But they do it. It's the last All-Star game, and it's just sort of a nice little, hey, it's like a parting gift when you finish second on Jeopardy.
Well, I think the problem that they have with the Legacy Bowl, and you mentioned it, is they can't get the timing right? So because what they're trying to do with the Legacy Bowl is attach the combine to it, the HBCU combine. So I think the most effective way to use a Legacy Bowl is to separate it from the HBCU combine. Because this allows you, right? So what happens is you take the Legacy Bowl, you move it into the old NFLPA slot. But that's now that Saturday before the Senior Bowl, right?
Correct.
So you take that, you move that to that slot. That's going to allow you to fill in that gap between the Shrine and the Senior Bowl, because the Shrine now, because it doesn't happen the week before, it happens the week of Senior Bowl.
Right.
Those guys don't move between those 2 games anymore, right?
Right.
So now you just have, the smaller games, the Hula Bowl, the Tropical Bowl, right? Those games are played weeks before those 2 games are played. So now you have that weekend before. So what you do is you take that Saturday, make that the HBCU Legacy Bowl, make that a whole week, your practice week where you're having all the scouts in there. You keep the HBCU combine the week that it is. And if they shine at that combine, those guys can then hopefully parlay that into NFL combine invites. Or at least it draws the attention to their pro days.
Right.
That's right.
So, but it makes more sense to do it that way. They originally did it the week before the Senior Bowl. It didn't make any sense. It was outdoors. It didn't do anything for those young men. And even now, it's not doing much more.
Not much.
They're still passing on them and signing them if they like them. They may get more guys to their pro days, but if they don't run the times that they really want, they're not really doing anything with those guys. So there's still a lot of HBCU players falling through the cracks, right?
Right.
You talk about Miles Crawley, having all the size and all the other stuff, but once again, is he going to get drafted? No. Is he going to get brought to a camp, maybe a rookie camp? I don't even know if it's a training camp invite, right? So,
That's right.
This is what we're talking about by if you're evaluating talent, not the helmet. You're going to draft and bring in guys the proper way. If you're gonna discard people, and downgrade people because of the school they go to, the conference they play in, you're not scouting the right way.
Yep.
Well, what did I say about Charles Brandt last night? I don't care.
I don't care what helmet he played. I don't care who he played against. He was the second best left tackle off the board for me compared to Josh Simmons. That was it.
Mm.
You know, Riley Mills went to Seattle.
Yep, another Notre Dame guy.
And the Golden Domers most of them were gonna go today. I think Morrison was the first. He went yesterday, and he went where he was supposed to go. Had he not had the injury, he might have gone higher.
Yeah, he would have if he's been healthy. Yeah,
he would have been a top 15 player in that.
Yeah.
So
we should have been saying something for Notre Dame. It's been a very long time since they've had a first round corner.
Yeah.
Right.
But again, they do have a guy who understands that position as their head coach now, and as you see with Leonard Moore being able to step in as a freshman in behind Morrison last year and play as well as he did, that was very special.
Well, we have a prediction from Team of the Media.
Ooh, I like when that happens.
Oh,
now.
Yeah, the Browns just traded up.
If this,
now that would be awesome if that's where it lands after all of this, huh?
Yeah.
Now the interesting thing would be if the name Sanders is being announced and it's Shiloh. I think the world is going to burn. I think the world is going to burn.
Shut it down.
That would officially.
I did get a confirmation that they are going for him.
I'm pretty sure that's what they're doing there, and it makes. I mean, it's first of all, it's fantastic value.
Yes.
If he even becomes a long-term backup, you've gotten good value at this point.
Yep.
So.
Oh, I'm telling you right now.
Guys are on the clock
when this whole Deshaun Watson thing is over, he's good.
Oh, you think? Speaking of character issues.
Oh
my!
Deshaun Watson, yeah.
Thomas, your guys
Fully guaranteed.
Your guys are on the clock right now, Thomas. Steve, y'all are right behind them. So that second pick that we were talking about is coming right up. So we're going to love to get you two guys' thoughts after those picks.
Yeah.
So we're waiting to see what Cleveland's doing here.
For sure.
Steve, any position that you'd like in that pick?
I'd like another offensive lineman. I think they need another offensive lineman because it's been so weak for so long, and their defense is pretty solid. Or another wide receiver because I don't know if I trust their receivers. They still need a number one, which I mean they have the stuff on things, but I think they need another receiver. Honestly, so an offensive lineman or receiver. If this was Belichick, he'd be selecting a kicker right now.
Every once in a while, they show the fans, and certain fans impress me. The guy that goes around as Macho Man has always impressed me. But my guy this year is the dude that's dressed up as Captain Obvious. That dude has got it going. That guy's got to go to he's got the beard game. He's got the hat. He's got it.
Got it all going. Yeah.
I will say this for the Cleveland Browns. Like the whole Myles Garrett debacle, right? Myles Garrett being like, "I need to go to a contender to win a Super Bowl, and I want out," sort of thing. And then they, Myles Garrett finally sits down with the Browns. And they told them what they're going to do at quarterback, and Myles was like, "Okay, sure, I'll take $40 million." So that all seems like a travesty because no way did the Cleveland sit down and be like, "Listen, we're going to draft Dylan Gabriel in the third and then get Shedeur later. Are you okay with that?" Like,
and that's probably exactly what they told him. But he's like, "Oh yeah, that's brilliant. You guys are the best. Let's do that."
So let's admit
Randall,
it was $40 million.
Don't get me started on that Myles Garrett thing. Do not get
there
me
we
started.
go. There he is.
Okay,
Shedeur
I apologize.
There it is.
Yeah.
Bingo.
So now we can finally talk about.
Here we go.
Well, that was my highest rated player on the board.
You think?
I just want him to
Come on,
dominate.
Now,
Wow.
I'm going to say this about Shedeur because one of the things that I've watched since his pro day is a lot of the so-called experts, right, always talk about the deep ball. oh, he throws this high arcing deep ball. And I'm going to explain something to you as a former corner. Those guys bothered me more than the guy that threw with 50-mile-an-hour frozen ropes. When you're a corner, in phase and man coverage, and the ball's coming straight, that's a lot easier to track than it is when you got it floating in the air and slowly dropping. And even if you're in perfect position and it drops over the outside shoulder like he does it, you can't defend that. But when it's a frozen rope, it has to come past you, and you always get hands on it, whether you're knocking it down or picking it off. A lot of my interceptions on deep balls came when a guy had a frozen cannon that came straight, right? Because there's not much arc on it. You're watching it, you stay in phase, it comes, it has to come past you, and you just go, pluck, thank you. Okay? Now, maybe he's really good and he can get it past you, right? But there's not too many of those guys, right? So I think what you're looking at is people they're evaluating by what they want. I want that strong arm guy that can do that. But the strong arm guy has to still be able to get arc on it. If you can't get arc on a deep ball, now you don't have to have the greatest arm on a deep ball if you can throw one time. He does that. Right. So, as much as I love Anthony Richardson's deep ball, it's not always accurate. And even though he throws with 1,000,000 miles an hour, it's defendable. As long as you're in phase or half or semi in phase, it's defendable. So that's what you have to look at is the ball placement there. The guys that throw it in the bucket, there are area throwers that are not the guys that can fit it in windows, but they're area throwers. They throw to a spot, they throw accurately every time. The receiver always seems to be running under it. Those guys are dangerous. Bernie Kosar was that dude, right? He didn't exactly lead you open all the time, but he knew exactly what window to throw it in, and he did that. He didn't want
Jeff Blake. Jeff Blake was one of the greatest drop it in the bucket throwers you'll ever see.
Yes.
My God. Could he teardrop it into guys?
Yeah. Rodney Pete could do that too.
Mac McWilliams.
UCF.
My number
for UCF.
My number 5 slot corner.
Harvey was the first. Sorry, I'm going to correct it. Harvey was the first.
Harvey's first, and I think he's my number. Yeah, my number 5 slot corner, I believe, 5 or 6 amongst the slot corners.
All right, so the Eagles get Mac McWilliams, a good slot. It's a good pick for you guys.
Yep.
So, Thomas,
because they're going to be playing Cooper as an outside corner this year.
So you feeling good about that,
Thomas? As an outside this year, absolutely. I like it. I really do. I feel like when, like I said earlier, when you're a Super Bowl winning franchise, that there's only but so many pieces you can add to the roster, even with departures. So I'm not saying that in a braggadocious way. That's just how the way the cookie crumbles. Like when you saw Kansas City do it the last couple of years, that's kind of how it was. You see the roster, it's like, well, what could we really add to a roster that's already loaded? Well, we can just get a guy here and a guy there. We could use a guy here. Like we start getting into the conversation of we could use instead of we need. So for us, we don't mind having a slot corner. We can use a slot corner, having DeJean on the outside this year. We don't mind that. Mitchell, DeJean, and then we have McWilliams in the slot. I don't know if he's going to automatically start in the slot. He could come in as a nickel or whatever the case may be, however they choose to draw it up with Vic Fangio. But I don't mind this at all. And again, like I said, when you are in a position where a lot of your guys are shored up with every other position there is on the roster, it's like, well, we can literally get what we want. We're not asking much out of this guy. We're not expecting much from this guy. If he, overproduces, fantastic. We did our jobs yet again. If he doesn't, we got guys here. So it's like you're not at a disadvantage with this pick or any pick 3 rounds down. You're not a disadvantage. It's just like, hey, like we could use them, so we'll take them. Like I wouldn't have been surprised if they took a guard, because I know the whole I know when Becton left, I was kind of like, okay, like we need somebody there, and then they traded for Kenyon Green, which I thought was abysmal. That was ridiculous, but they got their slot corner. Don't mind it. So yeah, I like this pick. I just hope they take care of that guard position though, because they never liked Tyler Steen. Never liked him. They had a chance for him to win it plenty of times. Just wouldn't give it to him.
Braden Swinson just went to the Patriots.
Yep. Another LSU guy.
Good pick.
Great pick. So
good pick. That was good.
The Patriots defense. Yeah, so the Patriots defense it seems to be pretty solid. Especially with that offseason they had in free agency and now in the draft. Elliot Wolf said yesterday they're going defense, and now they just got a nice edge from LSU. Two guys from LSU this draft, so I like this pick. Looks like their defense is going to be pretty solid for a few years.
Yeah. It looks like y'all are aiming for physicality, is what I'm seeing a lot. I know certain teams have teams that they're going for. When I see the Patriots pick, it's a lot of, hey, we're going to be physical. We need guys that's going to, make the defense better. So we need our guys to be fast, physical, and hit hard. Because that's what Vrabel's defense has been about when he was in Tennessee, was fast, physical, hit hard. Nothing more, nothing less. So they're attacking that very well. And Swinson's a great pick. Great pick.
That's good, yeah.
Didn't think he was going to fall this far.
Yep. That's good. I mean, it looks like the Patriots have had bad drafts, so hopefully they've learned from their mistakes this time around, and especially with their recent draft history, adding Ryan Cowden, I think, was huge. Get some outside perspective, except for that, besides that Belichick, Elliot Wolf kind of scheme. So I think Ryan Cowden in the draft room is huge too.
All right. So we got some updates to go along with that one. All right. So we saw Riley Mills go to Seattle. Jordan Phillips. The Terrapins are coming to the NFL. Jordan Phillips to Miami. We saw Shedeur Sanders. We saw Mackwick Williams. We just talked Swinson. Jordan James from Oregon to San Francisco. A team that loves to draft running back adds another one. Before we get you guys back to your Saturday, we would love you guys hanging out with us and talking about your teams. Thomas, Off the Dome was off the chain yesterday. What's coming up for him next week?
Next week, we are going to react to the rest of the draft and how it shakes out. Obviously, I probably can't help myself but to go into a deeper dive of the Shedeur Sanders debacle / selection / slide / whatever else. Share my piece on that. The NBA playoffs, I know this is a subset of that, but they're starting to come into full swing a little bit, having some great performances transpiring. So we're going to dive into that as well, share my thoughts on how some of those series are looking. And that'll probably be it. Again, if anything breaks, we're probably, going to talk about that as it may be. But that's the plan on Friday, is we're gonna I'm gonna share my 2 cents on that for sure on those things.
Gotcha. Steve, what do you have planned for team coming to TBS this week?
All right, so Team MBS this week, probably recap of the draft, the Patriots draft, maybe some Padres articles. Also, I am covering the not sports related Karen retrial for Team MBS. That's gotten a lot of eyes when I do that, so I'm covering that as well. And that'll be coming up this week.
All right. You guys, Thomas, enjoy your cheesesteak on Bill, because Bill's buying. And and Steve, you get a pint on Greg.
Oh, come on now. Dump it over Thomas.
I'll make sure. I'll make sure that I restock on my cranberry juice.
Yes, restock your celebratory cranberry juice.
Oh, hold on. Before you go, Thomas. Before you go.
Yes.
Okay, I gotta ask you. Talking about Philly, right? What do you get on your Philly? How do you order your Philly? I want to hear this.
Wow. You know, for me, it doesn't really matter. Is that crazy to say?
Yes,
You
it's
name,
crazy.
you name it, I'm probably.
It is, actually, yeah, no,
I don't.
I mean, the correct answer is provolone,
I'm
but
serious. I'm I'm one of those. I'm one of those people that like I'm gonna just try to mix match and try anything new just to see if it see if it works out. If it doesn't, then it's a miss. If it does, it's a make. So I just literally, hey, I'll try this or try that. I literally had sticks with me for sure. So it's a little bit of a mix and match party, and I like it. Try everything new. Figure out what the niche is, and you stick with that. That's how I roll.
So, listen, I'm sorry. I'm not buying that, Thomas. Come on, we're talking Philly, bro. We're talking about cheesesteak. Listen, I mean, to me, it peaked at when you talk about a cheesesteak. You go, if you want the whiz, I can do the whiz. I can do the cheese whiz, right? But to me, it's with American wheats and onions. I don't need anything else.
There you go.
The lettuce tomato crowd on a cheesesteak don't work for me. It's hot. I don't need the lettuce tomato on it. It's a cheesesteak. Load that bad boy up with cheese.
That's fair.
Onions and peppers, and I could throw a little ketchup on it. Man, that's good enough for me. The people that put mayo on it really worry me. Okay, they worry the hell out of me.
Ketchup.
Oh no.
We're gonna skip the ketchup?
That is the
yeah.
No, sir.
Ketchup also unnecessary, frankly, Jeff. If you're doing it right,
Ketchup is unnecessary on a hot dog. On a cheesesteak, you can add a little bit. It's a steak, baby. You got a little something.
So you put ketchup on a steak?
Yeah. Well, I don't put ketchup on my steak.
Exactly.
The cheesesteak, yes. My steaks, you season it up right. And there's no reason to put anything on it. You can throw that A1 out the window. We don't throw that. We don't do that here, man.
Grilled peppers, grilled onions. If you decide to get fancy like Mr. A snifter full of cranberry, you can even throw some grilled mushrooms. That's fine, but you don't.
On a steak, cheesesteak is all right. That's all right. I've done it with the mushrooms. That's not a problem.
Jaden,
and mayonnaise. Listen,
Jeff. Greg is trying to interrupt us with something about the draft for some reason.
Yeah, because the Cowboys just took Jaden Blue, the running back from the Texas Longhorns.
Look at that, Cowboys Nation. Cowboys Nation. Look at that. They'll be happy tonight. Now they got a running back.
It's a great pick.
Yeah, who is blazing fast? I think the 5th fastest running back in the class.
Yeah. Him and Javante kind of go yin and yang together, so that'll help Javante with his process. And James Blue's just that quick guy. I mean, they compared him to James Cook, and I kind of agree with that with his style running.
I don't hate that comparison, but I don't think he's James Cook.
I could see it.
There's people I can think
like
of.
Iteration.
Yeah.
I don't know if he here's old enough to remember Trung Candidate, but that's who I would.
I remember Trung Candidate.
Yep.
I'll even throw a Tampa native in
well,
the mix.
I want to put this out there now.
Was that Thomas?
Oh, not bad. I want to put this. I want to put this disclaimer out here now. I'm pretty sure after my rant about Shedeur Sanders a few moments ago, they probably don't believe me that it's cranberry juice. It's definitely cranberry juice. I don't know what other way I can prove to you that it is. Maybe I take a picture and show it to everybody. I don't know, but yeah, I will. Now that he's been picked, though, now that he's been picked, though, I will purposely go out and get me something. Taylor, something celebratory because it's about time. Now the best available has been properly taken care of, as I saw the one of the comments here. Now the best players available ticker is properly suited. So I'm going to celebrate that. Finally, I can be at peace with that. But it was cranberry juice, y'all. I want to make that profoundly clear. Okay, I'm gonna say this one more time. It was cranberry juice in the glass. This glass right here, this was cranberry juice special. Okay.
So next time when I see you with the shot glass, I know it's lemonade, right?
I'm saying. There you go.
Just needs a little sip. Yeah.
Thanks, Thomas and Steve, for joining us, man. We will see you guys. All right. Make sure you check out their work at Team MBS, everybody.
Yeah.
We're going to take a quick break. We're going to come back with the boss.
Thank y'all.
Cardozo's going to join us here.
Oh.
Coverage. So hang tight, everybody. We'll be back with more draft coverage here on Team MBS Media right after this.
Hey everybody, this is Greg Rector from Team MBS Media. Once our Draft Central coverage has ended for this year, I will be returning with the final word on Saturday nights. So come and join me here on our YouTube and our X channels. And I hope to see everybody. Take care.
Yo, what it do, MBS crew? It's your boy Thomas here to let you know that on Fridays, 3 p.m. Eastern Time, it's the Off the Dome show, hosted by yours truly. It's a show that literally, whatever comes to mind, I'm going to be very outspoken about it, and whatever that is the hot topic in sports, entertainment, lifestyle, that's what we talk about, and that's what we do. Every Friday, 3 p.m. Eastern Time, it's the Off the Dome show, hosted by yours truly. We talk sports. We talk about relationships. We talk about any and everything that is important and makes us feel good inside. We just very outspoken over here. So again, Off the Dome, Fridays, 3 p.m. Eastern Time, hosted by yours truly, Thomas Brown Jr. And hope to see you there.
Hey y'all, it's your girl Christy Love with Team MBS Media, and make sure you guys tune in to my podcast, Foul on the Play. It airs every week right here on Team MBS Media. I cover everything Chicago Bears. I also touch on the NBA, the Chicago Bulls, trending topics throughout the NBA, and I also cover the Phoenix merger for the WNBA. That's right, so make sure you guys tune in to my podcast, Foul on the Play, only right here on Team MBS Media. Bye.
What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? It's your host, Nathan Snell of Big Nate Sports Talk Podcast. Weekly podcast which you can find here on Team MBS Media. I'm a local guy here in Maryland. I cover mostly all the DMV, all the local area sports. Ravens, Commanders, Orioles, Nationals, Mystics, Maryland basketball, of course, men and women's, college football, Maryland football as well. But I also try to get into a little bit of everything as well, from off the court to even do some interviews with players, different things like that. Big Nate Sports Talk is a central hub where you want to get your news, your commentary, all those things. So again, type in, like, comment, subscribe. Big Nate Sports Talk. Check it out.
Streetwear is not dead. The next wave of black fashion comes out of the Bronx, New York. Rich Kid Clothing, picking up where FUBU, Rockaware, and Kyle Kanai left off. Rich Kid is for the next generation of Get Fly fashion heads. Use promo code MELLOW23 for 15% off your next order. And for orders over $100, there is free shipping. Again, use promo code MELLOW23 for 15% off your next order.
We are back here at Team MBS Draft Central. Excuse me, Team MBS Draft Live. I'm so used to saying Draft Central. We have one more show. Unfortunately, I ain't going to be on it, but we're going to have one more show that's coming up this Wednesday. You'll see the three gentlemen on here hosting that night. But before we get deeper into it, I have to say one more time. NFLshop.com offers a huge selection of officially licensed NFL gear from top quality brands, all in one convenient place. We are passionate about our goal of bringing NFL fans across the globe access to their favorite team's gear. Make sure to click the link in the show description and pick up the latest gear. NFLshop.com, the place for the best gear for fans who want to show their team pride. So we'd like to thank the good folks at NFLshop.com for supporting us here at Team BS Media during our draft coverage. Greg, Cowboy fans are dancing in the streets. You get Jaden Blue before we go to break. We come back. You come back with Shamar James.
Yes,
Shamar James. So you guys are. I get your mic's out again, Bill. We can't hear what you're saying. You're just miming.
Yeah.
We now have our third Shamar off the board for those who have been keeping track.
Yeah. So Shamar James, excellent linebacker. He's going to assist the Cowboys on special teams, especially because, of course, we still don't have Mr. Overshown back there until we don't know what part of the season we're going to have him.
Right.
So James is an excellent pick.
So also going off the board, Ty Hamilton goes to the Rams, so more D tackle help there.
Yeah.
Jason Marshall, cornerback from Florida, is going to stay in the state of Florida, but he's going to go south to Miami. DJ Giddens, running back from Kansas State.
There we go. Good value.
I'll tell you, the running backs, this is that run we were talking about, right?
Yep.
Yeah. So he goes to the Colts. As I mentioned, Shamar James.
That's a good landing spot for him too. Yeah.
The Bengals just took Jalen Rivers, so from Miami, so he's going to Cincinnati.
Yeah.
So we got to update our guest list. We had some good guests on, and now we bring on the boss, Joe Cardozo, in the house.
What's going on? Good afternoon, guys. How you doing?
It's an exciting time.
Well, you know when your parents go on vacation, they leave for a weekend and leave you by yourself when you're a kid, and then they come back and have to do that evaluation. That's what I feel like checking in on you guys, man. I've been left unattended for 2 days. rumors of drinking and debauchery going. Check in with these guys and see what's going on, man.
Yeah, well, listen,
Orange juice allowed, sir.
That seems to work.
Mango juice, my friend, not orange juice.
Oh, excuse me. There's no tariffs in Canada. No wonder you can afford that.
Good point.
Listen, we seem to want to try and fit in. They got podcasts where they're drinking cognac on air. So, but we know you're a huge Michigan fan, and a lot of your guys went early. And now your Commanders are loading up on guys as well. So, overall, your feel from the 3 days so far, how are you feeling about everything?
Looking at the Washington Commanders, what we needed to do was protect our franchise investment, which is Jaden Daniels. So obviously getting Tunsil from the Texans and picking up a tackle again in the draft, I'm definitely all about that. As I heard Ryan talking about earlier today, I don't even think you can consider our team to have a pass rush. I think all of us combined might be okay to make the Commanders front four as far as in terms of being some kind of pass rush to put pressure on the quarterback. So I think that's still an issue for us. Picking up a cornerback was really big. When you still don't know, was Lattimore playing through injury last year after the trade from the Saints to our team, or is it the beginning of the end for him? We know, unfortunately, for some DBs, it's a short shelf life. So I think picking up a younger guy that can come in and possibly step in and be a starter or a really good slot corner was a good move. So far, I'm really excited what I've seen from Washington.
No, absolutely. You've got to get more pass rush happening there, though. That's and if that happens in free agency or wherever the case may be, that's what's going to have to take place, because here in this draft they're not picking anybody, right? It's going to be a difficult task for Washington to be able to attack Jalen Hurts, in the backfield, and that's the one thing that they didn't have last year after they dealt away their defensive ends and all that fun sort of stuff. The Giants just took Marcus Indahl from Purdue.
Okay.
Which Giants are having a sneaky good offseason now.
They need to. They want to keep their jobs.
Yeah, Jeff's made that abundantly clear. Every moment, every move the Giants make could be fired or not fired.
Listen, I've never, like I said, during the season when we were doing moving the chains, I have never seen a GM and head coach stay in place after you've blown it on your star running back and then turn around and pay a quarterback who wasn't worth paying. Usually one of the two alone who gets you fired, but both at the same time, usually they don't even let you back in the state. So the fact that these guys are still working tells you a lot.
Yeah, and the quarterback you paid doesn't even play for your franchise anymore. Hello.
Also true. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, without the pass rush, you think that, because Trey Hendrickson is still potentially maybe on the move. That could be something that if you use future capital, once Cincinnati looks at their roster and they're like, okay, well, yeah, maybe we will move on. We don't want to pay you. That could be a good option.
Yeah, no, I would agree, because my fear is they don't do anything at all, and then you turn to one of those teams that has to just be blitz happy, Todd Bowles style, and I don't think our linebacking core or our developing secondary can handle that. You put a lot of pressure on your secondary on every other play. The only way you can create pressure is to bring the blitz. More often than not, you can get burned that way.
Right.
And I still want to see another wide receiver for the Commanders.
Yeah, that too, for sure. Because you're expecting a big leap from some of your second year guys or some of your free agents. So I agree with you as well. I would definitely say pass rush is probably important 1, and then 1A, and then I would say wide receiver 2 would be B as far as my list of importance for them.
Yeah. And the Cowboys still have not touched the wide receiver, which is beyond me, but okay. They're going with their best player on the board, and that's it. Because this is a Will McClay draft. There's no more interference from Dan Quinn as the defensive coordinator or Mike McCarthy as the head coach. This is all Will McClay's draft. So it's been interesting.
Yeah, no, it definitely has. I mean, looking at the rest of the NFC East, the Eagles keep on making moves and adding more players. And like I said, I feel like what they've done so far in the draft, I'm happy with the Commanders, but that edge, just really having no edge rusher or having guys that can even collapse the pocket from the middle, not having that going into the season is going to be a big gaping hole because everybody else can. The Giants' front four is really, really good. We saw what the Eagles did to Patrick Mahomes. I think he still wakes up screaming with nightmares of being harassed in the Super Bowl. So I think for us, we can't go into the season thinking, oh, man, we're legit contenders. We're really going to give guys hell, knowing we have no pass rush at all.
Well, Antoine Powell-Ryland from Virginia Tech is still there. And I'm telling you, I don't know why this guy has not been taken already. It's beyond me. And that would be a guy that the Commanders could really use.
Yeah, no, for sure. And it's good to see Shedeur Sanders gets picked by the Cleveland Browns. I think that was a great pick by them. Kind of makes me wonder about the Dylan Gabriel thing, unless we're going total youth. I mean, we're looking at what? If they were to do this, what's the number? $172 million if they just decide to drop Deshaun Watson and cut their losses. I mean, that's a tough pill to swallow, but at the same time, you do that and you go with the total youth movement.
And another Maryland player just came off the board in Dante Trader Jr.
Yep.
He's
Coach Loxley getting guys in the league. Okay.
He always sends guys to this league. I mean, he's got good talent there in Maryland. Now they can't go out to Ann Arbor and beat that bunch of clowns, but,
That's
every
very
season.
easy to say, very hard to do. Ask the Ohio State Buckeyes, even though 50 of them got drafted as they should, being national champions.
Yep.
We'd see the excitement from Miami over the Trader pick.
Yeah, well, the cool thing about a guy like Dante Trader Jr. is he potentially, you can, once again, we talk about scheme versatility. We talk about being able to use a guy different places, different ways. He's 5'10" and a half, I think, and 203 pounds, and he's tough enough. He can come down, and a Delaware native. We don't see that many Delaware guys in the league, but my mom's from Wilmington, so I just noticed anybody from Delaware. But he can come down close to the line of scrimmage, but he also is a good enough athlete. He can turn and run, so you can use him at multiple spots in the back half of your defense.
Yeah, and in the wide receiver department, there's still some like good wide receivers out there. I know Bill talked about like Jameer DK and stuff like that, but I mean, for Bill, biases included. Andrew Armstrong's still available. I think he's a very, very good wide receiver that can play outside X. And if I'm not mistaken, Ricky White has not been picked either.
He has not.
Yeah, Ricky White, a great Z, so he's available as well. So there's still some guys out there.
And Jeffrey Bassa just went to the Chiefs.
There we go.
Value.
They picked up a really good receiver too, a couple of picks ago. The Chiefs, another one to add on to their room.
Oh yeah,
Jalen Royals.
Yeah, that's a good pickup.
That's a great pickup. Well, I think it's one of the steals of the draft.
This is like Army of Darkness. He goes shop smart, shop S smart. Well, teams are shopping smart today with all these guys they're getting with the value.
Right.
I didn't expect Bossa around this late. I thought he'd have been gone a little bit earlier today. I didn't expect him back in the fifth.
But again,
I thought more linebackers were going to go day 2, to be honest.
But again,
I didn't expect that.
No,
because I knew you had like gaps in the linebacker ranking. So you probably would have gotten, like we saw last night. You saw a couple go off, and then it got slow. But then in day 3, I thought it would have been like you saw when the Notre Dame linebacker and all those guys started
Kaiser.
in the fourth. So that's when I thought you'd start to see them coming off. But even then, it's still a couple gap. So there's still plenty of gaps in the rankings. So there's going to be a bunch of them that fall out that get chased after and towards the tail end.
Yeah, exactly. And again, it's because the linebacker position is so often now just 2 guys out there.
Yeah.
Right. Wrote a whole article about the death of the Sam linebacker. So, Brian Cox Sr. isn't walking through that door. Seth Joyner isn't walking through that door. We don't. Bill Romanowski, for multiple reasons, God, please not be walking through that door.
That guy was a maniac.
He was truly a maniac.
He should have been a coach in the movie The Program. He would have fit in perfectly.
So the man with more pressures in the college football world since 2023, Elijah Roberts, SMU Ed, just went to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
They're having a solid draft, Tampa Bay.
They're having a really
But this is typical of Todd Bowles. He likes to load up on his defensive players, right?
Jason, for those who don't know, Jason Light as a GM and his staff, the team that led the whole NFL in snaps by rookies last year, Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Tampa Bay Buccaneers, yeah.
Number 1. They have done a good job for a while in finding young players and getting them on the field and getting production from them right away.
I'm a big fan of the trial by fire, especially if your team if you have a good mix of vets and rookies, you can get those rookies out there and get some experience. I like Tampa Bay's approach for sure.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody can win the draft, obviously, until you see people on the field. But I'd say just as an outsider looking in, not being a super duper analyst like you guys, I'd say like Tampa Bay, I like what the Raiders are doing.
Yeah.
The Giants have a really good draft. And I mean, I think also, too, a team a lot of people aren't talking about. I think with Ben Johnson as head coach and you got Antoine Randall and then off on that staff as well, the Bears, too, low key. I mean, Caleb Williams, 0 excuses this season. You got to put up or shut up, kid, like for real. They've bent over backwards to give you all you can need. Offensive line's been shored up a little bit. You got too many weapons, I think, in my opinion. And if that defense can just do what it's been doing the last couple of years and also slightly improve, I think if you're a Bears fan, you got like what you've been seeing so far too.
Yep.
Yeah.
Chargers, since they're up, have had a pretty good draft as well, getting Kyle Kennard, Jamari Caldwell, which a lot of people mocked defensive tackle at 22 for them. Omarion Hampton for the running back, and then Trey Harris for the wide receiver outside. So I think that's a good haul too.
Yeah,
Agreed.
Something I said the other night. I said you have to work real hard to screw a draft board up, screw a draft up with the board that you have, because there's just too much good talent. I think the worst thing you can do is pick somebody that you could have gotten later.
That's right.
But for the most part, you're not picking bad players over good players. There's a lot of good players on the board. It's just a matter of who are you taking. Does it help your team right away? Does it help your team depth-wise? Or you're loading up too much in one place, or you could have gotten more depth with another position. So things like that. But you're not seeing too many teams reaching around for players that are just bad.
Yeah. Eric is very correct here. The UDFA bloodbath is going to be fast and furious,
of course.
as it always is.
Those conversations are already happening for sure.
Yep.
I'm really interested to see what Cleveland does to the quarterback room. I think maybe I think they do. I mean, you're already getting trashed in the media and local papers, or if the papers even still exist locally, for the Deshaun Watson move. Do you just eat the 172 and start fresh, man? Cut out the wound and keep it rolling.
I think it's a softer blow next year. So I think basically, I think you put him on his couch. You're like, just hang out on the couch. We'll give you a call.
and then cut him after this season.
Yeah.
Good point, because with the
before June 6th of 20, before June 6th of 2026.
Yeah.
Yep. And there is no cap relief because you gave him a fully guaranteed contract. So
right.
You're not saving anything.
You're just eating that.
You're just going to be taking that one in the back door.
And
good point by Randall too, though, because I mean, you figure with the re-rupture of the Achilles, he's not playing football next year anyway. I mean, what are we talking about? Week 14, 15, maybe?
Yeah.
Maybe. They have like a playoff chance, and then they put Deshaun Watson in, and it just goes.
And because they've already restructured his contract as well, he's going to be on their books until 2030 anyway.
Yep.
Ouch, man. Ouch. And to think how excited everybody was when that move was first made.
Yeah, well, yeah.
I wasn't.
There's a small minority.
Yeah,
I'll tell you that much. Because he was coming off that great season. He was coming off that great season with Houston when he dragged them to the playoffs, and the valiant effort against the Raiders in the playoffs that he had. And he's gonna change the fortunes of the Cleveland Browns, and it's been everything but that.
He changed them.
He changed them. To the bad. Yeah, you're right.
But you look at it. He had a great year with Houston. Got into the dispute over the contract. Wanted to be traded. Sat out the next year. Then the allegations came. Yeah. Right. Eventually moved on to Cleveland, and then the injuries started. He got hurt the first year in Cleveland. Got hurt the second year in Cleveland. So it's like, it's not been pretty. It's not been in anything but that. When he's on the field, he doesn't look like he's acclimated to the system at all. It just has been ultra bad. So nothing about it worked. It's like the reverse. Well, it's not the reverse. It's the offensive version of Albert Haynesworth. It just never worked, right?
Never worked. Thanks for bringing that up. I still get bills for therapy for the Albert Haynesworth signing, and the Mark Carrier, and the Adam Archuleta, and a Deion Sanders signing. I'm still paying bills for therapy for that. Thanks.
Antoine Randall L, I think, was somewhere in that mix. Bruce Smith. They brought Bruce Smith back for a gentlemanly retirement.
Harper was somewhere in there. That trauma is all bundled together as one. To the Commanders.
Man, they have put together a 1996 All-Pro team. The problem is it was 2004.
Yeah. Bingo.
Shane Matthews leading the charge at quarterback.
That was just horrifying seasons to see. Well, what they were known as. Those were horrifying seasons. It's just absolutely.
You're right. I still have breathing techniques I can use when I think about those memories and the trauma comes back fresh.
It's like those early years of the 2000s with the Cowboys where Quincy Carter was going. No. It is no.
Oh yeah, Q17. I forgot about him.
Yeah. It was just horrifying, and those years happened together though.
Yeah,
they had a QB room at one point where everybody had played minor league baseball, right? They had Chad Hutchinson, who had played in the Cardinals chain. They had Drew Henson, who played in the Yankees organization.
Yeah, go blue.
And of course, the aforementioned Cubs field hand in Quincy Carter.
Yeah.
And what I came to realize is when you don't play football for 3 years, it's not great.
No, it isn't. It isn't.
Makes sense.
No, it was just a nightmare. Oh, and of course, that was in the era of the New Jersey Giants and all of that fun stuff as well. That was horrifying.
Drew Henson. I forgot about it. He's supposed to be the next big thing.
I mean, Thomas Edward Patrick Brady Jr. had to share the quarterback spot with him. That's how big a thing he was.
I remember. That was a huge controversy at Michigan.
Yeah, it was. Man, Brady is still mad about it to this day. In case you're wondering, he is not over it.
I mean, really? I think we could have won more with Brady at quarterback than we did with Drew Henson. I remember those games vaguely with Michigan, but I think there was a couple that Tom probably could have had a different outcome.
Oh yeah.
Henson held on to the ball too long, like somebody else I know.
yes, he did.
Marquis Sigel, the safety from Kansas State, to the 49ers.
Formerly of North Dakota State University prior to that.
There you go.
They're doing a really good job too, San Francisco, of just like plugging in young players to revamp the defense because the defense was to shelve itself last year.
Right.
Yeah.
And
they've done a really good job.
They got some cap issues you may have heard about too. So they got to get younger.
I mean, either way though, even if the cap issues without them, the performance wasn't there on the field that needed to be.
Also,
true. Besides your Fred Warner, who's like a beast. Everybody else kind of Bosa in and out with nagging injuries. I forget his name. Doesn't matter now. He plays for the Broncos. They lost their safety. He was coming back from that ruptured Achilles. Yep. Yeah. He now plays for. They lost 2 guys to the Broncos, so that defense needed to get revamped.
Hafuaga.
Yep. Too.
I remember the hair, not the name.
Don't worry. We have the names. We know these guys.
So they needed to get revamped and get younger on offense, but for sure, our defense, excuse me. So I'm glad to see San Francisco's doing that. Like I said, I don't think anybody, and Jeff was saying it earlier, I don't think anybody's like reached and done anything that makes you say, "What the hell are you doing?" type of picks. Might be surprising with some people's landing spots, but I don't think any team's done like a super deep reach, in my opinion, except maybe the Giants with the dark draft pick. We'll have to see.
Yeah.
Well, there's been a couple of guys I felt like would have been there later that teams picked up, but they aren't. But they've done it in the parts of the draft that people don't comb through as thoroughly. Yeah. So it's not as easy to pick on, but there's definitely some players that went off the board. We talked about this with Chimere Dike. Like, he's a really good athlete, but he's not a great wide receiver. So you're going to have to really coach him up.
And the Eagles just took Small Mondon Jr., the linebacker from Georgia.
Oh, of course they did.
Yeah.
And
Georgia. And they kept the Georgia bloodline, too.
Yeah.
Oh, there's an office in Philadelphia. You didn't know, Randall? There's an office that says Kirby Smart, consultant, in the corner.
Yeah. The first fast rail will be Georgia to Philadelphia.
Yep.
Oh, my gosh.
Players go to the vacation. They go there to rehab injuries. I'm only a sophomore. I got a hurt ankle. We'll get you in the first plane to Philly tomorrow. Yeah. Don't worry about it. How we meet you at the airport.
Can't drive anywhere.
Well, if you do, but it's all gas, no brakes.
Man, they are going to be problematic again.
Yeah.
It's going to continue.
Jihad Campbell puts them in like the NFC Championship since they won the Super Bowl last year. Like, that's how I feel about the Philadelphia Eagles picking up what their draft there, because they're good as it is. They're just getting way too rich.
Death, taxes, and Howie Roseman making you feel depressed if you're not an Eagles fan.
Now, I have a question for you, Bill. Through free agency and the draft, have the Chiefs done enough to be at least in an AFC Championship game again next year?
No. But they're going to have to keep cutting at it, working at it. Free agency isn't over. Like, people pretend it's over, but there's still players out there. And they're another team that's got to be careful about how they spend money. They also don't have the world's greatest amount of cap to work with. I have an article I'm working on right now about what I think they should do to try to create more cap space. And the obvious thing is to get their big money guys to restructure, but they restructured a lot already. And we saw it under the Saints. Like, at some point, you can't dine and dash in the NFL. Like, at some point, you got to pay the bill. So they've got some guys to decide on also. The Chiefs I'm not going to say their window isn't closing because they still have Patrick LaVon Mahomes II and Andrew Neil Reed in the big chair. So they'll always be a threat, but they've got more work to do. I'm gonna flat out say it. I've gone through their roster carefully, and I'll do it again after the draft. But they're in a dogfight. The Ravens, I mean, Buffalo's going to be tough for them. If they have to see the Ravens in an AFC Championship game, that's going to be tough for them. The way that they're currently constructed, the Ravens should be able to score on them. Their defense has some holes in it that I guess they're going to try to still fix. And their offense is looking better. Their offensive line still could use help. Rashee Rice, assuming he stays, which I should not assume, but assuming he stays healthy, with what they've done, the rest of the offense should be fine at the skill positions. And of course, they may already have Travis Michael Kelsey's replacement, but if not, they may want to. There's still good tight ends left. I think Thomas Fedome from Nebraska is still hanging around, right?
Yep.
Yeah, they might have some tight ends to shop for, I believe, in the next time they get up on the draft. And then the rest of it would be defense for me. I would try to find at least one more young tight end to throw into the mix with they got two guys they like, but I don't think either of them is going to be Kelsey. So they've got some work to do.
Yeah. Heard. Yeah. Just curious because I think Buffalo and I think Baltimore are in the same boat where it's like it's time to prove it. What they do in the regular season, at least to me, doesn't matter. I mean, those teams could both win 13, 14 games.
And they probably will.
Well.
Right.
What are you going to do when it's playoff time? There's been too many coulda, shoulda, woulda on both sides. Buffalo, Josh Allen's the MVP. I still say that the tight end should have caught that pass, in my opinion, still. The Baltimore Ravens, I don't blame Mark Andrews for dropping the ball. Shouldn't have been in that position in the first place after the way they dominated so much in the regular season. So I feel like those two teams, what they do in the regular season doesn't mean anything to me. It's all about playoff performance and getting over the hump.
Right.
It certainly does.
And the opportunity is right there in front of them, quite frankly.
Yeah. I do have some teams take a step back. Like I think the Miami Dolphins might take a really big step back as far as they go this season.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think they haven't really mentioned it, and I think they're waiting for post-draft and stuff like that because Buffalo always has a yearly motto, and it's always been like get to the playoffs. Now let's get to the championship. Now get to the Super Bowl sort of thing. So I think their goal is the 1 seed. I think they really want the 1 seed to take that bye week, which they haven't had in this competition. So they always run into somebody like the Ravens or the Chiefs, and it's their second or third game. I think their goal is to get that bye to make it easier on themselves and kind of make it through. But I agree. I mean, they're doing nothing but defense this draft. So they understood that we gave up so many points and we scored 30 points a game. No excuses at the moment.
Well,
just defense on defense.
Another tight end who could have helped the Kansas City Chiefs just went to the Carolina Panthers, and that is the Fighting Irish, Mitchell Evans.
Oh, Mitchell Evans, yeah. A guy with a bit of an injury history, but a good football player.
Oh, yeah. He blocks so well downfield. He's very good at it. And of course, when he goes to the spot and he turns, he's going to catch that ball. He's just going to catch it.
Bryce Young getting some help. I like it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Carolina's had a pretty solid draft. Also, their team has done fairly well.
I feel like they started taking football seriously, like when he came back from his little hiatus in the bench. Like truly, like the coaches started coaching a little bit better, the players started playing a little bit better. See if they can carry that momentum into the season.
But Bryce Young was again a quarterback who was put out there too quickly.
Yeah, agreed.
it just happens so often. And Bryce Young should not have been the starting quarterback for the Panthers until he had learned how the game is actually played at the NFL level, because it's completely different from what you see in college.
I will say I was pleasantly surprised that it only took like a 3 or 4 game break, and then he came into his own. I did not expect something like that to happen, like only taking that 3 or 4 game break and then it working. I was very surprised, and I was pleasantly surprised.
And that is a Notre Dame heavy tight end room in Carolina because Trumbull was still there.
Yep.
Yes, right. But I think they recognize that Trumbull's not a full service tight end, right?
Well,
I mean,
He's
I
a
like
move-
Sanders. Sanders is a good pass catching guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, he's always been a move tight end, and I think that's where he's made his money. So you got to
Right.
have an inline Y. I think what he gives you is he gives you the inline Y with potential to have some bigger plays.
Bigger plays.
Evans, third down, red zone are probably going to be his calling card. Not so much, big plays down the field. I think he's going to be a guy that's going to keep them moving the chains, keep them scoring in the red zone, not just by blocking, but also catching some passes too.
Right. And that's they recognize, what you and I just said, that at some point, if you're going to turn the corner, take that step and become a contender, you can't just have it's okay to have specialists, but you can't have specialists doing things that aren't their specialty. Right? At some point, you have to have guys who can do the other stuff, and then have your specialists just do their specialty.
Indeed. So we're waiting on your Pittsburgh Steelers,
Good old
Bill.
Steelers.
We are waiting on the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Oh, I mean, Jack Sawyer at 123 was a good value.
That was a really good
Yeah.
value.
I mean, they've got great value except at one position, the quarterback. They just have
This could be
Now Shadar's gone.
McCord. This could be that was what I projected. I thought we'd get McCord in the middle rounds, so
Nice.
I might be right.
Well, you better be right, Bill, because I'm pretty sure that the pitchforks and tiki torches are coming to the facility in Pittsburgh if they don't get a quarterback soon.
So you're not going to run out and buy your Skylar Thompson jersey yet? Is that what you're trying to tell me?
No. And as much as I liked
Mason Rudolph
when he came out, I realized he was a limited player when he came out. So I don't think much higher of him now because he's been around long enough. So.
What's the level of the Kirk Cousins interest for Pittsburgh? 0, or is there an actual
It's
interest?
not 0, but the reason that it didn't happen, as you might have heard, with the last veteran quarterback that was spending time with us, is money. So if he's willing to come in, if he's willing to do what Russell Carrington Wilson did and say, give me vet minimum with incentives, he would already be on the team. But once again, who's the number 1 ranked quarterback all time in the SBQFI, people, the Sam Bradford Quarterback Finesse Index? It is that gentleman from Michigan State University we just discussed. Yes.
Sam Bradford Index.
The Sam Bradford Quarterback Finesse Index, number 1 all time, the leader in the clubhouse of the Sam Bradford Quarterback Finesse Index.
He's not only the president, but he's also a client.
I forgot all about him. He was the reason they did the rookie salary cap and the scale because he got boatload of money from the Rams
because of finessing people. Yes, because he
and
finessed.
He sneezed and tore every ligament in his knee. Yeah.
Yes.
Well, you got a guy. What are the colors? Black and gold.
Yep.
Well, you got a guy who embodies the Steelers, Yaya Black.
Yaya Black. Okay. I like the player. We have a strong interior defense now. All the guys we've gotten have players who are going to contribute. We are going to have to get creative. Maybe we'll be running some Wildcat. It'll get interesting.
I can hear the rumbling of feeling down the street towards Pittsburgh way. Okay, forgive me, Mr. Rooney. We're connected on I still call it Twitter. Everybody says X now, but
Twitter.
To me, there was only one X. That was Malcolm X. But anyway,
There we go.
Yeah.
You know, but yeah, that just it baffles me. I mean, listen, go get a quarterback before it's not there when you come back around. Stop messing around thinking that we could wait. You'll be all right. I'm not waiting on Aaron Rodgers. I've seen that crack in the sidewalk trip up 3 other teams. Okay, not doing that. Okay, I'm not going to sit there and say, well, you know what? Maybe we could wait long enough to get Kirk Cousins and get Atlanta to eat a good amount of that guaranteed money. Atlanta's going to want to offload that on you if you get desperate. So that's not a smart move. That Atlanta, they're not cutting him. They're going to trade him. All right. So I think right now, you're right, Rick. So, I think right now the best move is go get your guy now. You got bridge quarterbacks. Go get him now. Stop messing around, because you're going to mess around and be dealing with some guys really low on the board coming into your training camp if you don't draft one. I mean, let's see. Do you really want to mess around and see Ethan Garbers in your camp competing?
Go get him, Ethan.
How about Max Brosmer? You gonna be comfortable with Max Brosmer hanging out?
Oh yeah, get out there, Max. Show him what you can do.
I like Donovan Smith as a project. Do you want to see him trying to compete for your starting job?
Not when we can make Greg happy and have Nathan Rourke. I'm not Nathan.
Are the Steelers in the clock right now? I don't have the draft.
No, they picked.
Heard it.
Yeah, we picked. Black.
And we right behind him, we saw Rondé Gatson II go out to.
Sorry, Greg.
Yeah, I know. To Seattle. Torrey Horton to Seattle.
And there's
Torrey Horton to Seattle.
That's a great pick.
Like 3 more picks for Buffalo. We have like 3 more. Man.
So yeah. I mean, there's a lot of good talent. I mean, somebody's going to take Will Howard. Somebody's going to take. Oh, but Bill, there's hope. Riley Leonard's still around. So maybe Riley Leonard.
I don't know about that one.
That was deep cut.
Brock Ayers is still out there from Texas, right?
Yes. Those guys are going to go at some point in the next couple of rounds. I don't expect them to fall completely out of the draft. Somebody's not going to want to fight to pay those guys after the draft. They just want to take them now and bite the bullet now. You're getting them on the cheap anyway, right? So, but I think they're going to exhaust the better players on their board before they come back for those guys. But, the way it's looking, I mean, there's going to be some names hanging around afterwards. A guy, I didn't expect him to get drafted, but I saw a lot of teams interested in him. I saw the Niners talk to him for about a good 15 minutes. Taylor Algesmer from Canada.
Yeah, there you go.
The Canadian import. We
could double up on Canadians. We could draft Rourke late and then go get Algersma as an undrafted free agent.
Yeah. There you go.
Thereby capturing the Canadian market.
But you got to pay tax on that.
That's right.
I'll be here all week.
But I almost forgot to say, that you don't never fear. Graham Mertz is here.
Yes.
Because you could never go wrong with a Wisconsin quarterback.
Really? Really? Oh, okay.
You said that. I was trying to think of one, and I was like, I can't think of any.
Jack Cohn, who's now a backup quarterback in the with the Saskatchewan Roughriders.
He is. Yeah. Solid backup for the Saskatchewan Roughriders. He's
NFL quarterback.
Oh, NFL.
Not a clipboard holder.
That's slightly
star Wisconsin quarterback, not a clipboard holder.
There's not too many.
Yeah, exactly.
People try to count Russ, but Russ got his degree from North Carolina State. He spent one season obviously Wisconsin, and 4 of them at NC State.
The first center is off the board. Drew Kendall, Boston College.
Good player. That's a
The
good,
first
tough
true
guy.
center.
Yep.
The lunch pail and hard hat guy.
He is definitely a tough guy. Yeah.
Wow. So Jared Wilson is still out there.
Yep. Kandra, the kid from Cincinnati, is still out there. There's a lot of good interior offensive linemen.
Yeah.
Did somebody finally take Jackson Slater?
Yes, I was about to say. We totally glossed over
there.
Tennessee took Jackson Slater. Yeah.
Okay.
Good pick for the Titans. They're
Sacramento
loaded up.
That's a great pick.
Yeah.
New GM in the Tennessee too, right? They got rid of the last guy.
Yeah.
Well, they got rid of Rand Carthon.
They got Mike Bergonzi, so they finally pried. I don't know why it took so long. They finally pried away Howie Roseman's right-hand man from him.
Yeah, because Carthon was there. Cup of
Carthon
coffee
was only there 2 years. That's the
was
funny
brewing
part.
his second was brewing his second batch of coffee, and then they fired him.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
He got the Folgers treatment.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Whew. That's rough. That's rough.
Speaking of
it's
which,
it's hard to
you
get
guys
interview and say, well, tell us how you did things in Tennessee. Well, I got there, I was trying to fix a mess, and then I was gone. So,
Oh, absolutely.
What mess did you have? Well, I had the guy before me traded away our best receiver for nothing in the draft, and I had nothing but a mayonnaise in his coffee quarterback and some other guys. So
a mayonnaise in his coffee.
I mean, it's kind of true. He's not wrong.
Yeah, it's pretty accurate.
Yeah.
Zoff Frazier, the UTSA corner, just
yes. Now people will try to compare him because he's not as big, but a big corner from UTSA. He is not that. He's a good player, but he's not that kind of freak. But he's a good football player, and he's going to be, a guy that sees the field in certain situations, and I think he'd eventually develop into a starter in a couple of years.
The new generation watching these videos of Shedeur Sanders. I mean, as soon as he got drafted, he was on every platform going live streaming.
Yep. Yes, he was.
It's going to be good for the box office for Cleveland too, though, as well.
Yes.
I mean, he's got maybe what they thought they were going to get from Johnny Manziel as far as box office. They'll get from him actually, and maybe the play to match prop perhaps, which would be nice.
Right. Yeah, and the difference is he's actually going to care about football. Like that's funny how. One guy, we hear all these weird backstage rumors about this, that, and the other thing. The other guy who, I'm not telling, anything people don't know, had addiction problems coming into the league, and you didn't hear all these whispers about him. Yeah. But whatever.
Well, some of them have other addiction problems, and unfortunately, we've heard about them,
Yeah.
It's like the one guy from Blazing Saddles. You said that twice.
Yep.
And they still draft him, right?
Blazing Saddles was a movie back in the 1970s, kids.
I've seen Blazing Saddles. Are you? Is it me?
No,
I know the name. Never seen it before in my life.
You've never seen Blazing Saddles?
No, I know the name.
Okay, so
especially because Jeff references it so much, I know the name, but I've never sat down and pushed play.
Please, as a gift to yourself, give yourself
a little version. Don't see the edited version. See the unedited version.
Okay, I can remember that.
As a comedy double feature, start off with Blazing Saddles, get yourself warmed up. And then, have you seen Young Frankenstein at least?
Seen who?
Young Frankenstein.
Nah.
Oh, I haven't seen that one.
Okay, so
you can skip Young Frankenstein. I'm gonna tell you that right now.
Yeah.
Don't they feel differently? To me, Mel Brooks peaked at Blazing Saddles in History of the World. Part 1. After that, you didn't have to. You could discount. And I love Spaceballs and all that.
Yeah, I've seen that before. Spaceballs is hilarious.
Spaceballs was decent. It's not the same.
No, it's not even the same category as Blazing Saddles or History of the World Part 1. Those two right there. Everybody loves Young Frankenstein. That's like the intro to Mel Brooks compared to those other two films.
Okay.
And Jordan Hancock, the Ohio State
Jordan
Buckeye
Hancock,
corner,
safety. Yes.
Yep.
just went to the Buffalo Bills.
That's a great pick. We need one more safety in that room. He adds to the kind of competition in strong, but also will help with the free. We got from Washington. We got a Derek Forrest coming in on a 1 year, so that brings competition with him, and then he can kind of sit and learn. It's a great value. I had Hancock in a late 4th rounder, so I love that.
Interesting that we're saying safety. They announced him as corner.
Yeah, I definitely see
Really?
safety.
Yeah, they announced him as corner.
Well,
So
they
I
must be
don't know
playing
if
to play.
it's because of-
They must play a lot of zone.
I think he
Buffalo
moves the
does.
safety. When I graded him, I had him because he did play some corner. So
He has
graded
played some
him.
corner. I'm aware of that, but
It wasn't
wasn't always the best.
No,
look.
I graded him and said he's probably going to move to safety.
Yeah.
I think that's the long-term goal for him. But I did grade him as a corner. But apparently, I wasn't the only one.
Yeah, he's an adventure as a corner.
Yeah. I always saw him as a safety, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he doesn't recover well.
No, sir.
In a Buffalo spectrum, that does make sense because we got Dane Jackson from Carolina back. We got Tre'Davious White from Baltimore back. Drafted Maxwell Hairston. Have Christian Benford on the other side. We have Jamarcus Ingram in that lineup and Daquan Hardy on the practice squad. So realistically, safety, if I had to guess, Brandon Beane is drafting him as a safety.
Yeah. Which would make sense.
Right.
So the Cowboys have moved their 171st pick to the Lions.
Huh. Okay. The Lions could possibly. So think once again. I'm assuming pass rush. Jared Ivey is a possibility.
Nick Nash.
Yeah,
would be
Jared
fun.
Ivey.
Nick Nash would be so much fun instead of Jameson
Nick
Williams
Nash.
being there.
I'm in big Nick. Another older prospect, right? A guy who'll turn 25 during his rookie season, but really good football player.
Yeah.
Yes.
Converted quarterback, late conversion, right? Very late conversion. He was 22 years old when he converted. You don't see that guys convert that late very often, but he made one of the most successful conversions I've ever seen and caught everything at San Jose State. I mean, once again, we talk all the things you say about a guy like Jack, except for blocking. You know, Besh is a better blocker, but all the stuff you say about Besh, you could also say about Nick Nash, except Besh is a better blocker. But fearless. Great body control, pretty good route runner for a guy who's not been playing the position very long, and just tremendous hands, soft, quiet hands. The ball just gets sucked in, and it doesn't get away from him.
Yeah, I think he's a quarter or a step faster than Besh, right?
Yeah, he's a little faster than Besh.
Yeah.
Not quite the blocker, but
No.
yeah, fast.
No
Yeah.
way. No way. I think the only guy I've seen convert from quarterback to wide receiver that was a really good blocker was Miller back in late.
If you don't count, now it's kind of a cheat because he played a bunch of positions, but if you there's a devastating blocking wide receiver who was at one point the MVP of a bowl game, the Peach Bowl, where he passed for 455 yards. You know what I'm talking about? He also played running back at the same school. So he played 3 different positions in his college career. Georgia.
Oh, come on, man. That's too easy. Hines
You
Ward.
should know this.
Hines Ward. It's got to be
Right.
Hines
He
Ward.
was the MVP of the Peach Bowl, passed for 455 yards. But
I was playing when Ward was playing. So.
But yeah,
it's
he
not
was
Hines Ward. It's not Champ Bailey because Champ Bailey never threw a pass.
No.
Yeah. Also, Champ Bailey never threw a block, to my knowledge. So, but Hines Hines could have played safety. Hines could have played a bunch of different positions.
Yeah.
Hines Ward was one of those guys who could have played in the era of single platoon football and been just fine.
With the leather helmet. He's a football player. He's a
he
football
could have been a pure leather helmet guy. Exactly.
They don't make him like Heinz Hort anymore.
Coming from Germany.
Oh.
As the push to be international continues by the NFL.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
They won't stop.
Yeah.
No.
There'll be games live from England. They'll have football teams out there. They'll have teams out there.
Yeah.
Division.
Yeah. International division. Live from Seoul.
Miles Frazier comes off the board. LSU.
Oh, good
nice.
football player.
Yeah. There's a lot of that going around.
Yeah.
Yep.
He's gonna smash some people. I mean, that's his thing. I mean, there's a few guys that are. You talk about Mimbo earlier, right? Mark, that's his thing too. He's just a devastating. But when he gets his hands on you in the run game, ouch! He's trying to like bend you places you should not be bent.
Has that what we call nasty disposition.
Yes. Oh, yes. Well, I mean, my favorite quote when I spoke to him at the combine, I said to him, I asked about like favorite short yardage goal line plays, and he talks about the play he likes to run most. And I said, why that one? He said, because I get to mush someone's beep. Yeah, he just loves. So we're talking about like this is where you're going to see those, especially like interior offensive line, linebackers, running backs. Like this is where those guys are going to come off the board. The next there'll be a tight end run coming up. I think somewhere pretty soon too, where the other tight ends that we haven't come off, the Fadones, the Conyers, like those guys are going to come off. We're going to see a run on some of those positions that people felt like they could wait on.
So I'm looking at guys that were traditional centers for the most part. Because that was the one position we said wasn't really deep, but was probably going to have to wait because the amount of guys that are probably be moving from guard to center. And
I was about to say, right.
Yeah. So
5 or 6 of these guys are draft that we think of as guards are going to be moved to center.
Yeah. So just looking at the natural centers that are listed, Jared Wilson and Drew Kendall are the two guys that were considered centers that were drafted.
And the big question mark for me is who will be brave enough to take Willie Lampkin?
That was what I was saying. Yeah. Willie Lampkin, Jake Majors, Seth McLaughlin, Clay Webb.
Yep. Right. Webb
is still out there. Addison West. Chris Paul just came off the board.
Just was taken by the Rams.
Jim Wickens is freaking out.
Oh well.
You know,
I mean, yes,
Addison West.
he loved that guy. He interviewed him and all that other jazz. Bill was on the air with him. But guess what? The Bills have their team as their war room suggested. Chris Paul did not come into play. That's it.
Yeah, I'm very okay with that. I'd rather have Sean Dolak next pick.
There you go.
And that's what you could very end up having here at pick 173, right?
Yep.
You could.
You know, yeah, there's so many of these guys that are going to end up just around somewhere. Let me look at guard. I want to see the guard position. Still a lot of guards out there.
There's a lot of guards. There's many guards.
All right, so I mean, the top of it is pretty picked over. Joe Huber's still out there. Bryce Cable Dude. What a last name. Cable Dude.
Yeah, right. And Clay Webb's still on the board, right?
Yep.
Yes. I just mentioned him with the centers. Yeah.
Right, you mentioned with the centers. But I mean there's teams who also think of him as a guard. But yeah, he's still there.
Cable Dude, Josh Gray, Marcus Tate, Xavier Truss, Garrett Dellinger, Marcus Weir, Cameron Johnson, Dalton Cooper, Hayden Connor from Texas.
So Jackson Hawes, Tennessee from Georgia Tech is who the Bills took to fill that tight end 3 role. We lost Quentin Morris.
The Harvard man who went to fringe up at Georgia Tech. But yeah, that's another guy loves to block. Like it's his favorite thing. Like he really wants to block.
Yeah, we needed that, especially losing Matt Collins as one of the best blocking wide receivers.
Yep.
We need to get that in line. So I love that pick.
And then there's a strong chance that most of those guys, the majority of those guys, might be free agents signed up after the draft, Jeff. But has anybody who was a guest on this season of Draft Central been drafted yet?
Not yet. I'm actually talking to one of their agents right now, Chris Quattrochi, about some of the guys: Ricky Correa, T.J. Sessions, Ryan Johnson, Jalen Williams, Jay Jones, Rodriguez Clark, Christoph Atkinson, Ty Trent. A lot of these guys have interest from NFL teams. They've been talking to them. We're just waiting to see how the board plays out. They may get pushed out, but they'll probably get signed. The guys that are going to be high priority, they're going to be guys that get the rookie invite. So that's what we're waiting to see. It's hard for these guys because when, like we were talking about, that board is so thick in the middle. There's still really, really high grades on the board that are getting pushed down. And when that happens, these guys get pushed down. So they may get pushed out, but they may not get left out. So that's the main thing is trying to find out where they end up.
Yeah. So it was with Arizona that the Cowboys made the trade earlier to get the linebacker from Florida. So the Cardinals are on the clock here, and they get pick 204 in the 6th round as well. So,
okay, well done.
Moving back and stacking up picks. That's how it goes.
Yep.
Look at the Arizona Cardinals trying to act like a functional franchise for once.
Yeah, we've seen some teams that had currently been stumbling around. The Raiders, I'm not trying to pick on them, but they've been notably poor at drafting in certain years. They've clearly righted the ship some. Spytac has put together a different approach to drafting.
Old man
than they had in the past.
Denzel Burke, Ohio State to Arizona.
Yeah, 27 Buckeyes drafted so far. Jesus Christ!
There's a lot of them. Yeah,
they had 15 players drafted in the first 50 picks this year.
Good for them.
Which beats that school up north who had 13 the previous year.
Unfortunately, though, when we played them, they didn't win. So moving on. We'll take our 2 wins back to back, including the one on the road. Nothing like planting a flag in the middle of the shoe.
Yeah. But we've already discussed the planting of flags. That's just not a thing. Yeah.
Denzel Burke could be a very good value here. If you can get that 2023 Denzel Burke, I think he plays closer. I think his long speed is the biggest question. But you get 2023 out of him, absolutely.
Yep.
But they're going long in the secondary, right? So you look at it, out of their 7 picks, all of them have been defense for Arizona. 2 of them have been corner. So you talk about Will Johnson going in the 2nd, Denzel Burke here. They went linebacker with Cody Simon. They went edge with Birch. They went D tackle at 1st overall with Nolan. So they've addressed every level of the defense in all of their picks so far. While there's offensive value on the board, they seem to value the defensive side right now.
Well, Mr. Gannon is their head coach, so they still need another running back, however, because Connor is old. I mean, he's always.
Well, the good news is that a lot of running backs.
Oh yeah, let's look at the running back market while you mention it.
I mean, it's loaded still.
He's old but productive.
Yes.
Well, yeah, but again, you get that injury, and they're in big trouble.
Okay, so looking at the running back market, Krosky Barrett still out there,
right? Kyle Monungai is still there.
Quint Allen out there, Damian Martinez, Rashard Smith, Raheem Sanders, one of my favorites, Ollie Gordon.
Gordon.
Oh wow, he's still out there.
Yep.
And he's going to be on the board probably for another 25 to 30 picks, just because he's not explosive, he's not fast, he's tough, and he's smart, and he has good vision. but he just doesn't have the ability to like get to the corner and turn the corner and go.
Yes,
I think he's going to have a lot of people eating their words when he
if he goes to a situation where it's the right kind of scheme, particularly, yes, he's going to be just fine.
Yeah.
Put him in the right situation. He could be your Brandon Jacobs light.
Ooh, okay.
Okay,
I like that.
Not a explosive runner, but a power runner that makes it hard on secondary and second level tackles, defenders to tackle, especially in a lighter box. Right. So if you can get the first wave blocked, he can do it on his own with the power that he supplies when he gets a full head of steam. The problem is if you get him going wide, it's hard for him to generate the power. And if you get to him early on runs, he doesn't generate enough power. But once he gets that train rolling, get off the tracks.
There you go.
A couple of guys, I know you know these names, Joe, that are available. How about Kalel Mullings and Donovan Edwards?
Oh, I do. I do. I do know that name. Donovan Edwards, absolutely.
You know, there's a guy, I'm going to say this. He's going to be a treat, whoever signs him after the draft. And that's going to be Corey Kiner. I think he's going to fall out, especially with the way the board is. He's just too much talent ahead of him. But don't be surprised he ends up in somebody's camp, sticks around for a while. And all of a sudden you're going like, wow, where does Kiner kid come from? Well, if you watched him at Cincinnati, you know where he came from.
Right.
So,
right.
He's got a lot of juice to his game. I think he needs to get stronger, but not just in the weight room, but just overall in running style. There's certain ways to clean that up where he can help generate a little more power in how he runs. But he's never going to be the most vicious power runner. You just want him to be able to absorb the first contact and get off. So, Joe, it's been an amazing year during this draft cycle. What are you expecting? Next week starts the new draft cycle once we close out Draft Central. What are you expecting from us next year?
Oh man, well I think it's going to be you have some different level of quarterback talent. I think you'll have some franchise changers available from the quarterback position. I think that we talked about it a lot leading up to this draft. This is all about finding pieces that you need to make to fit your puzzle to make your team level up. It's all about getting depth this draft cycle. I think next season you'll see some guys that can be major impact, not just quarterback. We'll start with quarterback, other positions as well. Guys you can plug and play that can be culture changers and team changers. So I'm excited to see what that's going to be. And as far as Team MBS goes, I mean, obviously bigger and better. I think it was tremendous production, information we had this season. I think next year just level up to hold at the level.
We appreciate the platform you have given us. I know I appreciate it more than anything. The additions of Randall.
Yeah,
definitely going to make this even better.
Yes, sir.
I appreciate it. I'm just honored to be with you guys, be able to talk. You guys are so insightful and stuff like that. And Joe, thank you so much for allowing me to write and be on here. And it's incredible. I've had so much fun this cycle.
No, not a problem, man. And also definitely want to thank the viewers. I mean, the views have been tremendous. I mean, when you're a little guy fighting against the big ones like that three-letter brand, PFF, when you're going up against people like that, the Bleacher Reports, the Yahoos, to see where our numbers are, not just in the live stream, but the articles and the website visits. I know for me, I greatly appreciate that. So I definitely want to say thank you to everybody who's clicked on the article, retweeted something, been on Instagram, because we're everywhere for sure, who's liked and followed us on TikTok. It's definitely appreciated. And then from you gentlemen, just doing the grunt work, the tape, the film watching, to not just talk the talk, but also walk the walk when it comes to this draft process. Because this isn't something you just wake up in the morning and say, okay, today I'm going to be a draft analyst. It's months. It's months of reading and research and meeting agents. The MBS Draft Central shows where we got a chance to talk to prospects and hear these guys talk about their passion for football and their dream to play for the NFL one day. I'm really excited to see who gets signed from a team and makes a team and be able to circle back with that player and talk about their journey. It's been an awesome experience. Simply something I don't take for granted.
Well, I'm going to say this before you run, Joe. You know, I appreciate. I've been with you since now 2019. This has been 6 years. We've grown this platform on the draft side for 6 years, and with some great people. Some of them have left us for other ventures.
Yep.
And I must say, the growth that happens here at Team MBS Media would not be without you allowing us to do the work.
Yeah.
You know, allowing us to be creative, allowing us to bring new ideas to the table. And I will say this, that forever, I am a Joe Cardozo guy.
There we go.
Appreciate that, man.
Absolutely.
And it's funny, before I leave, talk about new ideas. People might not know, I'm always on the road traveling for work. So I'm coming to you guys live from my mobile command studio in Springfield, Illinois. I had two guys pull me to the side from the restaurant I'm working at now and tell me how they loved the site, they enjoyed it, but you know what we're missing? I was like, what's that? I'm thinking they're going to say like hockey content or golf content, but you have nothing on your website about college wrestling. I said,
yes,
Bill Carroll.
Yes,
You guys are really from Bill Carroll, and they were talking about you're missing. There's a huge fan base for that. You're missing.
Yes,
articles.
I'm going to make fetch a thing.
How come you don't cover events for college wrestling, but you got that fake stuff on there? I was like, hey, I don't know what Bill paid you to drive out here to tell me that. I said, I'll listen. I said, I'll think about it now. I said, because for 3 or 4 years, he's been chirping in my ear how I'm missing the boat. And then the one kid was like, not just college, you need to get in the high school wrestling level. I was like, okay, we need to calm down here.
Yeah.
But no, I appreciate you guys, man. I appreciate what you guys do for not just for me, but for yourselves and getting your own personal brands out there. And like I said, to everybody who's been watching the show today and watching anything Team MBS does, I greatly, greatly do appreciate it. And I told myself 2025, one of my goals is to get myself out there more and my face out there. So I am the face behind the brand, and I appreciate you guys very much. Appreciate it.
Well,
Yes.
you are number one in our eyes, Joe. You might cheer for that school up north that I despise, and you might be a Commanders fan, but you and I get along very well, despite your fallacies of fandom.
Backhanded compliment.
It's choice of words.
Hey, you live in Canada. I don't hold it against you, so that alone should start some major points.
Right. There is no tariffs on our stuff here. There's no tariff on that.
That is true. Start doing my Amazon shopping and just send it directly to you. Probably, maybe it might be easier for me.
Yeah. So you know, what the heck?
Yeah. All serious aside, though, you guys enjoy the rest of the draft, man. I'll catch you guys down the road, and don't forget to like, subscribe, and share.
Like, subscribe, share.
And for those that want to get involved in the media side of things, and you want to do your work, whether you want to write about college sports, pro sports, Team MBS is always looking for people. As you've seen, we have several names that have gone on the bigger things. Brock Vieira with Sports Illustrated. Ashby Prasad at one point was with NBC Sports. We have several others that are currently with those guys at NBC Sports. Guys, Boston,
who was with the Bengals.
Cincinnati.
Preacher Report.
Yeah, and I forgot the other guys that we had that were with Bleacher Report at one point, and there was somebody with Yahoo Sports.
Yep.
If you come here and do the work, people will notice.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
We like to thank everybody that's been watching. Last year, we went over 2,000 live views. We have smashed that already. This year, we're knocking on 3,000 live views.
There we
we're
go.
out of the draft.
Yep.
So
and that's why I invited Randall to come on to Team MBS. We met in the draft professor's room, and we were on a show together. And I just said, hey, this young guy needs to get some exposure here, and boom, here you have him.
I appreciate you, Greg. Yeah, you definitely. I loved it, and glad. Honestly, draft the team is where we kind of started, because then that's when you noticed that boards were big, sort of thing, and that was one of my favorite exercises throughout the cycles of the draft. So I love it.
Yeah, exactly. So, and besides, you live in Arkansas, where I used to live as well. So
Yeah. From New York, live in Arkansas.
What part of New York? What part of New York?
Rochester.
Oh, Rochester. Okay.
Yeah,
See,
Rochester.
See, people don't realize that the original buffalo wing recipe came from Rochester.
It did.
Right.
It did. Yep.
Yes, they were the Rochester wings before they were buffalo wings.
Right.
You know?
Yeah, there's that whole big controversy with Western New York on who created the wing and the wing recipe sort of thing, because you got John Smith who did the mumbo sauce up in Western New York, and he takes claim to that and says it was stolen from I can't even remember their names, because I honestly believe John Smith made the wings. Anchor Bar was the one that created it, but
right.
I'm on the John Smith side.
Yeah, I know. You know, I was never a huge buffalo wing guy. But I had a friend of mine I used to work with from Rochester. He goes, "No, I got to bring you a sauce. Trust me, you're going to love it." And he says, "I got it from one of the originals." And he said, "It wasn't from Buffalo. It's from Rochester." Yeah. And he brought it to me, and he goes, "This is a virgin sauce." And I actually used to eat it. And it was, and me who don't eat buffalo wings used to eat it. So, you know.
Oh, another cornerback, Dorian Strong for Buffalo.
Hey.
Yeah, listen, they're there. They are there.
Virginia Tech in the house once again.
Blacksburg.
Good length.
Beautiful Blacksburg.
Yeah.
So
Man,
we're
just
starting
defense
to see
on defense.
Yeah.
No excuses.
So we're going to recap some of these picks. So Dorian Strong is the first of the 6th round. We didn't get into the back end of the 5th. So Jackson Hawes, tight end from Georgia Tech to Buffalo.
By way of Harvard.
Yes. We did talk about Denzel Burke. Robbie Oates, Alabama, going to Seattle.
Okay.
Tyler Barron finally comes off the board to the Jets, Jets.
Just end the season. Oh,
Well, season's over. Yeah. They can't say that now. So it's supposed to be now the hope period. We're selling hopium. So
are we? Oh.
You know. So here we go. The Ravens pick is, and we'll see who they're picking up in a minute. So, you know what? We've reached the 4-hour mark. We're waiting on the Ravens. We're in round 6. Let's take our next break. We'll be right back with more of live coverage of the 2025 NFL Draft here on Team MBS Media. Hang tight, everybody. We'll be right back.
Hey, everybody. This is Greg Rector from Team MBS Media. Once our Draft Central coverage has ended for this year, I will be returning with the final word on Saturday nights. So come and join me here on our YouTube and our X channels. And I hope to see everybody. Take care.
Yo, what it do, MBS crew? It's your boy Thomas here to let you know that on Fridays, 3 p.m. Eastern Time, it's the Off the Dome show, hosted by yours truly. It's a show that literally, whatever comes to mind, I'm going to be very outspoken about it. And whatever that is the hot topic in sports, entertainment, lifestyle, that's what we talk about, and that's what we do. Every Friday, 3 p.m. Eastern Time, it's the Off the Dome show, hosted by yours truly. We talk sports. We talk about relationships. We talk about any and everything that is important and makes us feel good inside. We just very outspoken over here. So again, Off the Dome, Fridays, 3 p.m. Eastern Time, hosted by yours truly, Thomas Brown Jr. And hope to see you there.
Hey y'all, it's your girl Christy Love with Team MBS Media, and make sure you guys tune in to my podcast, File on the Play. It airs every week right here on Team MBS Media. I cover everything Chicago Bears. I also touch on the NBA, the Chicago Bulls, trending topics throughout the NBA, and I also cover the Phoenix Mercury for the WNBA. That's right, so make sure you guys tune in to my podcast, File on the Play, only right here on Team MBS Media. Bye.
What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? It's your host, Nathan Snell of Big Nate Sports Talk Podcast. Weekly podcast which you can find here on Team MBS Media. I'm a local guy here in Maryland. I cover most of all the DMV, all the local area sports. Ravens, Commanders, Orioles, Nationals, Mystics, Maryland basketball, of course, men and women's, college football, Maryland football as well. But also try to get into a little bit of everything as well, from off the court to even doing some interviews with players, different things like that. Big Name Sports Talk in a central hub where you want to get your news, your commentary, all those things. So again, type in, like, comment, subscribe. Big Name Sports Talk. Check it out.
Streetwear is not dead. The next wave of black fashion comes out of the Bronx, New York. Rich Kid Clothing, picking up where FUBU, Rockaware, and Kyle Kanai left off. Rich Kid is for the next generation of Get Fly fashion heads. Use promo code MELLOW23 for 15% off your next order. And for orders over $100, there is free shipping. Again, use promo code MELLOW23 for 15% off your next order.
You are watching Team NBS Media. We are a digital media brand covering sports, entertainment, and lifestyle, with team members all across the country. Through our written content, podcasts, and video content, we bring you fresh and professional content. Interested in joining the team? Shoot us an email or DM. Make sure to like, share, and subscribe.
And we are back. And we're going to run through some of the most recent picks because I'm excited about one of them. And I know Dolphins fans, you better be. All right. So we saw Bilal Coney.
Yes.
Yep.
God, he's a good football player.
Yes, a little injured with the football program that he's with, but I'm happy for him. He's a very good football player. Right behind him, Miami. This is why you should be excited. You've got Ollie Gordon.
Yep.
Right, the one running back style that you don't really have on the roster.
They do not.
You're gonna appreciate him when you get to the red zone. You're gonna appreciate him when it comes to short yardage. Okay, he's able to hammer it in.
Thumper, yeah.
Yeah.
And the Raiders just made me even happier because another guy I was high on, JJ Pajay, comes off the board.
Yes.
Oh, nice.
Very familiar with him. Once again, I know the person who brought him there to that program. He's not just a run stuffer. He actually can collapse the pocket.
Yes, he does.
I agree. Doesn't hurt that he could be a fullback too.
Yes, there you go. Right. Old swivel hips Piggies. Yeah, old swivel hips Piggies. Yes. Yeah.
Rick, you just got a physical player.
Yeah. Ollie Gordon II is a physical running back.
Very.
No little slouch. He is not
Blunt
a slouch.
force trauma. Okay.
Is he 6'1"?
Yes.
Yeah.
6'1"? Yeah.
And change. Yeah, and change.
Right. A little bit taller. Yeah.
6'1" and change. So and that's part of why you don't see that immediate acceleration that you see with some of the smaller guys, but he can get up to speed. It just takes him a while to get there. So his 40 time isn't going to extenuate anybody. But what he does so well is when he does get through that second level, right? He does a great job of picking out the guy who doesn't want to tackle him, right? Yeah. And attacking that guy. You can see he's really good at spotting the guy who's not interested, right?
a corner especially who doesn't want to come up.
Often corners, right? Yeah, often corners, but whoever it is, it's the person who's didn't sign up for this or thought they had.
That ankle biting safety, you know?
Yes, right.
Yeah.
So he gets big runs, but not by making a bunch of people miss or like blowing past everybody. He gets big runs by taking sharp, interesting cuts at the second level, in the second level, and by, like I said, challenging guys who just may not be up to the challenge of tackling.
I have some bad news for you, Bill. The Eagles just picked Kyle McCord.
Oh, okay. I mean, that's not heartbreaking. We still got Will Howard.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Don't worry,
Kyle
Bill.
York
Good get
was
at the
off
backup.
board.
Don't worry, Bill.
Yeah, we'll be all right. We'll find our way to 9 wins because we always do.
The oasis of Connor Bazelak is always there.
Connor Bazelak. I mean, I'm warming up to the idea of Mr. Rourke more and more.
No, listen. I think Nathan Rourke is going to be
Curtis.
Rourke. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Curtis. We'd have to make a trade with the CFL to get Nathan.
Yeah, I'm sorry. They're too close in years for me to separate the two. That's what the problem is. I think Curtis is going to be a solid quarterback. I just don't know if he's going to be a starter. I didn't grade him.
Well, I mean, whether he wants to be a starter or not may not be up to him. He may have to start. We'll see how it plays out.
With New Orleans adding all these guys, maybe you can steal Jake Haener for a future draft pick.
There you go. Right? Yeah. They can't keep them all.
Yeah.
Spencer Rattler, he would be so fine.
They're not letting Rattler go. They're probably
not letting Rattler go, but he would be fun. You're right about that.
He would be fun. And they already have Tanner McKee as a backup quarterback.
They have a lot of quarterbacks actually.
Yeah,
and now they've added McCord as well. It's going to be interesting in Philadelphia.
Yeah, I don't buy Carr as McCord's comp. McCord has slightly different strengths and weaknesses than a guy like Derek Carr. I don't know why people sort of landed on that as a comp, but there's some fun stuff in his tape, right? You can find some interesting, some good throws. He's aggressive. They set him free in Syracuse, right? You saw him play sort of almost passively sometimes at Ohio State. Ironically, right, with more talent around him, he seemed to be a little less willing to take risks. Then he goes to a place where, I won't name the name because I guess it crosses Greg Payne, but his best player is a sort of move tight end to throw to, and a running back.
Jackson the second, who is now a.
You're okay now. Okay, you're okay.
I'm okay now. As soon as the Cowboys moved that pick to 152 and took the linebacker, I said, "Well, there goes Gadsden. There's no way he's coming to."
Oh, okay, but yeah. So he goes from throwing to guys like Ibuka and Garrett Wilson. I mean, a ludicrous number of NFL wide receivers to a couple of guys who are probably going to play in the league. And but it's freed up. Maybe it's the expectations are different, but whatever it is, he attacks down the field more. He's more willing to take risks. Like I say, he's set free. So. Like I said, the guys I think of when I think of guys who played like him are not Derek Carr, though. That's sort of an odd one to land on.
Yeah.
To me, he's like a better version of Cooper Rush, but he has enough of an arm. It's not a cannon. Carr was more athletic. Carr had a stronger arm and was a little smaller framed, despite the fact he had a stronger but smaller frame. Yeah. McCord's a slightly bigger bodied guy. And once again, he has enough of an arm. There's not too many strong arms left. Most of the strong arm guys are really gone. Yeah. That's part of why when people say, what's some of the attraction or interest around, some of the guys that went earlier, even though they might not have been complete quarterbacks, when people are saying, well, sell me on, the old sell me on, well, the stronger arm guys went off early, right? That's one of the knocks on Shador.
We have our first kicker off the board. It's Andres Borregales, the Miami kicker. And he goes to the Patriots.
Yep.
Who was asking? Who came on saying that he wanted a kicker? Was it Steve?
Yeah.
Well, guess what, Steve?
There you go.
You can pop the cork on your bottle of cranberry juice and start celebrating because you managed to get one of the guys you were targeting.
So we're getting to the point in the draft now. We're still early in 6, so we're not totally done, but we're nearing the end of this draft because 6 and 7 go pretty fast.
Yeah.
Post-draft traditions for you guys. What is your post-draft tradition?
Writing an article on the best players who weren't drafted. Been doing that for 30 something years now. So since I was with the old Answer newspaper back in my hometown, I was a teenager really at the time. So God, it's more than 30 years. Good Lord, it's more than 40 years. What am I doing? It's been many, many years now. I think about it. So yeah, back when I was basically a child, I started writing my first best of the rest, best of the not drafted articles. So I'll knock one of those out, and maybe you'll see it on Team MBS Media. But I'll write it.
What about you, Greg?
Well, since we don't do a draft grading of the current players selected, I always go back 3 seasons. It's 3 seasons, kids. 2022 NFL draft is the folks that I'm now going to go through, and we usually, last year we did a show on that, the 2021. So I'm thinking of doing that on the next Saturday as part of the final word.
There we go.
Okay.
That'll be fun.
Yeah.
How about you, Randall?
I'll definitely do some articles with this year since I get to write. But typically, it's always giving my wife a break because it's been Thursday, Friday, and Saturday morning.
Nice.
So once that clock hits, I'll send her off to hopefully relax by herself to do anything alone while I take care of the child.
Yes, for me, when this draft is over, like every other draft I've covered and worked on, I sit down with my Stella glass, have a beer, play a game of Madden.
Nice. I love that.
I have not, from the end of college regular season till now, I've not had that chance to kick my feet up and just relax. If I do it, it's for 20 minutes, 30 minutes, but when we get heavy into the draft cycle, it's all about that.
Yeah.
It's about putting shows together, getting guests. It's about, everything I'm doing there. And then people forget that I also coach. So there's high school stuff. I'm going to clinics. I'm doing all that stuff. So, you're part of the Coaches Coalition. You're going to those Zoom calls and meet. So my wife sees me in this office a lot, doing a lot of different things and some other stuff, that'll eventually show up. So, the main thing is that relaxation, that time to just deprogram, take a minute. And yes, I'm finishing my degree too. So that's a whole nother thing. Right? So while we were on air, I was also getting final stuff. So think about that. We're broadcasting, doing draft shows, talking to guests, breaking down players, and I'm still doing finals while we're doing all of this. So this is, if multitasking had a face, you're looking at it. So for about an hour to an hour and a half after the draft, I have a beer, and there's no multitasking other than sipping a beer and playing a game or two of Madden.
There you go.
I love that.
Devin Neal, the running back from Kansas.
Kansas. Yeah.
So the Saints have some help for Alvin Kamara.
Yep, Marcus Harris.
Another Cal DB. Cal secondary, man. Woo.
Mm-hmm.
There's talent there, right? We talked about that. There's talent there. So they're coming off the board. Like I said, it depends on where you have them. The guys that we talked to on the show from Cal, TJ, those guys that would be
Sessions.
Yes, TJ Sessions.
Ricky.
I don't know who that is, but yeah, weird text messages that I get sometimes. So I think the main thing is, who are you looking at and saying, where are these guys going to fall? This board, we talked about, so congested. There are guys that we want to see them get their moment. It just may not happen because there's just so many guys still around that are just getting picked. Teams are going, like we said, value. This guy's still there, take him. So, but I'm like, it's nice to see the Cal guys coming forward. Now we're starting to see the safety position really getting picked over, right? So,
Which again, safeties, linebackers, and running backs are all devalued especially the safety position is, as far as I'm concerned. But They just get picked later and later.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, Xavier Watts going as late as he did to the Falcons was what? I mean, that was a shocker to me.
Right.
Yeah, it's hard to like, I guess, put those together because it's hard to separate them because Buffalo values their safety play so well that I've
Right.
always valued safeties like since I was a kid, sort of thing.
Right. And they're right to value safeties.
Right.
Like it's not like some weird, strange thing to do. Think about the way NFL football is played nowadays. If your safety play is average, it limits some of the things you can do as a defensive play caller. If your safety play is bad, you're really handcuffed as a play caller because you can't take risks.
Mm-hmm.
It reduces how much you can blitz. It reduces how much you can play man coverage. It reduces everything you can do as a defensive play caller if your safety play is bad. I think the NFL as a whole undervalues safeties.
I agree.
Absolutely.
Yeah, well, the main thing is, and you're seeing it with some of the guys we saw. Trevon Merrick, highly drafted, right? Goes out there, makes a name for himself, and then all of a sudden, free agency comes around. They don't want to pay him. They let him walk, right? So I think we're starting to see certain positions, running back, safety, are becoming the rinse and repeat positions, sometimes even tight end, right? Unless you're leading the league in catches as a tight end, you're getting a modest deal. And, Bill, you got what you wished for.
Yeah.
Will Howard is a Steeler.
Will Howard.
You have been saved.
I told you.
Now,
I told you.
This is going to be the Kansas State version of Will Howard, not the Ohio State. The Kansas State version. That's what you're going to get, Bill.
Well, Will Howard and Skylar Thompson get reunited. I think they overlapped 1 year, if memory serves it correctly, in Manhattan.
Yeah.
So it's you have synergies there. These are guys that know each other. They'll get a chance to compete again for a quarterback job. Things to like about Will Howard. He's a big-bodied guy. He's physically and mentally tough. He was a beneficiary, obviously, of his year at Ohio State. But yes, if you go back and watch him at Kansas State, you get a better feel for what he really, really is as a player. He is a guy who played in a very RPO-heavy offense at Kansas State. And they had some talent, but it wasn't so much that it distorted what he looked like as a prospect, right? Which happened a little bit at Ohio State. Where I heard late first round talk at one point, which was the craziest of crazy things. I mean, well, until today, which is the crazy of crazy things in the draft season took place today with what happened to Shador. But prior to that, the craziest thing was people trying to push Will Howard to the later part of the first round, which is just insanity. But frankly, he should be a long-term backup, but he might get a chance to start. So good for you, Will Howard.
I find it interesting how years ago, there's certain things when you were a college quarterback that boosted your stock, right? Winning a Heisman boosted your stock. Winning a national championship boosted your stock. Doesn't seem to matter recently in the past few years, right? No. Sometimes the Heisman winners get noticed, sometimes they don't. Winning a championship sometimes gets you noticed, sometimes it doesn't. It worked for J.J. McCarthy, not so much for Will Howard. Right? Here he is in round 6 getting picked. But,
well, part of that is the 3+ year age gap between those two players. That's part of it.
You think about, the quarterback from TCU that got him to the college football playoff and did a championship. Yeah. Max Duggan. Didn't work. Who
got drafted, which was shocking to me, actually.
Yeah. But didn't work for him, right? Didn't boost his stock any where he was.
I think it did because he got drafted, which I don't think would have happened otherwise.
Yeah. So Curtis Rourke remains undrafted.
I don't know. I don't see him going to be a Dallas Cowboys quarterback. So I think they should. The Buffalo Bills need a quarterback. They need one.
There you go. Yeah, that's where they
No, we
need
need
to
a
finish.
backup.
Yeah.
I've never believed in Mitchell Trubisky. Trust me.
Exactly.
Oh, where have I heard that before? Oh, everywhere.
Yeah.
That's the thing that's catching me about this draft class. There's a bunch of guys that you could look at and say, this guy could be a long-term backup for us if we develop him. And we're not seeing that, right? You're seeing teams go, the talent, talent. Not so many teams here in the 6th round going, you know what? Let's secure our backup quarterback position right now and go get this. Nope, they're not doing that, right? So there's going to be a lot of these guys that fall out that are going to be hanging around for people to pick up afterwards. You know, wait a minute. Let me just make sure I'm looking at the right names and saying who's available. All right. So nobody is even. We saw Will Howard come off the board.
Yep.
Dylan Gabriel, Jalen Milroe, Quinn Ewers is still sitting there with his family, wondering what's going on. K. Rourke, Brady Cook. You know.
Yeah, well, Brady Cook's probably not getting drafted.
Yeah.
No.
You know, so Riley Leonard.
Speaking of the CFL, that might be a landing spot for him.
Yeah.
So
there's going to be guys that get signed after the draft. Greg, you may get your wish, and they may sign Cam Miller after the draft.
Oh yeah, don't say Cam Miller's name out loud. Don't do that.
Oh, listen. If you don't draft him, there's going to be competition to get him somewhere.
You already ruined Oronde Gadsden Jr. for me. He already ruined Oronde Gadsden by mentioning him earlier. Cam Miller is a fine quarterback, but UDFA, like Romo was. But I want to give the quote from last night from Jerry Jones at his press conference about Shedeur Sanders. First of all, I don't want to make an evaluation, but we thought and evaluated extremely high in this draft. Now, obviously, you have Dak Prescott, the highest paid quarterback in the league. I have an edge. I know what winner that he has in his bloodline. I do know that, and consequently, with my firsthand knowledge of my relationships over the years with Dion, and I know I've watched 2 or 3 ball games with his son, and so with my knowledge of them, I know where the character is there. Boy, it is a great character. It is an unbelievable competitive winning character for sports. And so I can tell you that I don't know how many scouts have visited with me about the character of the Sanders group, but they should, because it is absolutely up with the very best that it's ever been in the sport. Those are the words of Jerry Jones regarding Shedeur Sanders.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
It'd be very annoying with the. Oh, sorry.
We have another kicker off the board. Tyler.
Here we go. The run is on.
That's a clue, right? When it comes down to their kicker at the moment, he hasn't gone yet, right? Justin Tucker has not been released or anything.
No, but he between starting to miss kicks and allegations, he's got a lot going on.
That's the clue right there. That's the clue right there.
Yeah.
They're moving on.
Yep.
And with just two more field goal attempts, Brandon Aubrey becomes the highest rated field goal kicker in the history of the league.
Right, of all time.
All time.
They should put a minimum on kicks.
He's a robot. He's a robot.
Yep. Yes.
But with the Shedeur thing, what would probably be the most annoying thing is, remember like Justin Fields with the Wonderlic test, how he failed the Wonderlic test and there was reasons. Then they pulled it back and said that it was like the test was not graded correctly when he started playing good. I would hate that once this draft ends and everybody's like, oh no, we just had a 5th or 6th round grade on Shedeur and won't say anything else, right? Just leave it at that as a talk. Be like, no, that's exactly all 32 teams had him around that grade based on talent, and that's what it was. And then then it'll go away. That'll be the most annoying thing.
The Houston Texans just added to their secondary. They've already got Petrie and Stingley. They've just added Jalen Reed.
That's a good pick.
I'm telling you, if you're the Jacksonville Jaguars and you think Travis Hunter is going to be a great wide receiver, you wait until see what Stingley, Petrie, Jalen Reed hit this guy, and I mean, he's going to get hit. He is going to get a pounding from this Houston Texans defense.
Wow.
Which is why I had Hunter as my number one corner and did not rate him as a wide receiver. I'm sorry, these boys in the NFL, they hit you, and they're not going to let you just run the field the way you think you did at college. Oh, and that school up north, Mr. Mullins just went to the Tennessee Titans.
Oh, hello.
Oh.
Yep, Khalil Mullins.
Yep.
Okay.
Or if you're a Superman fan, Kal-El.
Kal-El, right.
He's also a tall guy, right?
Yeah, he's
Yeah,
another 6 foot plus running
6'1".
back.
Yeah.
And unfortunately for the Donovan Edwards crowd out there, like Brock Vieira was, I'm sorry, I said Mullins much higher on my board than I had Edwards.
Well, they're very different running backs. Mullings is a plotter, but he's a effective plotter.
Yeah.
While we have a chance, let's take a moment. Since we're here, wrapping up the draft, last half of round 6 and all of round 7. It's been a great 3 days. There's some people we got to thank along the way, right?
Yes.
I'd like to thank Mike Corte with Trillion Sports, who runs the FCS Bowl and a Tropical Bowl down here in Florida. Both games give me a chance to evaluate not only small school prospects, but Power 5 prospects as well. So some of those guys are getting their names called. So kudos to those guys. Shout out to those guys over at the
Tropical and the
Hula Bowl. Thank you. I was about to say Honolulu Bowl, but I ain't been in Hawaii. The Hula Bowl here in Orlando is formerly of Hawaii. They moved it to Orlando a few years ago. I'd like to thank them as well. Another chance to evaluate some of the guys we're seeing in this draft class. And, of course, Senior Bowl, where Mr. Bill Carroll was at, formerly Jim Nagy, but now he's running Oklahoma's program.
Yes, he
but
is.
Staff over there at the Senior Bowl, we'd like to thank you for having Team MBS and Bill Carroll in the house. The NFL for allowing Bill Carroll once again to be at the Combine. And whatever colleges I've worked with, South Florida, UCF, Bethune-Cookman, and many, many more, as far as evaluating their guys for the process that we're in. I look forward to seeing you all on the road again this year.
Yes.
So I just want to make sure we actually get it out there. We don't get a chance to thank them enough when we're out there on the road. We're too busy running and chasing after players and getting information and not getting enough chance to work with them because they're actually busy working and trying to keep things organized and flowing. So we'd like to thank all of them as well.
I want to thank Marcus Freeman because you brought us back, baby. Thank you.
All right, so the Colts pick is about to come in. Riley Leonard. It's a real crowded quarterback room.
Yes, it is.
Riley Leonard against Danny Dimes and Anthony Richardson.
That's going to be fun. That's who needs to have hard knocks. Right? That's going to be fun stuff.
Right?
Yeah.
The
Spider-Man meme?
Yes.
Yeah.
Which one of y'all is an control the football? Right? All guys that can run, but are inconsistent throwing the football. They just keep pointing at each other. This is exactly what it is. But you know, you want to say he improved from when he was at
Duke,
but at the end of the day, he was the same guy to me. He was
Yeah.
the same guy. He's still
He
struggling
actually-
because he's
he
throwing the
actually-
football.
He was a lesser player at Notre Dame than he was at Duke. He really
I would.
was.
Yep, I would agree.
When he was at Duke, I said to Bill in a DM, Riley Leonard could be a very highly picked quarterback, and he just went downhill as far as I was concerned. But again, that's
Injury.
the Notre Dame offense. It is not the modern day offense that Duke was running. Notre Dame, they stick to their guns, and that's it, right?
Yes.
So
That's a good way to put it.
although they do have Lloyd Carr, the former coach of that place up north that I despise, his grandson, CJ Carr, is going to be the starting quarterback.
That is
and
correct.
That young man has the tools. He has the tools.
He has the tools.
And he has a young man that's going to be lining up next to him, who everybody has their eyes on for next year's draft class. In Julian
Jeremiah Love.
Jeremiah Love, sorry.
Yeah.
Who is, I don't care. You guys know I despise this always pushing the Heisman Trophy onto a quarterback, which drives me crazy. Jeremiah Love is my number one guy for the Heisman Award for next year. Just as Ashton Genty was this year. I don't care about the quarterbacks. I don't care. I want running backs to win the Heisman Award again.
Yeah. Tim Smith off the board to Indianapolis as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Another talented but inconsistent, this is where those guys should go, right? Talented but inconsistent. That kind of this is your place. Welcome home, talented but inconsistent players.
Yeah, they need to be coached up. That's where these guys are going.
Just double checking something real quick. Did we get all of the most recent picks in?
Yeah.
Yes, we did.
Yeah.
Okay, so we are quickly burning through.
Okay, what SEC guys left for Howie?
Well, there's a decent number.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
But again, I mean,
there's guys like what is that kid's name? Jamon Dumas Johnson from Kentucky is a guy that could potentially end up there. Nazir Stackhouse from Georgia. They love Georgia.
Stackhouse, yeah.
Maybe
I guess
Eric
I can't remember. So Texas is in the SEC. So Jake Major.
The pick is in, and it's a tackle from that school up north, Miles Hinton.
Hinton, yeah. This is about the right spot for him. I think Hinton was my number 223 overall, so it's a little early for where I had it.
Yeah.
And the one thing with Hinton is he's a guy who has swing tackle abilities. Played left, he played right. I think he's better at right, but if you need a guy, everybody needs a swing tackle. Mm-hmm. So I think that's where you look at players like him. This is where the value of the draft is. You go out there, you get your young guys. You want a veteran swing tackle, you got to pay. That means you're capped.
Right.
Yes,
right.
So you have the ability to draft a guy who could be your swing tackle eventually. It's a lot cheaper. He's a lot more upside. He can stick around with your franchise longer. Okay. And maybe if he's good enough, he gets to start for you at some point. Yeah. But if he's just a quality swing tackle, you can keep paying the guy to be a swing tackle his whole career until you're ready to move on. So I think that's where you look at guys like Hinton. You look at like Cable who goes off the board now Seattle.
Seattle.
These guys that you look at for depth that could come in and be long-term depth options, and maybe if they improve enough and hit their ceiling, potential starters. They'll not be high performance starters, but they'll be quality starters to serviceable starters. Yeah, see, these are the points where the pictures go like this.
Oh yeah.
There's no point to even putting graphics up. By the time you put one graphic up, the next one. Yeah, you're on the clock. Pick us in. You're on the clock. Pick us in. You're not going to have octopus hands. Yeah.
Catan Crawford should come off the board in a little while. Also, somebody mentioned Krosky Merritt. Yeah, that's a guy somebody could be considering.
Yeah.
Somebody should take a chance on Tez Johnson.
Right.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Chicago would possibly be a good spot.
We've had a little mini run on quarterback again. Do we think the Quinn Ewers comes off the board eventually?
Yeah, I think soon, somewhere soon, somebody snaps him up.
Taj
Brooks to the Bengals.
That's a good pick.
Yeah.
This is about where I had it. Well, no, it's a little. Where'd I have him? I had him. Where did I have him? Hold on, before I start this. I had him 191.
No.
I believe he's in the 150s for me.
And he went 193, so.
Okay, so that was close.
On the nose. Or at least close enough,
Yeah, it was pretty close.
Greg, what picks do you have left? Do you have any?
For the Cowboys?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we got three. We got 3 picks left.
You still got 3?
Yeah, because we traded the 204 to get the 152 spot.
Right.
Okay.
211, 239, 247. I think are our 3 picks left.
I think Buffalo still has 206 and 240. With the trade with TJ, we picked up 240.
Yeah, I don't see you guys having a pick here at 206. No, you that's gone.
Okay, that is gone. So yeah, they must. I think they might have used that in the trade to trade up for Deion Walker.
Yeah.
Got it.
Jalen McLeod just went to the Jaguars.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You think back 3 years ago, to think that we'd be here in round 6, Quinn Ewers is still sitting on the board, and nobody's having a meltdown. Nobody's asking where he's going. Yeah. 3 years ago, they were talking about him potentially being at the top of his class.
Yeah, possible Heisman Trophy winner, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
So he was the first $1 million NIL deal, all that good stuff. So here's the things that you like about Quinn Ewers. He is a guy that is, once again, a tough guy. He's played through a fair number of nagging injuries. He has good natural accuracy. Not a great athlete, but decent athlete. Sort of a lot of his physical characteristics remind you a little bit of Baker, Reagan, Mayfield, right?
Yeah.
Not quite as strong an arm, right? Weaker arm than Mayfield, but like the other things about him are similar to Mayfield. Maybe not quite as physically powerful in the lower body as Mayfield, who has a deceptively strong lower body. He is a really effective. I don't like him running, but he's an effective short yardage runner. He's trucked guys in the red zone. Now, I don't encourage him to do it, and he gets really hyped up when he does it. And I think he's going to, get himself hurt if he keeps doing it. But he has a really strong lower body, and that's where it separates him. That's probably why he has more zip on his passes also than does Ewers. But he's a guy that has been thought of as a star for almost a decade, right? I mean, people were talking about him
in high school.
Literally, I mean, he goes to South Lake, which is a factory, and is yet another one of the lineage there. And there's some drama surrounding his recruitment, as we all remember if we were there for it, and where he eventually settled, and then he eventually comes back to his home stomping grounds. I mean, literally home stomping grounds, like very close to where he grew up at Texas, and has a storied career. But you could see some things both physically and mentally that he needs to work on. If he's either a bigger, stronger guy or a guy who made even quicker decisions, you could see somebody falling in love with him much earlier. He needs to do a little bit of both. Work on the mental side of the game, and then work on that body too. He's another guy that looks like he could stand to. He's not tiny, but he could stand to put on a few pounds in the right place of muscle in the right place.
He needs the mullet back.
Yeah, maybe that's the issue.
That's the issue. That's the issue.
Mullet powered. Is
Yeah,
that it?
mullet power.
Yeah.
That's going to be the Quinn Ewers story. And for all the people who think that Arch Manning is coming out in 2026,
highly unlikely.
I'm going to give you. That's right, Bill. I'm going to give you guys all a slap in the head if I see you rating Arch Manning as a 2026 quarterback. He is a 2027 quarterback. Right. He is staying in school. There's no doubt in my mind that he stays for his 2 years at Texas.
Yep. Was it smack in the head for us or for the viewers?
For anybody.
we can share. There's enough for everyone.
There was a time when he's gonna come out early, he's gonna chase the money. There's no need to chase the money for some of these kids because you're getting paid millions of dollars with NIL deals you're signing and something to stay in school. So
right.
A little bit of Penn State this year.
Yeah. The poverty money, that you used to get for coming out early is no longer there. Now the poverty money is to stay in school.
That's right.
Right.
So, but you can start talking about Drew Aller next year.
Yeah.
People start writing about him. If they are our state, they'll start very, very soon.
Nussmeier from LSU.
Right.
That's going to be an interesting evaluation.
Sellers.
If Jaden Miava has a big year at USC, I mean, there's going to be plenty. Noah Mendoza landing now at Indiana. There's a lot of Levitt, right, who we just saw have a terrific year at Arizona State. There's a lot of quarterbacks that
Moss,
could potentially be
Miller Moss as well.
Yep.
Lenore still could have one more year of eligibility. Could he stay for 2027, or does he have to declare 2026?
He doesn't have to, but
he doesn't have to.
Right. He's got an extra year, yeah. Because I kind of thought he'd be in the 2027 crowd, depending on how this year goes.
Off the board.
Boise State, the edge.
Yes,
Yeah.
That's a guy
nice.
I'm big on. I'm a big Hosseini guy. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I think he has a nice career.
I think he'll be fine. I think, if you realize that he's not an every down rusher, because you're going to wear him out and beat up his frame if you try to do that. But putting him in a nice rotation, allowing him to play naturally, running games with him so he doesn't have to consistently try to come up with pass rush plans, I think that's going to be the best formula for him. He'll have a long, successful career as long as he does that.
Yep.
But if you try and turn him into a bulked up, on rushing from the edge all the time and trying to get the maximum amount of snaps on him, you're going to burn him out. And I think you don't want to do that. He's a guy that he's going to work well in a nice rotation.
He is the first player to be drafted in the NFL from the country of Egypt.
Yep, born in Egypt. Yep. And a darn good football player. Like I think they're going to be if they use him correctly. They're going to be pleasantly surprised with what he ends up being.
So I'm looking at the Detroit War Room. Is that everybody's wearing a Brad Holmes jersey?
Yep.
Okay. Because I'm looking at it, I said, wait a minute, why does it look like a North Carolina A&T jersey? It says the Aggies on the front, and then I saw somebody had Holmes on the back. Is it? They all wear a Brad Holmes jersey?
Oh, yeah. So they're probably all wearing their college jerseys, maybe. But Brad Holmes,
all of them have
everybody's wearing the Aggies jersey.
Yeah.
in Detroit.
Well, then maybe that's Campbell. Then maybe it's Campbell because Campbell.
No, it says Holmes on the back.
Well, Holmes went to. I mean, I watched him. He went to Hampton. I can tell you. I have scouting notes on Brad Holmes from his days at Hampton. He went to Hampton.
Yeah, they were all wearing the Aggies T-shirts with Holmes on the back, though. So.
Right. Well, I mean, the Aggie connection might be Campbell because he went to Texas A&M.
Yeah.
No, but this you can see it on the sleeve. It's a North Carolina A&T.
Yeah.
Aggies.
Oh, hey, hold on. Oh, wait a second. Hold on. Let me see. Could this be a Brad Holmes thing? I'm going to think of what this.
That's what I was saying. It says Holmes on the back of the jerseys 95.
Oh, that was the number that Holmes wore in college, so maybe that is Brad Holmes. But I thought he went to. Mike was going crazy. He was good. He was a good D tackle, but like a weird D tackle build.
He went to A&T.
It was A&T, okay, but but he had a weird D tackle build because he's tall and kind of lanky as a D tackle. Oh yeah, they are wearing it. In fact, there's a post on Twitter about it. Yeah, I'm
looking at it now. Yeah, that's because he's going to be giving a commencement speech at A&T.
Yep.
Okay, because I'm sitting there like.
Last year they wore Dan Campbell's college jersey.
Yeah. So yeah, he's an HBCU grad.
I knew that. I just because I scouted him. I don't know why I thought it was Hampton, but yeah, it was A&T.
So Brad Holmes and I are similar age. Okay.
Yep.
I think I may have a couple of years on him. Yeah, because he graduated in 02. So he probably went in a couple of years after me because I went to Grambling in 94.
Yep. The Texans.
Yeah, he's a few years behind me. Shout out to Jerry Hardaway. He's texting me about some of the guys from the college all-star games and let them know.
There you go.
A lot of the guys are getting pushed down.
Right.
Yep. Some of these picks are taking a little bit longer than.
I know. This one's Graham Mertz. This one's Graham Mertz.
Yeah.
Somebody's actually drafting Graham Mertz.
Oh,
Houston.
Yep.
Wow.
Woo.
That's fascinating. Let me say this: he was one of the biggest recruits at the quarterback position in the history of Wisconsin when he was there, right? A 4-star recruit. Wisconsin has, stop me if you've heard this before, struggled to find quarterbacks, and especially ones they developed themselves, like homegrown quarterbacks. The one truly successful guy they got was a 1-year rental, basically, from North Carolina State. So Mertz was expected to be a quote-unquote savior, in fact. I have friends in the high school recruitment community, and Wisconsin was over the moon when they got Mertz. He's a better athlete than you'd expect, but he's also a guy that's had a couple of injuries that are a little concerning in his career. And mostly, once again, stop me if you've heard this before, talented but inconsistent. He spent a year mentoring Anthony Richardson, helped at Florida because he was supposed to be the guy there, and then he gets hurt, and Richardson ends up being pushed out there. But that's a fascinating selection.
Yeah, the guy that's more of a play off the run passer, not a guy that you want throwing the ball at mass volumes. Going to be limited escaping a pass rush. Solid arm strength, not great. Solid arm strength, but overall, I think he's a guy that if you want to bring him in as a backup and think that he could be a long-term backup for you, I don't see nothing wrong with that plan. I find it interesting with some of the other guys on the board. I would have taken the Ewers over him if that's the case. I'm going to go with more talent. I'm going to take Riley Leonard's gone. Brady Cook is out there. Rourke.
So Jeff,
Cam Miller. So there's a bunch of guys I would have taken before him, but that's in my opinion.
the two safest picks that were taken in round one, the two safest players, according to the experts out here, Tyler Booker at 12 and Ibuka to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are considered the two safest players that were picked in round one.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
So.
Yep. So Graham Mertz gets his name called. Must be nice.
Curtis Rourke could have been a much better pick. Quinn Ewers.
Yeah, if I'm Quinn Ewers, I'm really going, what the hell? He's got to be doing the Willie Beeman. I'm steaming Willie Beeman. He lost 3 games. Yeah. So interesting to say the least.
McCoy and Sims were both picked long before this for the Longhorns.
So we're going to have the Packers pick is in right now. Chargers are on the clock.
Yep.
Jags after that. Vikings with 2 back-to-back picks. The Ravens, and then the Cowboys.
Yep.
And we are just over 15 picks away from the end of round 6 to the final round of the 2025 NFL draft.
Cameron Williams not getting drafted yet kind of makes me sad. I hope he does for the fact that he could have stayed at school, but man.
Right.
Okay, I've seen Jason Taylor crying now about 5 times on TV today. That's enough.
You don't want to see Jason Taylor continue to weep?
No, I don't need to see the guy crying and
Jared Ivey still available.
Right.
Still available.
There are some very good football players still available.
Howard Cross has not been taken by anybody. OJ Obin.
Yeah.
Nope.
At some point, somebody's going to call, Luke Lachey's name, probably a little later. Maxon Hook was mentioned. Kyle Monangai amongst running backs. Colin Oliver amongst pass rushers, whether you call him a defensive end or an outside linebacker, I guess is just up to your taste. Kane Madrano. Tommy Hill, right?
Yep.
Got some late buzz, as they say. Jalen Conyers and Jake Briningstool at tight end. Amongst tackles, guys like Jack Nelson. Thomas Fedone II still wandering around, and still, I believe, also amongst tight ends.
Nebraska, yeah.
Graham Mertz, by the way, has a 0 RAS score.
That accurate?
Yep. Because he has no measurements, so he is a 0 RAS score. So, but he goes ahead of Quinn Ewers. That's bizarre.
This seems to be a year to humble certain quarterbacks for whatever reason.
Yeah, this is to say the least. So we're going to have to wait for them to come back from commercial before they let us know who the Chargers picked.
Yep.
There's a lot of guys who are shocked that Oops went before.
Branson Taylor,
Tight end
Pittsburgh.
position. Teams looking for tackle help. What's still out there?
There's a lot of good defensive tackles left.
No, offensive tackles. I'm looking at right now.
There's a few of them left also.
Yeah, I mean Chase Lunt is still out there. Cam Williams, Logan Brown, Branson Taylor, Jack Nelson, Marcus Bryant.
Branson Taylor was just taken by the Chargers.
Right.
He just came off the. That's who got picked right now. Okay, so Johnny Cornelius, Trey Wedding. One of my favorites, and I've heard nobody talk about him but me, and that's Caleb Etienne from BYU.
Oh yeah.
Probably
be a priority undrafted free agent, but he could get called.
Yeah. Brandon
Caleb Etienne, because of your love of that man, was one guy that I did take in the Steeler Fury draft. I took him because of your love for him. So there you go.
Listen, like I said, when I watched him play, we talk about guys that play with proper bend and leverage
and everything else.
And he's a tall guy, and he plays. I think you look at the build; it's not sloppy. He's well put together.
Yep.
So there's a lot to like and build on with him. Like I said, he got better as he went along. I saw him, come down here to Florida and abuse UCF, and then I watched him in the bowl game and abuse Colorado. So, there's been plenty of film, good and bad, on him, but more good than bad, in my opinion. And so I think that's a value pick at these picks, but I think he's a guy that, yes, is going to get signed afterwards somewhere, and hopefully he sticks it out.
Dellinger didn't get picked yet amongst guards, right? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, he's still available.
For edges, did Fadil Diggs get picked when I was gone? Or
I don't think so. Yeah.
No, he's still available?
Yep, he's available.
All right. The Navy has their guy picked. Yes, Ryan Lane III from Navy, who is the first member from any one of the military academies this year to be picked.
And will probably be the only one, actually.
Which again means the Navy beats Army yet again.
Oh,
sorry, Bill.
Yes, well, enjoy until next year.
Do we play each other in Baltimore this year?
I think that's correct.
Where are we playing each other this year?
I'm just realizing that Luke Newman, who I have three guards between Luke Newman and Garrett Dellinger, and Newman's he's below, not above Dellinger. So
yes,
they see the game differently from me.
December the 13th, we are playing in Baltimore this year, the Navy and Army.
Looking at linebacker's pretty picked over. It wasn't a deep position, so I'm looking at
There's some guys, but it's not.
Kobe King just went to the Vikings.
Oh, okay.
Still picking it over.
Yep.
Right. I was going to say there's one, and he's gone now. Right before I could mention his name.
Lander Barton? Is he still available?
Which one? What's the name?
Lander Barton.
Jay Higgins is still available.
Utah.
What's that
Yeah,
kid from UCLA? Kane Madrano, I believe, is still available.
Medrano,
Also.
yeah. Reed, Lindenberg, Brandon George, Jackson Woodard,
Jalen Walker,
Bam Martin Scott. Jalen Walker, Chandler Martin, Eugene Asante.
Dolak, of course.
Oh, yeah.
There we go. The tackling machine.
Mm-hmm.
Now, did they ever clarify what's going to happen going forward regarding the deferment or lack thereof for military service, Greg? Do you remember what they ended up? Because I know that the old policy had sunset.
Yep. So they can still be taken for the NFL draft, and they do not have to do their service immediately. So
Okay, you can still get a deferment. Okay, I was just confirming.
Yeah.
That helped. That helped him.
Remember, I did this with us on the Draft Central episode.
Yes. Yeah, that's right.
So we have the third Colorado player off the board, LeJante Wester to the Baltimore Ravens.
He's kind of like Horton, right? A slightly poorer man's Torrey Horton, or however you want to put it. But yeah, Wester's an interesting prospect, actually.
He is. You know, I don't think he's anywhere near finished, right? You look at
that's why he's a poorer man's Torrey Horton, or a whatever term would he use, lower middle class, or whatever term man's Torrey Horton. Torrey Horton.
You know.
And the pick is in for the Cowboys now.
He got to that pretty fast. And then you're coming up to start round 7. So,
yep.
Oh, we still do have pick 206.
Yeah, you do. You do. Your camera's now off, though, Randall.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
Oh. I can see myself. All right, I'm going to get out and I'll get back in if that's okay.
Okay.
That's probably the issue.
But yeah, Wester's official 4.46 is really impressive for a guy with his frame. He's one of the. There's not that many giant, guys, and he's one of the giants.
There, a Johnny Cornelius, the Oregon.
There we go.
They're listing him as guard, but no, he played right tackle. I'm sorry, he was a right tackle for the Ducks, but they've got him listed here as a guard. Goodbye, Terrence Steele. Goodbye.
Well, I think what you just said is what they're seeing. They see him as a guard. They want him to come in and compete. And TJ Bass, here's another Duck to come in and possibly take your job. So,
but they got Booker.
What's that?
Booker is already there as a new right guard.
He's on a 1-year deal. He's not. It's a 1-year look-see deal. It doesn't cost him a lot. He signed a bonus that they can let go. And
Sadiq Charles is returned to the NFL. He was supposed to be the right guard replacement and all that, but Tyler Booker's already there.
Sadiq Charles is going to compete for backup center and swing center guard.
Yeah.
So I think that's what they're doing is, guys like him, you got Brock Hoffman's there on the cheap. There's a lot of cheap bodies in that room, which means they're easy to get rid of.
He is the 18th offensive lineman that the Cowboys now have on their roster. 18. They've got more bodies there than you can shake a stick at.
True.
Once you move away from the starting 4, because, and Booker, who got drafted, that money behind that is so cheap.
Oh, yeah.
You'll be cutting dudes and not worrying about it. Not going to bat an eye about what they put on the cap for cutting any one of those guys at the end of camp.
But, I mean, you look at the Oregon Ducks and the way that they played. Connerly and Cornelius were both excellent tackles. That's –
So yeah, you know.
Yeah, Cornelius to me is kind of a steal.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like
I
that.
feel
Matt.
like he could have gone half a round, easily half a round earlier, and maybe even a round earlier.
And both those Ducks tackles I had added to the draft professor room. You remember that night, Randall?
Oh, most definitely.
Yep. So yes, Monty, I do have some appreciation for Oregon Ducks. So and Ashmere.
Surprised anybody would question that. You're innately fair.
I am fair. Even those guys from that school up north that I just refuse to say. I'm fair with these players.
Whew. This is a whirlwind of
Yeah,
talent
good.
flying around.
Oh, there's a ton of very good players here. There's just a ton.
Yeah. Yep.
I'm really
Kanata Mumford still hanging around.
Yep.
I think Tyrion Ingram Dawkins is still available.
Yep.
I think that did someone finally take Clay Webb?
No,
I didn't see it.
No,
Ingram Dawkins is still available.
Right.
Yep.
Yep. Nazir
Yep.
Stackhouse available. Robert
Madrano.
Longerbeam amongst corners still available.
Kane Madrano, the UCLA linebacker, just went to the Commanders.
Madrano finally. Okay, see the linebackers are finally starting to come off the board. I see.
There's a tight end available from UCLA.
There's a couple of tight ends still hanging around.
Yeah, Tyrion Ingram Dawkins went to the Vikings.
Oh, he did go. Okay.
He did.
He did
yep.
go? Okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Well, good. He actually fits what they like. Also, he's their type of guy.
That's what I get for looking down at my phone at the current picks and not looking at the ones that are picked already over here. So I'm telling you, he's still there. He's going.
Right. Yep.
Okay, here's the Bills.
I'm guessing guard. If I had to guess, I'd guess guard. Just David Edwards is a semi-broken link in our awesome offensive line. He's probably the worst out of on the four. And then Osiris Torrance is an interesting one since we just extended most of our picks. Do we have the money for Osiris is a question that I don't know.
And here you go, Chase Lunt coming to Buffalo.
There we go.
Whoa,
that's a very good football player, right? He could have gone off the board half a round to a round earlier, and it wouldn't have surprised me.
Love it.
So quarterback still available. Okay, BJ Adams, UCF. Zay Alexander, LSU.
Yep.
Tommy Hill, Nebraska. Kobe Bryant, Kansas.
Yep.
Dante
Mello
Kent.
Dotson, Kansas.
Yeah. Dante Kent, Central Michigan. Elijah Huzzy, North Carolina.
Yep. Jamar Muhammad.
Yep. Corey Black.
From Oklahoma State, who ran a fast time in his pro day.
Yep. Nico Reed, BJ Mays, Trickweze, Bridges. Longer Beam from Rutgers.
Yeah, I like him actually. Yeah.
O'Donnell Fortune.
Yeah.
Fentrell Cypress. Jamari Harris from Iowa.
Right.
The corner from Villanova, Waxter. Still in the program.
Unfortunately, he's probably going to be an undrafted free agent, which,
they're getting pushed out. Jabbar Muhammad.
Yep, Oregon.
Yep. From Penn State. For those that have never seen Wisconsin River Falls football, you should watch it.
You should. They're a really solid program.
Yeah. Dylan Brandt, the corner from there.
I'll tell you who has a terrific program with some talent. It's right here, right? The best Division III program in the country is right here in the suburbs of Chicago. They ran roughshod through the playoffs. And they've got 3 or 4 guys that should end up in NFL camps. Their quarterback's already playing professionally in the oh God, what league is it? I can't remember which league it is, but he's already playing. The quarterback just won the national championship in D3 is already on a development, one of the developmental leagues teams already. Yeah, Central here in Illinois was just destroying people. They played 3 good teams in the playoffs, and none of them could hang anywhere close to them.
Cameron Williams from Texas goes to the Eagles.
Oh,
well, good luck with that. Good luck.
I mean, they'll develop him.
Yeah, he's gonna be on their practice squad.
Yeah.
Wow.
Kendall Paul still waiting to see if he gets a chance to go somewhere. Friend of the show.
Yep. Yeah, Cameron Williams was the guy that I thought could go earlier than this, so it'll be interesting to see how that plays out.
Looking at the safeties, Mickens still on the board. Katan Crawford still on the board.
Yep.
Maxon Hook still on the board. Malik Verdon still on the board. Glendon Miller still on the board. Hunter Wohler still on the board.
Oh, and Isaiah Bond has not been drafted. I'm so sorry for that. I really am. I give me a break, you summer scouters. You guys all had Isaiah Bond up there as the top 5 wide receiver, and I didn't buy any of that.
Right.
There's going to be a lot of safeties on the market as soon as this draft ends. There's just too many to get drafted right now.
Yep.
Wide receiver. Let's see how picked over a wide receiver is.
Well, Kobe Hudson still available. Let's see.
Brew McCoy.
Yep.
Ricky White hasn't
McCoy is probably not getting drafted.
Yeah, not the Honey Badger, but Elijah Badger.
Elijah Badger, yep.
Yeah.
Nick Nash hasn't been picked, right?
Nope.
Yep.
Andrew Armstrong, Treshaun
Your boy,
Holden,
Yep.
Daquan Felton. Yep. J.P. Richardson, Xavier Restrepo, Theo Weiss Jr., Jimmy Horn Jr., Daniel Jackson, Isaiah Nayor, Tommy Miller, Montana State.
Yep. Tommy Mellott.
Mellott, yes. I thought there was the
somebody might try to turn him into a sort of a
Efton Chisholm.
Efton Chisholm is once again, he's not maybe the last Eastern Washington wide receiver that managed to tear up the league. He's not quite that, but he's a good football player, and he's probably going to go undrafted. He's going to have a nice little run in the league.
Yes, that's going to be another position where there's going to be a lot of guys signing everywhere after the draft.
Corey Brooks, right? Hasn't been picked yet.
No.
Jacoby George.
Right.
Will Shepard.
Right.
Mumfield.
Yeah, I mentioned him.
Yeah.
And there goes the other wide receiver for the Colorado.
And I just mentioned Jimmy Horn
Jr.
And there it is. Boom. Bang. Whatever term you like.
In the Bane voice. Speak of the devil, he shall appear.
Yep.
So let's see. We've got another position that's probably going to carry a lot into undrafted free agency. Besides, well, it's not really that deep a linebacker group, but
No.
Let's see, running back. Let's go running back.
Oh yes, so many running backs like Marcus Yarns, and there's going to be a huge number of those guys who are just going to make it to the.
Yeah, so Krosky Merritt, Land Larison.
Right.
He's somebody I caught on to late in the process.
Oh, he had a couple of years ago. He was one of the best running backs in the FCS, and he got hurt a year before last, and took him a while this year to look like himself again.
LaQuinn Allen, Damian Martinez, Deshaun Smith, Raheem Sanders.
Yeah, I'm surprised that Martinez is still available.
Yeah. Montrell Johnson.
Johnson, I'm not so surprised is still available.
Jalen White. Kyle Monangai.
Yep.
Trey Stewart. Ulysses Bentley. Corey Kiner. Phil Maffa. Jaquindon Jackson. Amar Johnson, Marcus Shawns, Mario Anderson, Nate Carter, Shunderick Powell, who had a great Hula Bowl game.
Yep.
You know, still a lot of value out there.
Right.
The thing is, we got another round to go.
Yeah, the Cowboys have the final pick of the 6th round, which is 211. They have 217, 239, and 247.
Because I see them as the first pick in the 7th. Powell, Ryland to the Eagles. Jesus Christ. I told you. That is the evil Sith Lord of the draft. You know, I need to get a dark cloak. So whenever the Eagles are on the clock, I can sit there like Darth Sidious. Because that's how he's got to be the Darth Sidious in the draft.
How many times did I say Antoine Powell Ryland?
Yeah.
You said it. If once again, if it were a drinking game, we'd at least be buzzed. I could tell you that much.
Yeah.
We'd be beyond buzz. We'd be sloshed if we mentioned the word one more time.
I had him as one of my top edges on when we did the Draft Central show. I had him listed as one of my top edges.
I'm a huge fan of his.
Yeah.
He and Colin Oliver are like my late day 3, crushes at the defensive end position or whatever. They end up being outside linebacker, defensive end, pass rusher, whatever. Those guys are really good football players.
Yeah, that's horrifying for me.
It's not great for anybody, unless, of course, you are once again the Eagles.
And again, Washington had a pick before them, and I said to Joe and I said to Ryan, Antoine Powell Ryland needs to become a Washington Commander. There's his teammate Aeneas Peebles goes to the Vikings.
That's a really good football player too.
Yeah,
those are two really good players.
Both of them coming off the board back to back. Interesting, right?
They're really good football players.
Yes, they are.
Really good. I like those guys a lot.
The Enter Sandman crowd.
Yes. It is the best walkout, in my opinion, in all of college football.
Oh, it is. It is.
A thinner position that's going to go into the undrafted free agency is going to be tight end.
Yep.
Right.
They'll be fighting over some of those guys.
There'll probably be at least one more taken. The only question is who. Could be. It depends on what your flavor is. Once again, could be Conyers. Could be
Fedone.
Could be Fedone. Fedone's a good football player.
Matavillo.
Lachey.
Right.
Brining Stool.
Yeah, Brining Stool.
Capri hasn't been selected, right?
No. Yeah, Cypri has and he's a guy that feels like an undrafted free agent to me, but we'll see. He's another guy who's kind of he's a specialist.
Right. Hughes, if that wasn't mentioned.
No, we didn't mention it. You're right.
Yeah, so that's just what that's just what the Vikings needed was Peebles.
Well, while we are about to wrap up round 6 and get ready for round 7, we're going to take our final break.
Here we
of
go.
the 2025 NFL Draft. We'll be back with more right after this, folks. Stay tuned.
Hey, everybody, this is Greg Rector from Team MBS Media. Once our Draft Central coverage has ended for this year, I will be returning with the final word on Saturday nights. So come and join me here on our YouTube and our X channels. And I hope to see everybody. Take care.
Yo, what it do, MBS crew? It's your boy Thomas here to let you know that on Fridays, 3 p.m. Eastern Time, it's the Off the Dome show, hosted by yours truly. It's a show that literally, whatever comes to mind, I'm going to be very outspoken about it, and whatever that is the hot topic in sports, entertainment, lifestyle, that's what we talk about, and that's what we do. Every Friday, 3 p.m. Eastern Time, it's the Off the Dome show, hosted by yours truly. We talk sports. We talk about relationships. We talk about any and everything that is important and makes us feel good inside. We just very outspoken over here. So again, Off the Dome, Fridays, 3 p.m. Eastern Time, hosted by yours truly, Thomas Brown Jr. And hope to see you there.
Hey y'all, it's your girl Christy Love with Team MBS Media, and make sure you guys tune in to my podcast, File on the Play. It airs every week right here on Team MBS Media. I cover everything Chicago Bears. I also touch on the NBA, the Chicago Bulls, trending topics throughout the NBA, and I also cover the Phoenix Mercury for the WNBA. That's right, so make sure you guys tune in to my podcast, File on the Play, only right here on Team MBS Media. Bye.
What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? It's your host, Nathan Snell of Big Nate Sports Talk Podcast. Weekly podcast which you can find here on Team MBS Media. I'm a local guy here in Maryland. I cover mostly all the DMV, all the local area sports. Ravens, Commanders, Orioles, Nationals, Mystics, Maryland basketball, of course, men and women's, college football, Maryland football as well. But also try to get into a little bit of everything as well, from off the court to even doing some interviews with players, different things like that. Big Nate Sports Talk is a central hub where you want to get your news, your commentary, all those things. So again, tap in, like, comment, subscribe. Big Nate Sports Talk. Check it out.
Streetwear is not dead. The next wave of black fashion comes out of the Bronx, New York. Rich Kid Clothing, picking up where FUBU, Rockaware, and Kyle Kanai left off. Rich Kid is for the next generation of Get Fly fashion heads. Use promo code MELLOW23 for 15% off your next order. And for orders over $100, there is free shipping. Again, use promo code MELLOW23 for 15% off your next order.
You are watching Team NBS Media. We are a digital media brand covering sports, entertainment, and lifestyle, with team members all across the country. Through our written content, podcasts, and video content, we bring you fresh and professional content. Interested in joining the team? Shoot us an email or DM. Make sure to like, share, and subscribe.
We are back for the final leg of the 2025 NFL Draft, and I couldn't be in better company, guys. I'm telling you, not only has this been one of the best draft cycles I've been a part of here at TBS, but some of the best crews I've ever worked with. You guys are amazing. If I never do another draft after this one, I can honestly say I'm happy to have done it with you guys. This has been phenomenal.
Well, it's been an honor, as always, to work with. Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
It's my honor as always. Randall, first of all, I'll start with you because you're the one I know the least. I plan to fix that. That cannot continue.
Yes.
So I'm going to start trying to put together my watch list for next year. I'd love to do maybe a quick little something with you. So I'm talking about what our process is and how it works, and so we'll talk more offline about that. I'd love to pick your brain. I've gotten deeper and deeper into trying to look at predictive analytics and sort of what they tell you about what a player might be. Shout out to my friend Jim Coburn and my friend, speaking of the Navy, Kent Lee Platt, who have been super helpful in helping me to sort of see certain things, because I started out like most people just watching players and writing out who I liked and why, and now I started to get more into like looking at thresholds for player success and why certain players make it and why certain players don't, based on historical data and other stuff. And then, Greg, it's good that you're here because, one, I'm not the oldest person here because of you, and then two, you
God, right?
and then two, I'm also like incredibly impressed by like how hard you work at this. I think we all work hard, but then there's you. So it's impressive, like to see. Like I said, I know I can see the hours and hours you put in. Then of course, Jeff. I don't know how Jeff lives. Frankly, I don't know how Jeff is alive.
As he discussed earlier, he coaches high school football. He's going to get his degree from university. He's going to these bowl games. He goes to a UCF game. He goes to Orlando to see the Florida
That's
Bowl.
UCF. Yeah.
He's everywhere.
He is,
and then he's also on with us on Sunday mornings for the NFL picks that we do. So Jeff is everywhere.
Jeff is everywhere.
Yeah.
It's frankly insane. I don't know how Jeff does it.
Yeah.
Well, Longer Beam has just been taken by the.
There we go. That guy is going to outperform his draft selection. He's going to be he may never be a full-time starter, but he's going to be a contributor on special teams at the very least. And I think he's going to be, your dime back who might eventually turn into a nickelback.
Yeah, very good athlete.
Super athlete. Yeah, he's a super athlete.
Yeah.
But he's also a decent football player. Like, he's not just an athlete.
Peyton Connor went right before him to Arizona.
So
he won't make it to undrafted free agency. They're claiming him now. So there's part of that also is you don't want to fight over a guy in free agency. Go get him now.
Yeah.
He may not be the highest rated guy on your board, but he's a guy that you feel that you don't want to wait on. Go get him.
There's two guys coming for the Cowboys that I'm very interested in seeing. Andrew Armstrong and Matt Aveo, the tight end from UCLA. Either one of those two players would make me a happy camper at this point. Because, again, the Cowboys have not picked any wide receivers in this draft. Not one.
That's true. Not a single one.
They were approached about that. And if you listen to Schottenheimer, and if you listen to those guys, they said they believe that they're very deep.
Yep.
They like what they got. They're not pressing the issue at wide receiver.
So Schottenheimer was very convinced from the get-go when he took the job that Jonathan Mingo was going to be a very good wide receiver, and he is also as high as you and I both were on. Come on, Jeff.
On Jalen Tolbert.
There you go. There you go.
Yep. I'm a Tolbert guy too.
Jalen Tolbert guy.
Yeah, and don't forget there's Ryan Flournoy. There's a bunch of guys that they got. So Tommy Mellott just comes off the board to the
touchdown, Tommy.
There you go.
And he's listed as the quarterback.
Yeah, so they're going to give him a shot.
Well, that's what he was and a really good one, in case you're wondering. I mean, one of the most explosive and interesting players in all of the FCS, a little undersized, obviously, as a quarterback, but, all the things people got excited about with a guy like Vernon Adams back in his day, but a more athletic version of that, right? And Vern Adams has had a very nice CFL career, but Malott has actually a pretty good arm. It's not a cannon, but it's a pretty good arm. But he's an extremely athletic guy and tough as nail. It's like he took a ludicrous number of hits in college, not mostly in the pocket. He just ran a lot. I think one year, he had almost 1,400 yards rushing, I think. Something crazy like that.
Yeah.
So he took a ludicrous number of hits. But despite not being the biggest cat in the world, but he's very smart. He's very tough. And his leadership almost literally drips off him.
Greg, you saw him as when they put it up as a quarterback?
Yeah.
Because I saw a wide receiver.
On the NFL Network, he's listed as a quarterback. But
well, the answer is both, probably.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
I actually had him going undrafted. I didn't think they were going to draft him, but they took him.
The Bobcat is off the board.
Yep.
I mean, his play certainly demands it. I mean, he's way better on tape than a bunch of the guys who've been drafted. And, 5'11" and 5'8" is actually a win for him. I thought he might be shorter. So the NFL has gotten over some of its weirdness about the 6 foot mark, There have been lots of great quarterbacks who are actually less than 6 feet tall. I've stood right next to Francis Tarkington. He's no way is he 6 feet tall. Lynn Dawson wasn't 6 feet tall either.
No, well, you know what? The difference is, as opposed to 20 years ago, is that they're not under center 90% of the time.
That's right.
So you're not throwing from that 3-step drop. You're throwing from the gun. So, it's a different thing. I think, that's one thing the spread has done is allowed the shorter quarterbacks to be able to transition to the NFL game.
Yep.
Especially since they started taking on a lot more spread principles in the offenses. So I think that's where
Kyler Murray lives because of that.
Yeah. He's not the only one. He's not the only one. I mean,
right.
No, but I mean, if you were putting him under the center like the good old days were, Kyler Murray wouldn't be playing in the NFL.
He would. Well, he might be in the CFL, but he'd be less effective. I think he might still have a home somewhere, but he'd be less effective. I agree with that.
RJ Mickens.
Yeah.
Oh, there's Ray Mickens Jr. Yay.
Yeah.
Los Angeles Superchargers. Yeah, and even Drew Brees, when you look at it, he was barely 6 foot and change, but he's a guy who was best in the shotgun,
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
His San Diego days, he was able to throw from under center, but he became elite at throwing the football in New Orleans, where he was allowed to be in the gun a lot more.
Oh, yeah.
He also had slightly better coaching.
Well,
to go with it. That matters also. But this is
another feel old moment. And they put it on there. R.J. Mickens, son of Ray Mickens. And I remember when Ray Mickens first broke into the league.
I remember Ray Mickens was in college, being recruited, in fact.
Yeah. Yeah, it takes me back to my young playing days when I talk about Ray Mickens, because I was still playing back then.
It's only going to get worse with the quarterbacks kids in college right now, like big timers.
Oh, well.
Yeah, Pennington's got a kid in college.
Pennington. Yep, Pennington.
Yeah. Brad Johnson has two sons, one who's a tight end, one who's a quarterback who's like a sixth-year guy in Mac. And I think Matt Leinert's kid's about to go to college.
Right, so the Raiders pick is in. Let's see if I'm seeing it here. Oh, you're going to be heartbroken, Greg.
Oh, no.
The Raiders took Cam Miller.
You I hate the silver and black now. Okay, but as I said on Draft Central and with you on College Football Forecast, Bill, Cam Miller is a very good quarterback.
He is.
He is so
Better
good
than some of the guys who've already been drafted.
he came very close to beating Shadur Sanders and the Colorado Buffaloes this year.
Correct.
I mean, it was not a walk through for Colorado as we predicted.
No, far from it.
Yeah. But yeah, Cam Miller, that disappoints me.
So the Broncos pick is in, and once they announce it, that'll officially have Dallas on the clock to start round 7.
Yep.
Will they have 3 picks? So you'll get 3 more Dallas Cowboys in this round to end the draft.
3 more guys to go in the ring of. Oh, never mind.
All right. So looking at it. One more Buffalo pick.
Yep.
And 2 more Steeler picks.
Oh, and the third player I'd like to see Dallas get would be Jaquindon Jackson from the Arizona Razorbacks. Goodbye, Miles. Goodbye, Miles. You used to wear that Philadelphia color. I don't want him in Dallas. I don't want the guy there. He used to be an Eagle. I don't want anybody who ever played for the Eagles in Dallas. I really don't.
Quentin Jackson will be a good one in that UDFA cycle.
Right.
All right, so the Broncos, they're finally putting on TV that their pick is in. We've known that for a while.
Yep.
Still no announcement yet. Well, they're talking to who's that? Brad Paisley.
Yeah.
Oh, good. I'm hoping that we'll get his breakdown of how the draft is going.
I can handle Brad Paisley making selections or what have you and being on this show rather than Drake. Okay.
Well,
is Brad Paisley a country star?
Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay. Country music, I'm far away from.
Yeah. Likewise. I wonder if he's going to give his analysis while he's singing the Nationwide jingle.
Yeah.
Okay, that's him.
Yeah.
Got it. Got it.
That's the guy with Peyton.
Gotcha.
Green Bay's had a pretty good draft. If you like that singing, I'm available for parties.
Pretty good. Pretty good. Buffalo will have 15 spots for UDFA after pick 240. We'll have 15 to work with.
Okay, so Dallas is on the clock. They're
So, though I was not successful in getting either Malott or Miller to the Senior Bowl, nonetheless, they've been drafted. So I'm
Well,
happy.
Mr. Miller was at the East West Shrine game.
He wasn't the
However,
Shrine King. Yeah, I'm aware of that.
and he was the best player on the field that
And he was
day.
the best player on the field. Yeah.
Hunter. Jeremy Crawshaw.
Oh, yes, there we go. Punters are people too.
Mm-hmm.
Important people on fourth down.
Yeah.
Very important people on fourth down. Yeah.
And now we'll see who the Cowboys select here. Charles Davis is having a very long conversation with Brad Paisley.
Yeah.
If you're looking for a wide receiver, Ricky White is sitting there for you.
No, Andrew Armstrong.
There's a few wide receivers sitting there for you. There, Kobe Hudson, Isaiah Nair. There's a lot of wide receivers. Corey Brooks was mentioned a little while ago.
Yeah.
Well, we can tell why Isaiah Bond is not being
right. Well, there's a reason for that. Sam Brown Jr. from Miami also still.
Yep.
Dominic Lovett, Nick Nash.
Right. Nick Nash would be a nice fit there. Mumford, Kenana Mumford.
Holden.
Right. There's some dudes at wide receiver.
Yeah.
Caden Prather. Brock Taylor.
Yep.
If you want another Keyshawn Williams from Indiana.
Oh, Elijah Badger too, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. A Golden Domer, if you want one. Bo Collins.
Bo Collins.
Oh yeah. By way of formerly of Miami.
Yeah.
And was it Duke before that? No, Carolina, then Miami, then then Notre Dame. The well-traveled Bo Collins.
Yep.
If you believe in the Colorado guys, Will Shepard is there.
All right.
If you still want to add more pass rush, we got pass rush for you.
We certainly do. Kaimon Rucker is still there waiting for somebody.
Jared Ivey.
Right? I've mentioned Mr. Ivey's name many times.
Yeah.
Jay Toya from UCLA comes off the board.
Yeah. That's a good football player.
That's a good pick.
Yeah.
That's better than the other 7th round DT that we have, Justin Rogers.
Yeah, he is. But he is another big trash can full of dirt, right? Another guy that is hard to move, but not exactly the greatest at collapsing the pocket. But
no,
I don't care about the DT not getting pressure on a quarterback. I want them to stop the damn run. And Jay Toya can stop the run.
He can stop the run, yeah.
Yeah. And I like crash in the pocket, not necessarily hit the quarterback, but
not
creating
giving him
chaos.
anywhere to step up to.
Yeah. Tyler Batty hasn't gone yet, right? BYU.
He has not.
No. He's a victim of too many pass rushes.
Oh, exactly.
Because in a lesser class, he goes somewhere.
Right. But this is this is where the depth of the class really is.
Yeah.
For these positions, for D tackles, defensive ends, running backs, wide receivers. now it truly.
Most draft classes, it's almost like you're at the end of the pot of grits. You're like scraping the pot, trying to get all that you can in there.
That's exactly what you're doing.
Not this time around. There's so much in there for everybody. So
Yes.
Yeah.
Jack Nelson, Wisconsin.
There we go. Another tackle off the board.
Yeah, the value. Told you that was you're right, Bill. If that was a drinking game word, there would have been a lot of people been carried out the bar. Right?
Oh boy, yeah.
And I must admit, Wisconsin's offensive line last year improved from the year prior to that. You know, there were so many, guys on that line from the last couple of years. You could see how they struggled all of a sudden. The recruit, the one area where they were always strong at recruiting.
Yep.
Well, their head coach is different from what they've had before, so.
Probably would say collectively the AFC South got more competitive.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
If you had
Agreed.
to take a division that maybe most improved.
What kills me is, every year they do this stump the truck segment.
Yeah.
Who cares if the truck has the film? If you don't have an evaluation on a player, what does it matter?
Yep.
Right. So, hey, we have film on him. Evaluate it. What are you saying about the player? Just don't show his clips and say nothing about him, right? So,
Oh, there you go.
Yeah. Telling you. Helping themselves. There's plenty left.
Luke O'Shea not being gone by this point is wow.
I thought Fedone was going to stay. Do one more year in Nebraska. Unless they maybe told him to go.
Huh.
No, I just think that he was going to leave.
Yeah.
And he was weighing draft or portal.
Yeah.
And I think he got a better grade than he thought. But, there's no way you can tell
right
at that point when you're trying to declare Bohr was going to be the stick.
Right.
So they say, "Oh, you're this kind of projection," but that doesn't matter when you go up there and they throw you and other third-round guys on the board or fourth-round guys on the board, and that board is loaded with 3, 4, 5s. You're going to hang around sometimes longer than you should.
Right.
So here's the Saints head coach, the former OC in Dallas, who I don't really like. But here's his conversation about taking Tyler Shaw over Deion Sanders. He was right in those conversations. These are really tough decisions. He's a really good player. What he accomplished at Colorado, and when you watch the film, it's really, really good. I think really highly of him. Ultimately, as you go through it, you've got to make a decision. We felt that Tyler was the one for us. We saw it as a positive. He's been through a lot of football. He's been exposed to a lot of different settings. And the quarterback position, these guys aren't reaching their peak for a while. He's going to continue to rise and grow. There's challenges as you go through this, and those guys who can handle the adversity tend to thrive in this league. Again, because of the injuries that he's gone through, his different schools and all that other jazz, becomes the reason why Tyler Shaw was taken by the Saints.
And couldn't beat out better quarterbacks.
Yeah, Tyler Shuck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was filled with hollow words.
Yeah. Because that's great. That's his personality is that, but he didn't beat out the better quarterbacks. You're going to the NFL where you're playing against better players.
Yep.
I don't want the guy that couldn't beat out the better quarterbacks. I want the guy that could do it, just decided I'm going to go elsewhere and get more money. I'll take that kid over the guy that couldn't beat out a better quarterback.
Yep. Although he was listed at the start, he was listed as the starting quarterback for the Oregon Ducks ahead of Justin Herbert.
Yeah, he had originally beaten out Herbert. That is true.
Yep.
Yes. Well, he got Wally pipped, and he could have come back.
Could have.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But I think he's sort of writing on the wall. I ain't gonna beat him out now.
But much like the other Chargers quarterback that Justin Herbert replaced.
Yeah. You know, Wally Pipping is something that happens quite often. Don't get hurt. And that dude behind you is really good. You may never get that job back.
Right.
You know, so. All right. So the Patriots pick is in. Jags are on the clock. We're here in the final round. And so Wednesday night, season finale. You're going to put a nice bow on this.
Yep.
You're gonna address the class from 2022. You're going to grade that out. Marcus Bryant, another tackle off the board, goes to the Pats.
Yeah.
All right. So I have no doubt you guys are going to absolutely wow people with your evaluations of that. And this year, this is what Draft Central was supposed to be about. You know, remember the previous years, it was just me and Bill all the time. And, you know, one of the reasons we expanded it was to give Greg his opportunity.
Right.
Brock has moved on. So Randall's now getting the opportunity to show his mettle.
Yep.
And it was meant for me to allow you guys to have more of your own say and platform. And going forward, that's going to be more of the plan. We're going, I will be, for the most part, stepping back and allowing more of the people to have more of their content, shown through. So I'm not going anywhere as far as I know. But the main thing is it's more about getting other people out there. As we saw in the fall, it was Jeff on college on the last word. It was Jeff on moving the chains, and then it was draft stuff. And here's Jeff again, and now it's about Team MBS Media is about getting everybody to grow. So there's other voices that need to be heard, and not just mine. So I have no problem stepping back and letting guys have their shine. And
that's one of the reasons why I had young Drew on last night, because I want him to be on the last word when you're on the road and all that jazz. Same with Randall. Bill and I are doing the Friday night, the college football forecast. And again, I don't appear on camera on Sunday mornings, but I am making my picks, as everybody knows. But again, the more voices that we have, the better, as far as I'm concerned.
Absolutely. Jonah Monheim has found a job. He's going to Jacksonville.
And so is Cody Lindenberg.
Yes.
There you go.
Raiders.
Yep. Both
Cody
really
Lindenberg,
fine
man.
football players.
Yep.
Yeah.
I thought Monheim could have gone around almost an entire. Yeah, he could have gone around earlier.
I had
Most draft
Lindenberg
classes, he would have been
right before
longer.
200.
Yeah.
Yeah, Lindenberg was my 197th player.
I think right around there for me too. Yeah.
So is Joshua Simon the next tight end off the board? I wonder.
He might be.
So we've seen Monheim come off. We've seen Kendall come off. We've seen Jared Wilson come off. Jake Major's still waiting. Willie Lampkin still waiting.
Yep.
Seth McLaughlin still waiting. Clay Webb, Addison West, Jacob Baird, Torselli Simpkins,
Right.
Eli Cox.
Yep.
So there's a lot of traditional centers.
Yes. Correct.
waiting for somebody to say, "Hey, we need you to snap." Damian Martinez has found a home with
Finally.
With the Seahawks?
Yep.
Yep.
There's rumors
that's a good
about
spot.
there's rumors about shipping one of the top 2 guys. I wonder if that happens. Even though I know a 7th rounder doesn't really move that needle. But Damian Martinez is a steal here.
Yes.
There's been talk of Charbonnet being moved.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, I didn't think they were going to move Walker. That would be crazy.
Yeah.
Another guy who I said should have won the Heisman Award, but okay, don't argue with me. Yeah, okay.
All right, so Houston's pick is in. We're waiting for that to go up. All right, Keontae Hamilton, Rutgers.
There we go.
Houston.
Yep.
Another powerful player. Another guy who plays with power. Big
Mhm.
power guy. And once again, he doesn't do everything super well, but he does some things pretty well. And things he's good at, he's really, really good at the things he's good at.
Looking at the D tackle class, still a lot of talent out here.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, at this point, Cross is going to be a UDFA unless somebody decides that they don't want to fight over him.
Yeah.
But how about Nazir Stackhouse still on the market?
Stackhouse still on the still available.
Elijah Simmons.
Yep.
Eric Gregory.
Mm-hmm.
I think the Eagles were finished with this draft, are they not?
Thor Griffith.
The
Thor Griffith, yeah. Let's see.
The Eagles don't have another pick, do they?
No, I think they traded them all, the last ones away.
Yeah. So, okay. Nazir Stackhouse is not going to Philadelphia. This is a good thing.
That is actually a good thing.
Well, don't be too fast, Greg.
Yeah.
You can always trade a 6 next year for a 7 this
Yeah.
Howie's on the phone right now. I just heard.
Yeah.
That would be
Stick it to him.
an unprecedented move. Let me go
Yeah.
get him.
Yeah.
Nobody took Nash Hutmacher or right yet.
Nobody's taking them.
Nope.
Yeah.
Yeah, Zeke figures.
Do you think anybody does pick up Desmond Watson and free agency at UDFA?
Yeah, it's an undrafted
Yeah.
kid.
He's
Yeah.
ended
Do you
up
think
in
somebody
the-
will give him a shot? That's good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He comes to Dallas as a UDFA. He's going to. Jerry will just love that kid. He'll love him.
You tell me he's going to be the next Josh Brent minus the car wreck?
Yeah, exactly.
He'll have to show obviously a commitment to getting in better shape and play. I mean, I don't know how much lower he can play in terms of pad level, but it'll be something he'll have to work on.
Yep.
Easton Mascarenas is still on the board. Arnold, that's the last part of the last name. Easton Mascarenas Arnold.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Stone Blanton still on the board.
Mm-hmm. A bunch of wide receivers are still available as
Oh,
well.
yeah. Well, that's going to be wide receivers, safety, and
Running backs. There's some
running back, definitely. Those are going to be positions where they're going to be throwing money at people to get them in camp over somebody else.
right.
They're offering you 20,000. They're giving you 50. Come in here.
Dean Crawford just went.
Yeah, Cam Crawford, the safety from Nevada.
I like him. That's a good football player. That's another guy I wanted in Pittsburgh, but yeah, he's going to make a nice career for himself.
And of course, your Steelers now select.
Yeah, isn't that always the way?
Well, Will Howard quieted the Steeler Nation. Nobody cares anymore now. We got our quarterback. Let's go. Yeah.
Do it just like the Cleveland Browns. Get another one. Get Ewers for competition.
Yeah, why not? Why not bring 2 years to the Browns? Why not?
Sorry, yeah,
that would be hilarious. I would love that, actually.
Yeah.
You know, right now, what is God? What was the kid you drafted from Pitt a couple years ago?
You mean Pickett?
Yes. So what is Kenny Pickett saying right now in that QB room? He's got to be doing the Shannon Sharp gift, seeing these two quarterbacks get drafted. You know, because he came over there. I'm going to compete. I'm going to be the starter. Skip. I'm going to be the starter. He hurt. I'm coming in here to be the starter. And now he sees him draft Gabriel. Now Shador.
Yeah. Well, it's going to be fun. That's what it's going to be.
Yeah.
a lot of. I mean, people. We'll find out who's a competitor, right? Because here's your chance to compete.
Well, we know he's going to be on. Then IR. So.
Oh yeah.
So that'll take Watson off the roster. So you'll be able to fill his spot. And then you got those three dueling it out. One, a former first-round pick that never lived up to the promise that people believed. The other two rookies trying to show that they're franchise quarterbacks.
Right.
And you still have Joe Flacco.
Yes, indeed, they do. Yes.
Yeah. Well, yes. This is going to be basically auditioning for quarterback coach jobs, mentoring these young guys. Carson Bruner, Washington.
It's funny. I was just thinking about him.
Wow.
That's of course a famous name in the history of the Washington program. He's the son of, I think, he might still be the leading tight end receiver. I mean, leading career receiver amongst tight ends in Washington history.
Yeah.
Mark, not Mark. What was his father's name? Not Mark. It was what was his father's name? I can't remember his father's name, but first name now. But that's the kind of guy that's going to, once again, be one of your probably leading tacklers on special teams, and could eventually develop into. Once again, another guy hurt by the fact that most of the times you just play with two linebackers. So
yeah,
there's less of a chance for a guy like him, but he's going to hang around for a while. There's definitely some good stuff to him.
Yeah.
His father was the tight end from Pittsburgh. Yes.
Well, I mean, definitely played in the NFL, but he went to he played at Washington in college also.
Yeah. That's where I remember his father was from Pittsburgh.
Yeah, so he played professionally. Yeah.
Yeah. right, so the Niners pick is in. We're just waiting for that to go out. Quickly making our way through the final round of the draft.
Tight end.
It was Mark Bruner.
Yes.
Yeah, well, I was right. Okay, I was right. It was Mark. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. For some reason, that was the name that stuck in my head. Okay, good. I was right then. Mark Bruner. Very good player.
Well, looks like Curtis Rourke has a job in San Francisco.
Yes.
All right. Trade out Brock Purdy for Curtis Rourke.
Well, when the contract negotiations don't go very well.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I think they're gonna get a contract done because having no quarterback, I'm pretty sure.
Having a quarterback is overrated, actually.
Yeah. Kyle Shanahan's probably gonna be going to John Lynch, going, better pay him because just like Roy Scheider and George too. You know, I'm not going through that hell again. Chiefs pick is in, so we're waiting on that one.
Almost going to say like tight end for everybody.
Wait,
possibly also a tight end.
Yeah, you could.
Didn't they hit on running back with Pacheco?
Oh yeah.
Well, now add Brashard Smith to that backfield.
That's really good. That's a really good pick. That's a great pick.
Yeah.
Yikes.
Makes so much sense.
It does. It makes really, yeah.
Kareem who?
Yeah. Kareem who? Yeah. Goodbye.
Man. Oh.
Yeah, Smith is really athletic and catches the ball really well. That's a problem.
Yeah, SMU did like their running game like Brown and the Bengals. It was basically quick passes to let him run in open space. He did well. I like this tape.
Yeah, he's a really good football player.
All right, so let's see here. Pittsburgh's last pick of the draft.
There's good football players.
Yes. Oh. I can't wait till tomorrow when you start to see who signed where.
I wouldn't be mad if it was Rock Sanders, Raheem Sanders, the running back. I wouldn't be mad at that. I wouldn't be mad about getting an offensive lineman like Eli Cox or a defensive lineman like Junior Tafuna. Sean Doliak would make me happy.
Yeah.
Wouldn't mind Marcus Yarn, speaking of running backs again. Garrett Dellinger's still hanging around, right?
Yep.
Mind him.
You got excited when we mentioned this name earlier as available as a corner. Dante Kent, Central.
Okay. Dante Kent's not a bad player.
Yeah.
I thought he might make it to undrafted free agency. So yeah, this is cool that we prevented that.
Yes, I'm telling you, you don't want to go out there trying to break the bank, competing over guys before they even set foot in the NFL. Get them in the seventh.
Right.
Absolutely.
He gives us more speed than we've had at the position in a while. Also, we've sort of made do with. I mean, obviously Porter Jr. can run, but the other corners that have lined up for us have been sort of the guys who have to work around their speed.
Mm-hmm.
So it's nice to have a guy who has, legitimate recovery speed. Smaller, obviously, but good player. Might see a lot of time in the slot as well. has to work on eye discipline. We mentioned eye discipline earlier. That's something he has to work on. Has to work on route recognition. But he's twitchy. He is tough for a guy his size. A good tackler for a guy his size. And a Harrisonburg, Pennsylvania native. So he probably grew up a Steeler. Well, I guess Harrisonburg's kind of in the middle. He could have gone either way. So I don't know if he might possibly be an Eagles fan. He might possibly be a Steelers fan. He could have gone either way.
God bless Rich Eisen. No, I remember when they first started NFL Network and he came over from ESPN, and it's like, I like Rich Eisen, but God bless him. The stuff he does with St. Jude's is great, but to be an unathletic guy who goes out there and consistently shows how unathletic you are in a 40-yard dash, at least
in front of God and everybody, yes, yeah.
Yeah, usually, when you have guys that slow, you don't want to see a 40-yard dash, but he's willing to go out there every year and do it. At least he looks good doing it because he doesn't.
Him and Desmond Watson both managed to work up the courage.
Yeah, well, Desmond Watson ain't have a choice, but
I guess not. Nonetheless, I'm sure it took some, internal dialogues to get him to the moment where he actually had to do it.
Like, I see the times that he puts up, and it's like, man, he's happy to break 6. I was like, oh.
Once again, Rich Eisen. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing they have in common.
He needs to retire, however.
Yeah.
I hope you're talking about Rich Eisen.
Rich Eisen, yes, Rich Eisen. All those guys that went to Syracuse for journalism and that school up north for journalism, goodbye. All of you, goodbye. That includes you, Mike Tirico. Goodbye.
Oh, wow. Mike Tirico just caught a stray on our draft show. I didn't see that coming.
Well, we knew you were good for that, along with Brock was amazing with the arrows. He's like Rambo shooting them out there. You're fine. You're fired. Yeah.
Oh, man. Coaches breathe a little easier knowing that Brock's not on my show anymore.
But hey, this year, of course, we both demanded the firing of that guy at Clemson, and it just didn't work out.
Well, you inspired him to win. Y'all started coming for his head after 1 week, and he said, "I'm gonna show you guys."
Terrible. It was terrible.
Yeah,
I was fire in the locker room. How you like that, Greg and Brock?
Yeah,
how you like that?
Yeah. Yep, and yet another quarterback who has the potential to turn into a first rounder if everything goes well.
I don't see that, but okay.
Oh, I don't agree that he's. Yeah. I'm not saying it's the potential is there. There's a guy that people have discussed as a potential first rounder. I don't think it. I mean, to me, of course, I'm going off of last year's tape. That's like a mid-4th, but who knows what he does next year?
Yeah. Yes, he is, Joe. He is still on the board.
I think what you meant, Joe, was a clean energy.
Oh, yes. Ashmere demanded we drink clean energy. It's not available up here, so
it's not available where I am either. Apparently,
I couldn't find it either. I searched before yesterday.
He's got it. He's got it in the photo. So that tells you right there. He's got it in the photo.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You know what? One more time before we officially sign off for the last few picks, got to give them one more shout out. And that is to our partners over at NFLshop.com.
There we go.
NFLshop.com offers a huge selection of officially licensed NFL gear from top quality brands, all in one convenient place. We are passionate about our goal of bringing NFL fans across the globe access to their favorite team's gear. Make sure to click the link in the show description and pick up the latest gear from NFLshop.com, the place for the best gear for fans who are passionate about their team.
And Dan Jackson from the Georgia Bulldogs goes to the Lions.
Yep.
And there goes Quinn Ewers.
Yep.
He's a Miami Dolphin. Look
He's
at
a
that.
Miami
Now
Dolphin.
that's going to be a
There you
fun
go, Rick.
little. Yeah, I like
There you
that.
go, Rick. Oh, I'm telling you, you got
Not out
your
of the
quarterback
question.
of the future. It's Quinn Ewers.
Hunter Wohler to the Colts.
There we go. He has a chance to actually push his way onto the field.
Yep.
Fifth round grade on Wohler. Get him here in the back end of the seventh.
Yep.
Yeah, I agree. He's a bargain.
Right. So Quinn Ewers, he's the talk of the town right now.
That's what it ought to be.
Yeah.
Yeah. Down in South Beach and all those other lovely fun areas.
Yep.
Yeah. That's relief tears.
So Seahawks are on the clock. Bears pick is in. We're waiting for that to be announced. Wait, they're behind, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're behind. All right. And that gets to this point because they get to talking to everybody about everything but the draft, so they get behind. So yeah, Seahawks are on the clock. They'll be picking now. Then in a few more picks after the Bucks, Jaguars, and Packers go. Then we get the Cowboys and Bills before the Cowboys come back again at 247.
Wide receiver for us, hopefully.
Tua, you were on the clock. Very good point, Joe. Very good.
Yep. Kalman, that guy.
Yeah.
His running back.
Yep.
For
He was
Chicago.
off the board in round 7.
Yep.
Talked about stealing Pacheco on the 7th. Well, that's the guy I told. I was on one of the pods for one of the guys down here who covers USF. Sorry, not US. Yeah, talking about the draft, and they're like, "Who are some guys who can go late?" Monin guy was one of those guys.
Yep, Manunga is one of those guys. Thing about him is he is another one of those no nonsense guys. Just gets it and hits it, right? You'd like him to be a little bit bigger with his running style, but he runs bigger than he measures and fast enough, right? Not blazing, but fast enough, as we've discussed with a lot of these running backs. There's a handful of like super speedy guys, and most of them are gone now, except Sean Derek Powell, right? Well, the last of the low 4.4 types still available, but he'll probably make it to undrafted free agency. But yeah, I'm a fan of Manungai, especially as you know if you have a small and a large, he's your medium, right? In your 3-back rotation.
Yeah. And you talk about it. 8 touchdowns each of the last 2 years. He's a guy that finds the end zone.
Correct.
You need your running back. You need a running back that runs for yards, but finishes in the paint. Right. Yep. We don't see that enough from certain guys. Oh, he has all this speed. Well, he catches passes on 3rd down. He'll get you a couple of big-time receptions. But he's got make you miss ability, but he doesn't finish in the end zone.
Mason Richmond just went to the Seahawks, the Iowa tackle.
Okay.
But there's that V word again, value.
Value.
Yes, it is.
It's like you want to take his scouting report and go,
Yep.
You have this for a 7th round pick.
Yep. Well, as I mentioned, the year that Pacheco was taken by the Chiefs, I was all in on that.
Yeah, I thought he would have gone a little bit sooner than 7th when he was good.
Yeah.
By the Chiefs.
But then again, that year I had every Chiefs pick under the sun. I had them all. Rockford and Sky Moore, and I had them all.
Right. You did. That's true.
Yep. I was in the mind.
You really what kind of were that year?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure Brett Veach was like, how do you figure that out?
I had Brett Veach's brain inserted, and that was it that year.
You were doing Johnny Carson Karnak.
Karnak.
Kinda was, yeah.
Yes. And again, for all you young people, Johnny Carson was the host of the Tonight Show.
That's to me that was late night. That was some great stuff.
Oh.
Although you had Ed McMahon with him, although he was kind of hard to replace because his compliment to hyping up Johnny was unmatched.
Yes. Tez Johnson is now a Tampa Bay Buccaneer.
There we go.
More offense.
Right, because that's what they so desperately need. But he is a slightly different type than most of the receivers they trot out there. I will go say that much.
Yeah, but his 40 time really sucked. Come on now.
That's why he's where he is.
Yep.
Yeah, that's why we're talking about him so late, well into day 3 is because of that.
But you watch him on tape for the Oregon Ducks, and this guy can play football. Bottom line.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
Yeah, I mean he's faster than his 40, but then you look at his agility and explosion testing, and that's where his game is.
Yep.
100%.
Yeah. He is not excited. He's waiting too long. They're showing Quinn Ewers reacting to getting his name called. LaQuinn Allen is going to be a Jaguar.
Okay. That's a good landing spot for him.
Yeah.
He's one of those really good receiving backs, and he has a chance to make it because they don't have anybody that has quite his skill set on the roster yet.
Tez Johnson on the screen is undersized, quicker than fast, Tutu Atwell.
Well, except Tutu Atwell was fast. I mean, that's the problem with that. That's why I bothers me with some of these comparisons. Like they'll ignore like a one major part of the comparison.
Yeah. Okay, just because of his size, he's Tutu Atwell.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
If he was Tutu Atwell, he wouldn't still be sitting on the board.
Yeah, I think
he wouldn't have been available.
Yeah, I think if you were to look for a comp, it would be more like an Andy Isabella.
Isabella was blazing fast, 4.33. Like they're a different body type. Isabella was 188 pounds on his 5'8.5" frame. Like that's a very different body type.
Yeah.
He was thicker.
He's really closer to stylistically. He's closer to, even though these guys are slightly bigger, but he plays more. Really like those third down possession guys who like make like a better he's really more like what's his name? Amendola, right? I mean, he's more like that stylistically than he is like the guys they're naming. I mean, Isabella
he's not so
track stars.
He was not so shifty when you look at Tez. It's more of the no, he's not so explosive as he is shifty. You know.
Yep. His moves. He has excellent route running moves.
Very good route runner. Yep, correct.
He doesn't like pop out of the break. He does have some explosiveness, but he doesn't pop out of it. Some of those guys we talked about, you know, whether it was Welker, whether it's Beasley, those guys popped out of their breaks. Once that foot planted and they went the other direction, you just saw the smoke from the pit, right? You didn't see the guy run away from you. You just saw the smoke of him changing direction.
Yeah, exactly.
You heard the tires spin, but you didn't see the car. You know, so you know it was that kind of deal. You know, so. Michael Robinson, Tulane, off the board to Green Bay.
Huh. Okay. I thought he would make it to undrafted free agency, but I'm wrong.
Like I said, people don't want to compete over these guys. Go get them now.
That's right.
Yeah. And you know, there's some stuff there. I mean, there's something to work with there. That's a guy with a chance to stick on a roster.
And the Seahawks pick is in.
All right, Dallas is on the clock, followed by
Yes,
Buffalo.
they are.
All right.
Once again,
that was one of the. I was gonna say Tulane was one of the leaders of, like, if there was a team that was my all-name team because they had so many members of the all-name team on it. They had Fat Watts on that team, right? They had Yul Keith Brown. They had Shaz Preston.
Yeah.
Fun team to watch, and good team. Also a good
And
team.
of course, they are running another commercial. So
that's okay because we know that Seahawks took pretty Ricky White.
Ricky White finally off the board.
Yep.
And Dallas's pick is already in. They weren't playing.
Yep.
So Green Bay and Buffalo is now on the clock.
And a guy who probably won't be in next year's draft class as a quarterback, but was really caught my eye at Tulane. We know he's at Duke is Darian Mensah.
Yeah.
He will be a redshirt sophomore, so theoretically he could come out, but he should not.
Come out, but no,
He should not.
Stay in school and get your NIL money and put it in the bank. Don't be going and spending it on a Lamborghini and all that other BS like some of these guys do.
Greg, you ready?
I'm ready.
Oh boy.
At 239, the Dallas Cowboys select running back Phil Maffa.
They got Phil Maffa.
Hey.
Big back. You got a big back.
Yeah.
I think 6 feet and a half inch and 234 pounds. If memory serves me correct.
234.
I'll tell you what, looking at him and looking at his film, guess what? Your fullback better watch his butt.
Oh, Hunter Lepke should be gone. He should be gone.
Yeah. Hunter Lepke is he better be watching his butt.
Yep. Yep.
Because that's a convert right there.
Yep. Yeah, he's an H back.
When they listed Michael Robinson's position, what'd they call him?
They just put DB. They didn't say whether.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so they copped out. Okay.
Buffalo goes Caden Prather.
Oh, there's Caden Prather off the
Prather.
board. The other Maryland wide receiver.
Yep.
Yep.
You know, people don't realize Maryland's got a good amount of talent in that program. They just look at it and go, well, they never compete for the Big Ten anyway.
But Rutgers and Maryland are both in that same category in the Big Ten.
Yeah.
They always produce NFL players, guys. Always.
Mm-hmm.
Guy I competed against in high school found his way to the NFL through Maryland. One Eric Abagu, Mr. Unarmed.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
What a name.
Protect this house.
Right.
Well, Prather's going to be a decent pick for the Buffalo Bills.
Yep.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, everybody was clamoring for, a wide receiver in the top 125, but Buffalo's never going to give up on Dalton Kincaid until they might have to, cut him in the 5th year. So, I hope, I do think that he'll come back pretty strong this year with his two knee injuries last year, and then he said he's going to come up to about 251 and weigh in June. So that'll help him. But anyways, any wide receiver we took today, other than if we were to do like a first rounder, was about 6th in the target share. So it's a little rough. I'm glad that we waited.
So let's see what Denver does here. Their pick is in, so we're just waiting on them to announce it. The Rams are going through their board, filling out a card.
Well, as much as I would have liked the Arkansas running back to be my finisher, I'll take Maffa though.
Yeah, you will.
Yeah. But again, that was just my bias of being a former Arkansan that comes in there.
Now, I find it interesting that Mason Richmond came off the board, but Bryce Benhart is still on the board.
Yep. Yep.
Guys that I expected to go undrafted: Marcus Cox, Gerald Christian Lichtenberg.
Right.
All name team: Issa Pohl.
There you go. Yep.
Easton Kilty. Brandon Crenshaw Dixon.
Right. Yep.
I thought Weddick might have gotten his name called, but nah, he's still out there too.
Anyone want to try to call their shot for the last pick in the draft?
Who has that pick?
New England.
New England?
Yeah.
Thor Griffith.
That's a good guess, actually.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or maybe a running back.
I'll go out on the limb and say Jared Ivey.
I'll shoot my shot and say Nick Nash.
I'm stunned that he didn't get picked.
The Broncos take Caleb Lohner, Utah.
Yeah, the tight end.
Huh.
Big boy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
Shows speed on his timing. On film, doesn't look like his blazing speed.
No,
I don't know because he's just so big, but it just doesn't look as fast as it is on the clock.
Right.
And he played football and basketball at Utah. So
Also true. Yeah.
See, what happens when you work with a super fan is when I see him in the office on Monday, he's going to come to me and go, what do you think about class? I think we got some good players. I have to go down the rundown and give him a rundown on every one of the players that they drafted.
You know what's changed over a few years ago? Baylor.
Yes.
Remember a couple of years ago when there was a sprinkling of Baylor players, one or two in the first round, then two or three in round 3 and 4, and then a fair number, a bunch of them day 3. I don't think a single Baylor player has been called, right? Unless I've missed one. Baylor's been shut out entirely so far, right?
I think so.
Let me double my due diligence first. Hang on. I'll start from the back end of the defense and work my way forward.
And I mean that was the track team.
Right. That would have been unthinkable a few years ago as Baylor getting shut out. There was one year that Tennessee got blanked also.
Yep.
Which is just, once again, mind-boggling when I think about the football tradition there. Yeah, Caleb Lohner is an interesting prospect. 54 yards in receptions, but 4 touchdowns his last year at Utah. So clearly you don't care that much about his receiving skills.
But who did they have at quarterback this year?
Oh, I agree. There was some, that was some tough football to watch.
That was horrifying.
Yeah,
I'm not off the board to the Rams.
Oh yeah, that's a good spot for him.
Yep.
They kind of know what they're doing at wide receiver there, so that's not bad.
Yeah, a former Akron player who transferred to Pitt.
Yep. Was good in both places.
Yep. All right, let's see who Baltimore now steals from everybody else.
Right. Yeah, Caleb Lohner is a player that barely made my top 300. I think he might be 300 on the nose. Let me check. No, 301. He didn't make my top 300. Okay, so I'm a little surprised. And you're right. The quarterback play was. I mean, he got used to not great quarterback play, obviously.
Zach Wilson's younger brother.
Yeah.
Which was not pretty at all.
It was not pretty at all. No, and even when he was at Baylor, it wasn't like they were killing it at the quarterback position. So yeah, he's fought through some situations at the quarterback position, but I'm still a little surprised.
Yeah.
Yeah, Kanata Mumford is going to be a wide receiver 4. He might eventually fight his way up into being a wide receiver 3, and he's going to be a good one, right? He's going to be a guy that I mean, you see his body control, ball tracking, soft hands. Medium in a lot of ways that you can measure him physically, but
Garrett Dellinger just went to the
Dellinger
Raiders.
finally. That was one of my highest remaining players still on the board. So
Yep.
that's
Yep.
if you told me that Caleb Lohner was going to be drafted ahead of Garrett Dellinger, they're literally over 100 spots apart on my board. So
Yeah.
that might be the biggest gap I've had in terms of players who were selected like from each other in how far I have them at least. Dellinger, I think, turns to an NFL starter one day. I don't think that will ever happen for Mr. Lohner.
No.
So that's interesting. That's what I'll say. It's interesting.
Kobe Bryant was a kid that I thought would go earlier too.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
He's sitting here at 244.
Yep.
Jay Higgins is still on the board. Tyler Batty still on the board. Your boy Andrew Armstrong still on the board.
Yep. Mello Dotson still available.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's the talent is still out there, kids.
Yep. I think Xavier Truss is still available.
Yep.
I believe he is, yeah.
Yep.
Cam Horsley.
Kendra still available.
Yep. Marcus Yarns.
Yeah. So yeah, there are no bail players selected.
I didn't think so. It tells you how much that program has changed over a couple of years ago. Yeah, they have fallen upon hard times.
So let's see. The Lions pick is in. Commanders are on the clock, followed by New York, the Cowboys for the last time.
Yep.
And then we will officially be 10 picks away from the end of the 2025 draft, guys. It'll officially be in the books.
Yep. My last FCS player, I'm holding out a tiny bit of hope because I now have resigned myself to Shindarik Powell and Kendall Bowler not getting picked. But who I'm holding out a little bit of hope might possibly get drafted is a Lindenwood tackle named Gareth Warren.
Gareth Warren. Yep.
He's got a shot.
And he again played at the East West Shrine Bowl.
Yep. And had a good day. Good days. Had good days plural there.
Yeah, he stood out at the practices.
Yeah.
All right, so Detroit takes Dominic Lovett from Georgia.
Okay. There we go. That's a good player.
Yeah. I mean, whew. to say the least. It's just unbelievable how much talent is still hanging around.
Yes.
What edge is available for what? BBA edge for the next pick, right?
Yeah, Jared Ivey.
Jared
Yeah,
Ivey.
we
Is
keep
that it?
saying Jared Ivey. We keep saying Jared Ivey.
Yeah. You said
Another
it was
one of
such
those
con-
things.
You
Yeah,
said it was
if
such
we're a drinking
conviction,
game.
Greg. I thought it was the pick.
Oh no, I mean that's
Yeah.
the number one edge on my board is Jared Ivey.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, guys like
and
Ivy,
that's
guys
the
like Kamon Rucker. I mean, we're
Carmen
getting,
Rucker would also be on my list here. Yeah.
yeah.
So the Commanders pick is in. We're on to the New York Football Giants. 3 straight NFC East picks.
The first two don't matter.
If you see me looking down a lot, folks, it's not because I'm worn out from the draft process. I have my phone here, so I'm looking at live picks. I have texts from people. Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt going to Washington.
There's Krosky Merritt.
All right,
Okay.
yeah.
I have also agents I'm texting. My scouting mentor, who spent almost 25 years in the league as a scout, is also texting me. So yeah, there's a lot of communication going on. So some's gathering information, and some people checking in. So
Now Jerry's being congratulated here, and Steven's clapping his hands, and
Schottenheimer's clapping too.
Schottenheimer's clapping.
What fell into their lap, Greg? What fell
You're going to
into
call
their
him a
lap?
clapper too, since he's clapping. He's doing it.
Everybody's clapping.
It's funny that you call Garrett that, but if you ever saw Jimmy Johnson, that's what Jimmy Johnson did. That's where you got it from.
All the time.
With that straight face.
Yep.
Yeah, that's true.
Corey Black, Oklahoma State.
With the tremendous pro day. Yeah.
To the Giants.
He's fast on tape also. He's not just fast in testing. He's a guy who could flat out go.
Yep.
So this year we're not near the record number of running backs. We only have 25 of them drafted this year. So 30 was the high.
Right.
A healthy amount.
That's a good number, yeah.
Yeah, with the class we had, yeah, it's healthy.
Yeah.
They haven't even announced it on TV.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's if the Giants pick is in now.
Yeah, Corey Black was the Giant pick.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just waiting for them to post the Cowboys pick. And then because the Saints are on the clock.
So this pick in the past of the Dallas Cowboys, pick 247 was where Leon Lett was drafted.
Facts, yeah.
So don't tell me that these 7th round picks don't mean anything, kids.
Yeah. I mean, there's been a lot of good football. Donald Driver was the 7th rounder. I mean, there's been a lot of good football players in the 7th round.
Okay, the Dallas Cowboy pick is in. You're going to announce it, or you're just going to leave the graphic up for 10 minutes?
That'll be fun. I guess they try to decide which one they're going to do.
Charles Davis is just great at this. I don't care what anybody says, and he's a Dallas Cowboys legend.
Yes, he is. By way of Tennessee, but yes. He is. Micah Parsons is not a good comparison for who Alpha Carter is, but okay. It's a lazy one.
Oh, that's a horrible comparison.
It's just it's just laziness, right? I mean, that's all that is.
So here. So the only Baylor prospect I still see on even that I have is Linton, Steve Linton, the edge rusher.
Edge rusher, yeah.
And that's what I'm saying. Like, think of how much the world has changed.
Yeah, and he is literally 10 picks to go, or he's going to be getting calls.
Right. So, like I said, Baylor is looking like it's going to be utterly blanked as a program, and there were years when there might be 3 or 4 Baylor guys in the first 50 picks, not that long ago. So yeah, they have fallen upon the hardest of hard times.
If you're going to look since Dallas is on the clock, you're going to look at what they've done this offseason with this draft class. If you're a Cowboy fan and you're still mad that they didn't sign some big name,
you don't understand football. Then you really don't,
because they added a lot of good players, and they're not big money players.
No,
and be honest with you, in free agency, not every guy that gets the big contract produces to it.
Well, exactly.
They needed a bunch of role players. They do need some studs. They got some studs in this draft class.
Right.
Ezeruka had the second most sacks in the country.
Okay.
Right.
Tommy McKinney, Maryland is the player.
Another DT. Thank you. Okay.
Right.
Who's the pick?
Tommy McKinney.
Oh,
yeah.
gotcha.
Now he's going to be a more 3 tech.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
But yes, I'm on the phone with Harbaugh right now. He's going to give up his next year's draft class to get Mozzie Smith back. That's it. His entire class is going.
The whole thing.
The whole thing. It all comes to Dallas.
Good old Ricky Williams trade.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'll give you Schoonmaker as well. King Besote was my 267th player.
Yeah.
So the Saints pick is in. Matavio comes off the board. The tight end.
Oh, the linebacker.
No, the tight end.
Matavio.
Tight end, right? Tight end. You know what? UCLA tight end. Yeah, I keep calling him. I don't know why I keep calling him a linebacker. I know he's a tight end. I know exactly what you're talking about, but for some reason,
Because
maybe
he's a
it's his
linebacker
hair.
with a similar name. Yeah.
Also, because maybe he has linebacker hair. Also.
Yeah. True. He's got some decent route running. I like Maliki Matavio.
Yeah.
Oh,
he's a developmental, guy, and there'll be a place for him.
Yeah.
Once again, a guy I don't think will ever be a full-time starter, but there's a place for him.
Yeah.
Agreed.
You know what it is? You also have Maui Goa from Miami.
Yeah. Linebacker, yeah.
Yeah, who's more athletic, but yeah. And also has pretty decent hair. I mean, if we're, all ABE always be evaluated.
Like the Minnesota hockey does the hair competition. Bring it on to football.
Right.
Yeah. You're gonna have a hair index next. On a hair index, he's about to
ABE always be evaluating. Yeah.
Connor Colby, Iowa.
There's a good player. That's a good player.
San Francisco. Not many picks left. A lot of talent left on the board. I was hoping we could have gotten one of our guys to come on after they got their name called. I have a feeling they're going to get picked up and get called to camp. So they'll probably let me know if they're available. I'll try and get them to come on Wednesday. Connor Colby. Yeah. So yeah. Whew.
BJ Adams still available.
Yep.
Joshua Gray is still available.
Yeah, well, yeah. Adams, I knew they liked McMillan more. And I like Adams. I saw Adams pop when I was at those games. So
right.
It was like, but they like McMillan more. And I get it. The bigger guy, not as quick to change direction, but he was the guy with the better nose for the football. Right? You know what I'm saying? And
Yeah.
the way they rotated corners, he could have had more production had he been on the field full time. But they used to rotate corners. And that was part of the problem I had with Malzahn's defensive scheme. You had this talent, you weren't fully utilizing it, which is explaining why he couldn't win.
Guard John Williams from Cincinnati.
There you go.
Goes to the Packers.
Yep.
Getting that value before it goes bye-bye.
Yep.
Yep.
The Pats pick is in. The 49ers are making their selection. Then we'll have the last 5 picks. The Dolphins, Saints, Texans, Chargers, and Pats again.
Right.
And there's Williams being listed as a guard, but he played nothing but left tackle at Cincinnati.
Correct. Yes.
So
they tell you the plan when they announce them, right?
Yep.
You know?
Yep.
So at this point, we can pretty much guess a lot of the guys that are going to be out there on the street, open the calls and negotiate some money.
I can tell you that the Cowboys are on the phone with Shiloh Sanders right now.
Oh yeah,
They are on the phone with Shiloh.
I can't wait to see the lists of guys,
Right.
that get called.
Right.
Of sign, not even get called. The signings.
Yep. Yep.
Within half an hour, you'll see guys updating their profile with the pro team.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't have to worry about anybody from UPBA though.
No.
Oh, yeah. Not this year.
No.
Fred Stokes will be an undrafted free agent. He has a chance to stick somewhere.
Yep.
Isaiah. Let me see. Who else has a chance to actually stick?
Long snapper Julian Ashby from Vanderbilt.
To the Patriots, yep.
Yep.
Okay. So the first player that is not anywhere in my board has now been selected. I did not rank a long snapper this year. There were years I did, but this is not one of them.
No. So how many people did we have watching the first night, Jeff?
49.
We had just short of 700 live viewers. Yesterday, we got up to over 1,132 live viewers.
Yep.
And today, we maxed out at 1,282 on the live. We're holding steady at 1,280 right now.
Yeah.
All right. 3,000 in all.
Yep.
Over
3,000.
Yep.
Topping last
That
year.
is incredible.
Which
we went over 2,000.
we appreciate everybody who viewed us.
Yes, we do.
It really is humbling to see that many people watch you.
Right. Yeah.
With that, also, I think it's our annual spot where we evaluate the HBCU players taken, and we could once again disappointedly say just one.
Just one. Yeah, but the last 2 years there were 0.
Right. So it's an improvement.
So you had to be really, really, really good to be taken in the fifth. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. Not the third, not the fourth, but the fifth.
Yep.
I wouldn't be. They have Jacob Kai. I wouldn't be surprised if they got somebody like Restrepo.
Yeah, Restrepo could go somewhere around here.
Junior Bergen, Montana.
Oh. Okay. Another FCS player, a good one.
Yep. Decent FCS player, very decent.
And a tremendous return specialist.
Yeah, I was about to say the special teams on the 49ers just got a very good returner.
I think he was 2 times his conference's special team player of the year, if memory serves me correctly.
Yeah.
That's a good football player right there. I like him. I like him a lot.
Well, let's see who Rick's last player is.
They should,
Kevin Booth's another
they should
guy I
definitely get Kobe Bryant here.
I can tell you right now.
Oh.
Zeke Biggers.
Oh, another
That's
big
good.
man.
That's good. Yeah.
Right out there, Georgia Tech. Kevin Booth, I do not recognize him walking out there. I keep seeing, who's this dude? Kevin Booth, man. These guys go from 300 and something pounds.
Yeah, they slimmed down pretty quick.
Yeah, but the Lord knows what he weighs now. And it's like, it's a different person. I have no idea. Joe Thomas. I see Joe Thomas now, and I go, who the hell is that?
Yeah, Joe Thomas looks like a blocking tight end as opposed to an actual tackle.
Well,
I was standing about 20 feet away from Tony Baselli. Didn't recognize him.
Right.
Yeah,
he completely reshaped his body too. Yeah.
Nate Newton is down big time in weight too. I mean, Nate is just a small man now.
But if you see Nate, he still looks like Nate. He just doesn't have the Nate body anymore, right?
No.
These dudes look totally different. Face, everything. Because some guys that hold that weight in their face. So when they slim down, it's like, who the hell is that?
Yeah.
It's like if I ever see who was the crazy guard that they said bullied my man out of the league?
You're talking about Richie.
If I ever see him slim down, I probably wouldn't recognize Incognito because his face is like perfectly round.
Right.
Good point.
Okay, well, here's a name I've been waiting to say for a long time. The New Orleans Saints take Fadil Diggs.
Diggs finally off the board. Yeah.
And right now, Ivy is still sitting there.
Yep.
I like Fadil more than Ivy. Very different styles, but
very
I'm
different
board
styles,
related.
yeah.
But I'm board related. Yeah.
All right.
So which team has the most UDFA players on their team right now?
That's a good question.
It should be obvious because I'm asking it.
Well, I'm assuming it's the Cowboys.
Well, I didn't know if it was factual. I didn't want to just throw it out there, but I didn't know. If
Yeah.
Cavante Turpin, Brandon Aubrey, Terrence Steele,
Deal.
Marquise Bell, all UDFAs.
Yep.
Very nice.
Now, Bell should have been drafted, but once again, it's another story for another day.
Yes.
But again, I was congratulating the Cowboys when they said yes, and he got a nice big bonus too.
Yes, he did.
He got a big chunk of change.
He got a better one this time around.
Yep.
Luke Lachey is a Houston Texan.
Lachey
There you
finally
go.
off the board.
Finally.
The small ones that we were like kind of plucking, they're going right at the last 5, right?
Yeah.
So Jared Abbey's got to go.
Right. Yeah. It's the rules.
Yeah. Yeah. That's
Don't
the
leave it out.
Because he's ordered the Chargers, because he's ordered the Patriots.
Yeah, he's gonna go now. Yeah, that's the
And I hate what they do with the last pick. I just hate it.
Yeah. I'm surprised that in the land of 2025, with empathy in line, not so much in 2025, that they actually didn't change it.
But my thing is, you've had enough guys now come from the 7th round to make a difference. You've had a Mr. Irrelevant make it to the Super Bowl.
Yes.
Right.
You can't call it Mr. Irrelevant anymore.
Right.
So I guess because they're so stuck on whatever traditional marketing,
Tradition, yeah.
Right. They want to follow pomp and circumstance. Why don't you just change it to the closer? He's the guy that closes out the draft.
There you go.
The closer. Mr. Irrelevant. I'm not walking out there. Come get your jersey, Mr. Irrelevant. Get the hell out of here. So we're waiting for the Chargers pick to be announced because the Patriots are on the clock for the final pick of the draft. We've arrived, gentlemen. We have arrived.
Yeah.
The important pick.
At 7:01, we're on the clock with the final pick.
Yeah, we were wrong. This went the allotted time. It didn't move as quickly as maybe we had predicted in day 2.
It started out that way, and everything got faster. So I don't know how we got to the point where, it slowed down.
That it did.
I guess they're trying to make up for TV time.
There you go.
So again, this year we have been on the air for 18 hours.
Yes.
17 for me. You guys gave me an hour break.
Good answer. Good answer.
Yeah.
And it's flown by.
Yeah.
Well, here's to another draft process starting Monday.
Yep.
Okay, so the Chargers pick is in.
Yep.
Oh, look,
Wesley Bridges. Trequeze Bridges, Florida.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, and last but not least,
Yeah, we're getting into like depth and special teams kind of contributors at this point, but yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Well, at least he tackles, right? So we talk about
There we go.
guys that go in round 7, and you go, well, they're showing the highlights of guys, and you see, people making the tackle and the guy jumping on top. So he's like that as I call him, the pile sprinkle. Right?
Yeah,
so,
there you
go. So, you're not getting that from him. You're getting a guy who actually tackles. Now, not an elite cover guy, not a guy that's going to go out there and take away your number 1.
No, or your number 2 either.
No. But he's not the most talented man cover guy. And he has some issues with range and in zone as well. So
yes,
yeah.
So yeah, he's definitely a guy that's got to come in and compete on special teams and hope he can find a way onto the roster.
So Randall and Bill, you need to get your 22 draft classes all lined up for Wednesday there.
I can do that.
Wednesday, 9:15.
Yep.
Yep.
Matter of fact, we'll go 9 sharp. We'll go back to 9 sharp.
Okay.
I will be there, so you ain't got to wait for me.
Yeah.
We'll go back to 9 sharp.
So 8 p.m. for Randall, 7 p.m. for me, and 8 p.m. as well for Bill.
Right.
Central's the best.
Mountain is.
Probably, yeah. I just haven't lived in Mountain. I haven't lived in Mountain.
Because I'm close enough to the Pacific that I still get all the games before midnight and all that. I'm in perfect place.
Yeah, I can fairly say other than when I was at college at Grambling, I've only lived in the Eastern time zone. So, final pick.
Here we
They're
go.
gonna wait till they announce it on TV. They're not gonna put it on.
Yeah.
The cap. And look at that cheap jersey. If you're gonna make me Mr. Irrelevant, give me something better than that jersey.
I'm thinking the same thing.
What a piece of garbage.
Like a jersey from the what was it, the Adam Sandler prison movie?
Right,
Yeah.
right. Or the Jersey version of the hat that Rob Lowe wore to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
You know what it is? It looks more like the guards' uniforms from the original Longest Yard.
Yeah,
right. And that was Mr. Burt Reynolds, not Adam Sandler.
Yeah.
No, we don't do those remake things, okay?
Yeah.
Especially that one is a really good movie.
Yeah, well, Reynolds was a legitimate, player. He was in the
Florida
Colts
State
camp, and he was in the Colts camp. And Torp is, not for a fact, he tore up his knee. He might have made the team.
And there he is, Kobe Minor, the
Yes.
DB from Memphis.
Oh, okay.
And they haven't specified whether he's corner or safety. They just said DB.
I said DB. I said DB.
Yeah. No, I'm just saying they purposely didn't specify.
Yep.
I got CB on ABC.
Yeah.
Or ESPN? ESPN.
On NFL Network, they got DB.
DB.
Yeah.
Yeah, I assume it would make sense that Tennessee quickly picks up Restrepo, right? At PFA, get that.
Probably, yeah.
Probably get him in there.
With that said, the 2025 NFL draft has come to a close. Teams are
The books.
out there hunting undrafted guys for free agents to fill their camp rosters and rookie camps. And guys, we did it another year.
Yeah.
We did it another year.
Enjoy your Stella and Madden.
Oh, trust me, it is chilled and ready to go. I have one more thing to finish up on this computer, and then these lights will shut off for the last time this draft season.
Yes.
Okay. I may have to do an appearance here or there, but this is the last one time for draft season. These lights cut on. Okay?
Right.
And then my office can go back to non-draft configuration, as you see all the captions.
Right.
So I can easily access the board. Yeah. So. So
And for the 22 draft wrap up there that we're going to do Wednesday night, just go alphabetical because that's the easiest way to do this. Is Arizona, Atlanta, blah blah blah. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
So, final thoughts, guys, before we sign off.
We congratulated teams for the most part, and I guess I continue to do that. But once again, as often happens day 3, we saw the separation between teams that really know how to get the most out of the draft and teams that maybe don't know how to get the most out of the draft. Day 3 is really where you see that demonstrated.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. It was a depth draft, and a depth draft it was, which is a lot of fun to watch because it's always fun, like being able to see those 6th and 7th round guys and how much talent they actually have, being hopeful for their future in the NFL, and then for the PFAs and UDFAs that come in, they're all relevant.
Greg?
I want to thank Jerry and Steven for not saying anything too stupid this year. I also want to thank Brian Schottenheimer for not interfering and letting the coaches stay as coaches, not be scouts. I'm sick and tired of these coaches who want these players because they fit my scheme and all that BS. None of that. None of that. I don't care if you're an NFL coach, you should be able to coach up any player that the scouts give you, period. That's this type of a draft for the Cowboys this year.
I want to say it may be a while before we see a draft this talented. And we've had for several years now, we've seen, loaded draft after loaded draft. This was the last remnants of the COVID guys. So we had guys that stayed a little longer because of stuff, that extra year and stuff like that, plus whatever injuries and everything else. But the fact of the matter is, teams took advantage of the extra depth in this draft. They took all the talent they could squeeze into their room, and they're chasing for more right now. And this is what it's about. Well, we saw the shenanigans that went on with Shedeur Sanders, the continued shenanigans with HBCU players.
Right.
There is at least certain things about the draft when it comes to how evaluators are looking at it that made me feel better about how they do the job. And that is that they are still able to go out there and actually find guys that make sense. Now there's always going to be a pick or two that you don't like. You don't like the value where they got somebody. That's different conversation. But for the most part, I enjoy working this one particularly. I enjoy the over 3,000 live viewers that tuned in, all of our guests.
Right.
And this couldn't be a better class to have all this go down. I look forward to next year to seeing an even better production as we try to always up our game. So hopefully I get to sit in this chair in this office one more year with you guys. But just in case I don't, I would never rather to work. There's not a better group of guys I'd rather work with during this process than you guys. And I truly mean that.
And like I've said before, I mean, the stuff that you do in your life, you are a very busy guy. It's like, holy moly. But you have brought me on board with you guys here at Team MBS Media on the Draft Central side of things. You and Bill both taught me how to actually rate offensive linemen. That was the one piece I was always missing, was how do you get the offensive lineman and what the key things are for each step. You and Bill taught me that, which I'm forever grateful for, because every other position I'm fine with. But I have obviously my side here, I have no idea what an offensive lineman does, right? I have no idea. What? No. I just ran through the gap as a safety, and that was it. I didn't barely touch an offensive lineman.
Right. Yes.
Yes.
Best avoided is what I would describe. Let's try to avoid it. Yeah.
Exactly, because at my size, getting hit by that, I'm pancake. But the ability to be able to scout these players from day one of the college season then is
joy that I have now gotten because of you guys. It really is a pleasure to be on with you guys for the 18 hours that we've done. Randall?
Yeah, I mean, I have the most opportunity to grow. So, and being able to be next to you three, that's what I'm most excited about. I appreciate everything. I cannot wait. Honestly, I can't wait for the 2026 scouting to start and begin. I will probably take like a 2-week break and then hit it running. But but other than that, I'm very excited to be. I'm excited for Wednesday. To be honest with you, go through the 2022 draft. So that's how much I love being around. That's how much I love being around you guys.
Yeah, Randall, how would you like to be a co-host on a college football show next year or next season?
I would love to.
Well, let's talk more then.
Yes, let's do it. I would love to.
Well, listen, I expect to see Randall's face a lot more.
Yes.
Especially we got the last word. You got college football forecast. They may even ask you to come in for if you have free Sunday mornings for what is it? The moving the chains. So
that's right.
Yeah. So if you want to talk about bills, so I think all that stuff. And like I said, if you're one of those young aspiring sports writers, podcast hosts that passionate about sports, you believe in entertainment, because we do entertainment too here at Team MBS Media. All right. Yep. You are really, really interested in putting your work out there for people to see, and you believe in the quality of your work, contact Team MBS Media. They're always looking for people. And like I said, this has been the launching pad for a lot of people. So,
the email is social@teammbsmedia.com. The Twitter handle is, Team MBS Media Live. Get in touch with us. We love having brand new people on. And again, if you're looking to get a start, this is a great place for it. Because as I mentioned before, Dom
Chorosky,
who's now on a radio station in Atlanta. I mean, these guys, Randall, remember Randall?
Yep.
He's on a TV station. I mean, we
just had a Team MBS alumni cover the last Olympics.
Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
There you go. Solid trip.
Yeah. So, they put in the work. They shot their shot. They're out there doing big things in the world. So
yes,
if you believe that you're capable of doing it, come prove it. Come join up.
Yep. Exactly right. So.
But it's time for us to do the final sign off, guys.
It is indeed. And yes, I'm going to start working the DMs to see if any of the young men that we've spoken to this year or other young men that I've spoken to at other places, other events, have gotten picked up, and I'm so who picked them up?
Yes, I have my texts going out, but I'm trying not to overwhelm them because they should be fielding calls. I don't want them fielding my text messages while he's fielding calls. Let me know tomorrow. Or later tonight, So, for all of us here at Team MBS Media, thank you to the Night NFL Shop for partnering us with this StreamYard, being the platform that we broadcast from. Joe Cardoza, Team MBS, the whole crew that chipped in for all the production, all the graphics, everything you saw. You guys, for all the research you did on prospects. Takes a lot to be able to get through a whole draft and still have a lot of guys that you have knowledge for. We've seen plenty of the so-called experts get to round 4 and they're barely talking because they don't know enough about guys, right? So,
they have no idea. They have no idea. After the top 150 are gone, that's it. I've studied enough. Blah, blah, blah. It's ridiculous,
Right.
Because again, like I mentioned to you before, pick 247 for the Dallas Cowboys, Leon Lett.
Yep.
Leon Lett had many. How many Super Bowls did he win?
3.
Yeah. Yeah. All 3.
He was there for all 3 in the 90s. Yeah. He's a rookie.
Yep. So And there are other UDFAs that I did not mention for the Cowboys as well. TJ Bass, Brevin Spanford.
Yes.
They're all UDFAs in the Cowboys. They have lived off the UDFA market for years and years. Drew Pearson was another UDFA.
That's true.
True.
Mm-hmm.
So
somebody go out and grab Robert McDaniel from Jackson State. Also, hoping against hope that he might get drafted. I knew it was unlikely, but somebody should bring him in. He's a player who's gonna stick somewhere.
Yeah, so
Traquan Thomas, again, another guy who should have been up at the combine after his performance at the Legacy Bowl.
Correct.
4 sacks in that game. That young man can rush the passer.
Correct.
But he was nowhere on that list.
Before we go, I got to shout out all the prospects that came through. We talk about Draft Central. It's about our analysis, but it's also about these young men who are in the process. I'm talking about Ryan Johnson from Southern Miss, Jalen Williams, the tackle from Southern Miss, Jalen Lay, the tackle from UMass. Going through all of these guys. Ty Trent from Villanova. Davis Black from Cal PA, Kendall Paul from East Texas A&M,
right?
Ricky Correa from Cal, OC Brothers from UAB, Phil Wilder, who didn't make the show, but he was supposed to come on, from Cincinnati, Jay Jones came on from Southern Miss, Christoph Atkinson, great interview from Ohio. Mike Fuji didn't get a chance to come on. I appreciate him talking to me at the TJ Session who came through, Rodriguez Clark, Desmond Hudson. Who was the young man from New Hampshire?
Oh, Isaiah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Isaiah.
I saw that's a guy who's going to make a team. He's going to make an NFL roster.
Yeah, Josiah Silver.
Silver, sorry. He's going to make an NFL roster. Yeah.
Yeah, so all of those young men that came through got a chance to educate the folks on their game, why they believe they should be in the NFL, and we believe they should have a shot. So hopefully they're going to get that shot. I'm texting with one of their agents now, for some of those guys, and he's letting me know the teams that they've been in contact with. So we're waiting to see what happens.
Yep.
So some have some guarantees, some don't. So with that being said, for the final time this season, it'll be see you. For you guys, it'll be see you Wednesday. For me, it'll be see you in 2025, 2026. Right?
Yeah. There you go.
Thanks for watching 3 Days Alive, making this the best year. And I hope next year they're saying again the best year as it keeps getting better and better and bigger and stronger. To everybody that worked on this, you did an amazing job.
Ashmere on night 1 as our host, and Joe, the boss man who was in behind there producing everything. Tremendous work.
Yes.
Courtney, our social media manager, who keeps tweeting everything out from the IG stuff and the Blue Sky stuff. She's always tremendous.
Who gets the credentials for a lot of people going at Team MBS. Got to shout her out, especially for Team Bowl and other things like that. So, I'm so used to doing my own credentials for when it comes to colleges. I set my own schedule, so I send all those out. So I don't rely on that for that. But I did rely on her for my stuff for bowl games and stuff like that. So, with that being said, guys, for the final time, thank you for watching the 2025 reaction show here on Team MBS Media. These guys are going to see you Wednesday night, 9 p.m. sharp. We'll recap, and they're going to grade the 2022 class. I'm going to get to work on some other tasks. See you around. Thanks for watching. Take care and have a great day.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.